Chapter 1, 1537, Last Testament. 1537, Last Testament. Eventually, the cohort reached the familiar island ship that carried a beautiful palace of white stone, the Temple of Dusk. Sunny had spent enough time under its roof to feel a hint of nostalgia at the sight of it. That was where he and Nefis had felt both hopeful and wary before their first meeting with the fabled Sibyl of fallen grace, only to meet Cassie instead. The blind girl's two ascended guards were waiting for them at the entrance to the temple. Unlike the other citizens, they had not changed as drastically. Both looked much younger. True, but were still mature and taciturn. Their composed faces did not betray any emotion when they bowed deeply to Cassie, but he could sense the deep care and reverence in their gazes. Despite that, the two seasoned warriors still wielded the macabre symbols of their duty to not only protect their lady from any danger, but also protect the city from the lady, if need be. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord. Cassie greeted them both warmly, not paying any attention to the tools they were prepared to use to end her life. With that, the cohort was ushered to a hall where a feast had already been prepared. The leaders of the different forces within the city were gathered there, waiting to meet their returned ruler, and the champions she had brought back from her journey. The next few hours were a bit tedious for Sunny. He enjoyed the food and the beverages while listening silently to the conversation. They had been gone from Fallen Grace for just shy of 8 months. Around 1 month had been spent to reach Alethea's island, 3 or 4 to escape it, 1 more to reach Twilight, and the last 2 months to come back. During that time, the city had migrated downstream after receiving the news that the defiled Sibyl and her drowned minions were eliminated. There had been no major attacks on Fallen Grace since, although the awakened warriors left to protect it, and a few masters as well, including the 2 deaf guards, had fought against many wandering nightmare creatures. Luckily, those had been feral abominations, not war parties of the defiled. The defenders of the city had been able to either slay or chase the monsters away without letting them damage the island ships. Fallen Grace was indeed doing much better than it had when Sunny and Nefis first reached it. That was already apparent after their walk to the temple, simply from all the activity and repair work they had noticed on the streets. The city felt invigorated. The reports of the leaders of the city only confirmed what they already knew. Cassie seemed gratified to hear that Fallen Grace, which she had cared for in solitude for an entire year, was doing well. A rare bright smile found its way onto her face, reminding Sunny of how earnest and soft-hearted the blind girl had been once, a long time ago. In turn, she shared the story of their journey, a somewhat simplified and embellished version of it at least, with the leaders of Fallen Grace. Then came the part of the conversation that these people had been waiting for with bated breaths. Without wasting any time, Cassie announced that she would be departing again shortly. This time, to lead the group of outsiders she had gathered to attack Verge and rid the great river of the curse of the defilement once and for all. The people gathered in the hall seemed stunned to hear that. Not only were they struggling to conceive of the fact that such a thing was even possible, they were also startled and heartbroken to learn that their lady would be leaving mere days after returning home from a long and harrowing journey. But there was no way around it. The cohort was determined to only spend as much time in Fallen Grace as was needed to perform light repairs on the chain breaker, a week at most. There was no point in staying longer. It would only give Torment, who was a potent seer herself, more time to prepare for their arrival. More than that, they were on a timer. Effie's pregnancy was nearing the end stage. She was already close to 8 months along. If they lingered in Fallen Grace, her child could be born on the way to Verge. Nobody knew if the child conceived in the waking world would become riverborn or not, so they did not want to risk it. "I see that you are concerned." Cassie's voice was soft as she addressed her people. "And although you hide it well, you are also frightened that after I leave this time, you will never see me again. That this will be our final farewell." She smiled gently. "You might very well be right. I might never return." Her words caused a deathly silence to settle in the hall. The people of Fallen Grace were looking at their Sibyl with complicated expressions, a storm of emotions raging in their eyes. Sunny suppressed the desire to sigh. It was true that Cassie would never return. Whether they lived or died, she would never see these people again. Because victory in Verge meant the end of the nightmare. Once the first Seeker was destroyed, the cohort would go back to the waking world. And the inhabitants of the nightmare. Actually, Sunny did not know what would happen to them. Perhaps would they cease to exist the moment the spell announced its appraisal. Cassie shook her head slightly. But that is all right. Even if I don't return, Fallen Grace will live on. It has been protected by me and my sisters for a long time. But nothing lasts forever in this world. A time will come when there will be no Sibyls left in the tomb of Ariel. A time will come when there will be no outsiders left either. Only the river people will remain. That is you. You must carry the torch of humanity into the future, with or without me. You must persevere, endure, and thrive. She paused for a moment, then added, her voice growing harsher. That is what I expect from you all. Don't disappoint me. Hearing her words, the Riverborn gathered in the temple looked down with solemn expressions. Sunny sighed. The spell was a cruel thing indeed. It threw them into nightmares and tasked them with changing fate. But what they strived to change was just an illusion. It would have been great if they were in the real tomb of Ariel, changing the lives of real people. But sadly, time and fate did not work that way. What had happened was set in stone and could not be changed, not by mortals like them, and not in a nightmare. Or at least, not in a third nightmare. Chapter 1. 1538. Lord's Wisdom. 1538 Lord's Wisdom. While the chainbreaker was receiving light repairs, the members of the cohort were left to their own devices. Those who had never been to Fallen Grace spent time exploring its island ships and getting to know the locals. Cassie was busy arranging things for when she was gone. Sunny did not really want to look at the beautiful city of eternal dusk. It made him wistful, and so he threw himself back into weaving, knowing that there was not much time left. He did, however, continue to observe the blind girl through one of his shadows, out of habit more than anything else by now, since she had never done anything to confirm the accusations made by the sin of Solace in the past 2 months. He also sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Mordred. Sunny was certain that Cassie was doing the same as well. The Prince of Nothing could not be trusted to be on his best behavior in a city full of people, especially people who were inhabitants of a nightmare, and therefore no different from his countless victims in the Kingdom of Hope. But Mordred did not seem inclined to go on a massacre in Fallen Grace. In fact, he was mostly interested in its myths and legends. Of all things, spending his days talking to people on the streets and listening to their stories. The people seemed to enjoy his company. On the 3rd day of their stay in the last human city, Sunny successfully altered the transcendent arrow memory Nephi's had earned in Twilight, elevating its rank to Supreme. The onerous process of transplanting a new nexus and reinforcing the weave to withstand it left him drained and fatigued. So, Sunny decided to let himself rest and left the temple, eventually finding his way to the edge of the island ship. Sitting down there, he observed the busy canals of Fallen Grace and allowed his tired mind to rest. It was not long after that when Kronos found him, brimming with endless curiosity, just like always. Today, however, the teenagers at least tried to keep it in check. Noticing his strange behavior, Sunny raised his eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" The young man hesitated for a while, but eventually asked, "Lord Sunless, I heard that you won't be returning from Verge. Is it true?" Sunny looked at him, frowning a little. Then he looked away and sighed. "Sure. We aren't planning to die, mind you. It's just that we are outsiders. Once the defilement is destroyed, it's back to the outside for us." Kronos seemed saddened by that response. He stared at the water dejectedly. What is it like, really? The world outside Ariel's tomb? What are you going to do after leaving here? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Indeed, what would he do after leaving the nightmare? He had no idea. It was hard to tell, considering that the state of Antarctica and the waking world in general was entirely unknown. The war between valor and song would probably grow more intense. The nightmare gates would continue to pop into existence, slowly consuming the waking world and making it a part of the dream realm. No matter how much Sunny wanted to simply live a good life, he knew that these events would not let him remain a bystander. After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. Well, it's more or less the same. There is no defilement, but there is still corruption. Nightmare creatures are running around devouring people, so awakened like me need to keep them in check. So I'll probably be battling some hideous abomination every other day, cursing loudly. That's life for you. The secret to a happy life, though, is to do all these things in good company. Oh, and in a place with good plumbing. He glanced at the teenager and smiled. Why? What are you going to do after we get rid of the defilement? Are you really going to the House of Youth? Kronos laughed awkwardly. Well, I will eventually, but probably not just yet. He looked into the distance at the bustling streets of fallen grace and sighed. In truth, I've been sensing my soul essence recently. A bit, so I'll probably work on forming a soul core and becoming an awakened. Even if you and the other lords and ladies defeat the first seeker and vanquish the defilement, there will still be corrupted creatures left, threatening our city. Someone has to defend it after you leave. Kronos smiled. Plus, I've always been interested in how the city works. All these people, all these moving parts. It's a bit of a miracle that a place like Fallen Grace can exist, don't you think? Lady Dusk has always been taking care of us. What are we going to do without her? His eyes turned cloudy for a moment, but then shone brightly once again. Wiping them, he smiled again. I want to make sure that Fallen Grace continues to exist and thrive, just like she told us to. For myself, my wife, and our future children. But I'm just some brat. So I figured I should become really strong first. Like you, Lord Sunless, so that people had no choice but to listen to what I had to say. Sunny looked at him incredulously. Kronos was indeed just some brat. But all great people whose deeds shaped history had been brats once. Would this kid become a great leader one day? Would his actions shape the future of Fallen Grace and create a world where his children could grow up safe and happy? Would the stories of his deeds become legends one day? Or would he disappear without a trace once the nightmare was complete? Sunny forced himself to smile. Strong like me? Brat. Do you think people actually listen to what I have to say? Stronger. Become much stronger than me. Then, they'll listen. With that, he patted the teenager on the shoulder and rose to his feet. The charm memory waited to be altered. The day of their departure from Fallen Grace was drawing near. Stronger than you, my lord? But no, that's just unreasonable. Sunny looked at the startled youth with a smile, then shook his head and headed away. Then be unreasonable. Imparting Kronos with that piece of questionable wisdom, he returned to the temple and spent a few sleepless hours going over his plans for altering the transcendent charm. He felt that he had already accounted for everything that could go wrong, so he would probably be ready to start the process once his essence was replenished by the crown of twilight. Just when the night fell, however, something distracted him from the preparations. After wasting its time for months, the shadow that had been following Cassie finally noticed something strange about her movements. Chapter 10, 1539. Sybil's Secrets. Sunny was in his quarters, going over the plan for altering the transcendent charm. Outside, Fallen Grace was bathed in the beautiful glow of the iridescent water. The short night had descended on the world, shrouding the sky in absolute darkness. In that dark hour, Cassie was walking along the corridors of the temple, which wasn't that strange, in and of itself, if not for the fact that she was alone. Usually, the two deaf guards would be following behind her, but they were nowhere to be seen. The only thing accompanying the blind girl was the shadow Sunny had sent to keep an eye on her. Back in his quarters, he straightened and frowned, distracted from envisioning the complicated tapestry of the charm's spell weave. What is she up to? Cassie had not given him any reason to feel worried in these past 2 months. Honestly, monitoring her movements was an afterthought by now. Sunny had certainly hoped that it would remain that way. Feeling a bit somber, he glanced at the motionless figure standing a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was staring at him silently, not bothering to say anything. However, his gaze expressed more than enough. Sunny winced, then looked away. "Don't you glare at me. I'm sure it's nothing." He said that, but did not command the shadow to back away. Instead, he dedicated more of his attention to observing Cassie. The blind girl certainly did not seem pensive or secretive. She calmly walked along the winding stone corridors, tracing her fingers on the wall. Her other hand was holding the leather-bound journal. Maybe her guards are asleep. Sunny returned to considering the weave while keeping an eye on Cassie. She walked for quite some time, eventually entering the part of the temple that he was not familiar with. These chambers were used for preparing for public rituals, so Sunny had no business being there. Cassie, on the other hand, seemed very familiar with that area of the temple. She made a few more turns and stopped in front of an unassuming wooden door. A mundane-looking key appeared in her hand. Unlocking the door, Cassie entered a narrow staircase that led down, spiraling. Sunny's frown deepened. What the hell? She was already on the first floor of the temple. Why was there a way further down, into the frame of the island ship? But then again, maybe it was normal. The human cities on the Great River were kept in place by various means, ranging from sails and wind catchers to sorcerous mechanisms. Perhaps Cassie was on her way to inspect the moving parts of one such mechanism. She descended the stairs for some time before entering a dark and damp network of service tunnels running under the temple. Sunny had not known that there were such corridors there, but it made sense. The mechanisms responsible for allowing the island ship to resist the current had to be inspected and repaired from time to time. Fallen Grace, especially, was reliant on such mechanisms. It was situated not too far from the edge, after all, and so the pull of the current was more powerful here. Cassie walked along the dark corridors for a little bit and unlocked another door, entering a small chamber. Sunny was suddenly unable to concentrate on weaving anymore. His face darkened. The chamber was just what he had expected it to be. It housed a complicated mess of gears and chains that spun and moved, transferring the energy from the wind and the enchantment circuits into the underwater wheels that kept the island ship stationary. It was a bit like entering the insides of a tower clock, if that tower clock had been built with the help of sorcery. In a sense, Sunny was looking at the river civilization's version of spell tech. However, that was not what attracted his attention. The chamber and the intricate gears were what he had been expecting to see. What he had not expected, however, was that the floor of the chamber was broken, creating a rough, circular well. The menacing hole certainly did not look like something that had been planned by the builders of the temple. Instead, it looked like something that had been created much later, and much more violently. He could hear the sounds of flowing water coming from its dark depths. Why is there a well at the bottom of the Temple of Dusk? His shadow hid in the darkness of the underground chamber, observing Cassie carefully. The blind girl did not seem surprised by the presence of the strange well. Neither did she pay it any attention. Locking the door behind her, she circled around the open chasm and approached the opposite wall of the chamber. There, hidden behind a throng of spinning gears, a simple desk stood near the wall, with several chests and cabinets surrounding it. The underground chamber was absolutely dark, and there were no lanterns anywhere in sight. Of course, Cassie had no need for them. Coming closer to the desk, she lingered for a few moments, facing it with a distant expression. Then, she moved past it and kneeled near one of the chests, placing a hand on its heavy lid. Several strings of runes ignited on the wooden surface and the chest opened noiselessly, revealing what was stored inside it. Sunny tilted his head, his expression turning somber. Inside the chest were leather-bound journals, just like the one Cassie was carrying. Dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds. There were several chests like that one in the underground chamber as well, all locked with sorcerous locks. The blind girl remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and placed the last journal on the pile. Then, she closed the lid of the chest, kept her hand on it for a few moments, and rose. Turning away, she approached the edge of the dark well and lowered her head, listening to the sounds of the flowing water with a distant expression. Cassie stood there for several minutes, unmoving. Separated from her by hundreds of meters and numerous stone walls, Sunny grew tense, ready to step through the shadows and appear in the underground chamber, should something reach for the blind girl from the cold darkness. What the hell is that place? Did Dusk leave those things behind? It would make sense for the Sibyl who had lived in the temple for centuries to leave many traces here, including her personal records. However, what was with the ominous well leading to the dark waters? Sunny gritted his teeth. But in the end, nothing happened. Cassie clenched her fists, turned away from the underground well, and left the chamber the way she came. Ascending the narrow steps, she re-entered the temple proper and traced her way back to her quarters, entering them through a private passage. It was only then that Sunny allowed his tense body to relax. His mind, however, was anything but calm. Why would Dusk have a secret like that? He hesitated for a while, then felt a cold chill run down his spine. Or does it have nothing to do with Dusk? At all? Chapter 1540, Clouded Judgment. 1540, Clouded Judgment. The feeling of restlessness Sunny had felt after leaving Twilight returned. Something strange was going on with Cassie. Had been going on for a long time, maybe. He was almost sure of it. But it was the almost of it all that made the situation so difficult. He did not know what to do. Confront her? Share his concern with others? What would he say? That Cassie should not have survived Twilight. None of them should have survived there, really. That she kept journals? There was nothing wrong with that, and claiming otherwise would only make him seem strange. That she was too quiet and unassuming, which made him feel as if she was hiding something vital from them. That sounded like paranoia talking. In fact, it was the sin of solace whispering into his ear. The sin of solace, whose only purpose was to drive him mad. Was he a fool to listen to these whispers? Sunny was not even sure himself what he was suspecting Cassie of, just that he did not feel comfortable with her secrets. But was it really because there was something off about the blind girl, or was it simply because he had never trusted her? Was he still secretly holding on to the grudge after what she had done on the Forgotten Shore, which painted his perception of her? Sunny would be lying if he said that he had let go of that grudge completely. None of the others seemed to suspect Cassie of anything, so why was he the only one looking for faults in her actions? Ah, damnation! What was he supposed to do? Did he even need to do anything? So what if Cassie had a pile of old journals? So what if she kept secrets? Was he the right person to blame someone for not being entirely honest? More than that, he had always known that Cassie kept much of what she knew to herself. In fact, Sunny was the reason why she had closed herself off to begin with. He was the one who had told her how destructive of a poison her visions were, in the most cruel way he could think of, at that. Her personality had only begun to change after that bitter conversation they had in the medical complex of the academy, right after coming back from the Forgotten Shore. Nephis was aware that Cassie knew much more than she was letting on, too. She had told him so herself, during one of their conversations on the Ivory Island. So why was Sunny reacting so strongly now? Because we are so close to victory. because this nightmare was so dreadful, and its end was swiftly approaching. Sunny was nervous that something would ruin their chances of returning to the waking world, and the ominous shadow of torment was the last thing standing between them and salvation. Torment had never appeared before them, and so she was as frightening as their imaginations could make her. Perhaps Cassie was just a substitute for all that fear, or perhaps there was really something ominous going on with the blind seer. Oh, she is definitely planning to betray you. Again. The Sin of Solace smiled, looking at him with dark amusement. Sunny cursed and threw a wooden tray at the sword wraith. The tray passed through the apparition and fell to the floor, clattering loudly. The hateful wraith laughed. "Fool, you are simply as incapable of learning, are you? Even after what she did to you, what she took from you, you are still willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. No wonder you ended up being made a slave by her. Ah, and she never even apologized. I bet she doesn't feel even a little bit remorseful about her betrayal. Since she doesn't, what is going to stop her from turning on you again?" Sunny glared at the Sin of Solace, then took a deep breath. He slowly calmed down. "That doesn't even make any sense. At least try to be convincing when you are spouting nonsense, will you?" Sunny was prejudiced against Cassie. That much was apparent. Deep in his heart, he still harbored resentment toward her. He valued and cared for her as well, but that was beside the point. Humans were complicated and contradictory creatures, indeed. Just like Nephis had said, they could love and hate someone at the same time. Because Sunny's judgment was clouded, it was easy to find fault with Cassie. But if he flipped his perception and looked at the situation from a different angle, trying to find the opposite, any suspicion that the blind girl could have been doing something to harm the cohort would crumble. It was a preposterous idea. Almost every action Cassie had taken was for their benefit. They would have never made it that far without her. From start to finish, she had been nothing but a selfless ally, putting herself in harm's way on numerous occasions. Finding the scattered members of the cohort, escaping Alethea's island, surviving the depths of the great river. None of that would have been possible without her. So, no matter what secret Cassie was keeping, it was not something that would harm the cohort. Sunny had no reason to worry about that. After realizing that, he felt his heart calming down, but then it suddenly felt heavy once again. Because while Sunny did not have a reason to worry about the cohort, there might have been a reason to worry about Cassie. She's not preparing herself for something drastic, is she? A deep scowl appeared on his face once again. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. No, she wouldn't. Cassie might seem soft, but she is one of the strongest people I know. She's much stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Still, a tiny seed of doubt remained. Sunny cursed quietly, threw a hateful glance at the Sin of Solace, and turned his attention back to the transcendent charm. The day of their departure was swiftly approaching, so he had to perform the alteration as soon as possible. Chapter 1541. Into the Sunset, verse 1541. Into the sunset on the last night before their departure from fallen grace, Sunny let out a deep sigh and listened to the spell whisper into his ear. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received a memory. With that, the transcendent charm he had been working on had become a supreme one. Its enchantment, which enhanced the material properties of objects, was further strengthened. Not only was the nexus of its weave more potent now, but the weave itself had also been made more robust to withstand the increased pressure. Strings of ethereal light were intertwined with the black threads of shadow essence, forming a mesmerizing tapestry. Sunny took a deep breath. 4 down, 1 to go. He had saved the hardest memory for last, the transcendent memory of the 7th tier meant for Nephis. That one, he was going to have to alter on their way to Verge. Things were happening so fast now. Looking back at what he had experienced in the nightmare, it was hard to believe how close the end of it all was. It seemed like Sunny had been sharing the catch with Nephis and Ananke just yesterday, But now, he was approaching the finish line. Dismissing the charm, he rose and stretched his limbs, then left his quarters. It was night, but no one in Fallen Grace seemed to be asleep. While Sunny was passing by the windows, he saw numerous people crowding the streets on the neighboring island ships. They were all looking at the White Temple, knowing that their lady and the outsider warriors she had gathered were going to leave come dawn. Or rather, dusk. Leave to challenge the very source of the defilement. It was not an exaggeration to say that their fates depended on the result of their journey. However, looking at these people, Sunny did not feel that they were concerned for themselves. It seemed like they were concerned about Dusk and her outsider companions instead. Funny, Sunny could not remember the last time he had watched someone go into battle on his behalf. It must have happened occasionally, but he was usually the one doing the fighting. In Antarctica, he had carried thousands of refugees on his back across the frozen hellscape, which had seemed like a burden at the time. But in a sense, he would have been burdened watching someone fight and die for him more. So he could easily understand the complicated storm of emotions brewing in the hearts of the people being left behind in Fallen Grace. He often complained about how harsh and unforgiving the life of an awakened was, but it was also a privilege. Consumed by such detached thoughts, he entered the hall where Cassie was giving the last orders to the people who would be ruling the city in her absence. Some of them he knew, like the captain of the soldiers or the carpenter who had been in charge of repairing the chain breaker, while others were strangers. All of them bowed respectfully when he entered. Lord Sunless. He nodded at them and approached Cassie, then placed a hand on her shoulder. A spark of energy traveled between them, as the supreme charm was transferred from his soul to hers. Here, all done. The enchantment is substantially more powerful now. It also consumes much more essence, so be careful. She summoned the charm, which was shaped like a jade flower, and waited on her hand. Soon, the petals of the ornament ignited with a soft glow, hinting that its enchantment was activated. At the same time, the hilt of the quiet dancer glistened. A faint smile appeared on Cassie's lips. "Thank you." Sunny nodded, then hesitated for a few moments. There were too many people around them, so he couldn't be too free in what he said. Still, he didn't want to remain entirely silent. Eventually, he removed his hand from her shoulder and asked, his voice serious, "Listen, are you all right?" Cassie raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused. "Sure, why wouldn't I be? I'm better than ever." There was a rare hint of sincere relief and anticipation in her voice. Sunny frowned, lingered for a moment, then nodded again and turned to leave. In truth, he had wanted to use this opportunity to retrieve the shadow that followed Cassie around. But hearing that answer, he changed his mind. Keep her company for a little while longer. Who in their right mind would be relived in such a situation? Leaving the shadow behind, he left the hall and went to find the other members of the cohort. The night ended quickly, and the 7 suns rose from the waters of the great river once more. Fallen Grace was once again painted by the vivid radiance of the blazing sunset, drowning in its crimson splendor. The soldiers, all wearing their white armor, had formed a corridor on the streets of the floating city. Their gazes were solemn as they watched the 7 outsiders leave the temple and walk toward the piers. Separated by that living wall, the crowd of citizens was watching them too. This time there were no cheers. Instead, everyone was silent, which felt a little eerie. Feeling the weight of countless gazes, Sunny was reminded of the docks of Falcon Scott on the last day of evacuation for some reason. Back then, people had been desperately trying to get on the last leaving ship, knowing that everyone who stayed behind would die. Today, the situation was exactly opposite. The people staying behind were going to be safe. The ones who were sailing away would be risking their lives. However, the atmosphere was strangely similar. Desperate desire that could not be expressed with words. Fear, longing, and shame. Sorrow, grief, and pain. And hope. Hope was such a powerful and resilient thing. Unreasonable even. It could bloom even in the most terrible of situations, bringing with it strength to go on. Sunny knew hope better than most, and hopelessness too. They reached the pier and boarded the chain breaker. Turning back, Sunny looked at the crowd one last time. Most of these youths looked unfamiliar. Even if he knew them from before, their appearance had changed now. He did, however, notice Chronos standing in one of the first rows, accompanied by a pretty young woman. Noticing him looking, the teenager smiled and waved. "This guy." Sunny smiled and waved as well. He even winked, making the brat look startled. "This is what we're fighting for, I guess, in a way." There was a little empty space in front of the gangway leading to the ship. Cassie's 2 deaf guards were standing there, looking up at her with lost gazes. She turned around and faced the crowd. This time, however, there was no speech. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then addressed her guards instead. "Thank you. You two are free now." They were looking at her, unable to hear those words. She smiled softly. "Thank you for everything. Take care of yourselves, and of each other." The 2 ascended seemed to sway slightly, then knelt silently. The woman let go of the hilt of her sword. The man dropped his silk cord into the water. Tears were streaming down their weathered faces. Cassie sighed lightly, bowed deeply to the crowd, and turned away. "Let's go. It's time for us to leave." Soon, the chain breaker departed from the pier and rose into the sky. They were flying into the blazing sunset, disappearing into its blood-red glow. Forever. Chapter 1, 1542. Last journey, 1542. Last journey. And there it was. They had left on the last journey of this tumultuous, dreadful nightmare. For Sunny and Nephis it was especially poignant because they had come from the far reaches of the future and were now on their way to the furthest reaches of the past, where Verge stood. It must have been especially emotional for Cassie as well, because she was leaving the city she had spent a whole year ruling and trying to preserve. Now, its fate depended on whether they would be successful in their battle against the First Seeker. In any case, she would never see Fallen Grace again. None of them knew if it would even exist, in any kind of way, should they prevail. However, it was inevitable for Fallen Grace to be destroyed should they fail. The blind girl did not look back. Instead, she stood at the bow of the flying ship, facing the setting suns. The others gave her some space, knowing that there had to be a storm of complicated emotions weighing on her heart. Only Sunny could see her face, visible to the shadow that was hiding close by. Cassie's face was not wistful or sad. Instead, it was full of resolve and determination. Impatience, even. It was as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Which was true, of course. Apart from Mordred, she had spent by far the longest in this nightmare. Sunny knew that he was sick and tired of the tomb of Ariel. The blind girl had to be feeling the same, but much more intensely. "We've been here for so long." Sunny had come to Ariel's tomb far away from here. He had spent time with Nephis, come to care for and then lost Ananke, traveled to Fallen Grace and got to know the culture of the river people there, fought against all kinds of underwater horrors on the way to Alethea's island, withstood the insidious hell of the time loop, dove into the depths of the great river and emerged from the other side, battled against the defiled saints in twilight. It was hard to believe, but he had spent more time in the tomb of Ariel than in Antarctica, not to mention the Kingdom of Hope. Cassie, though. She had been here longer than even on the Forgotten Shore, and that was without even counting the unknown number of cycles the 7 of them had lived through before arriving at this one, hopefully, the last. The chain breaker soared above the waves, flying toward the edge. Sunny spent some time enjoying the view of the blazing river, then rubbed his face and retreated to his cabin. There, he concentrated on preparing for the alteration of Neph's silver blade. Now that they were en route to Verge, He felt a sense of urgency and wanted to finish with it as soon as possible. A day passed in meticulous work, then another. On the third day, they reached the duskward edge of the great river. It was much like the dawnward edge, but also different. The enormous, inconceivable waterfall was the same. The powerful current that threatened to destroy anything plunged into its crushing embrace was the same. The dark void beyond the edge was the same as well. But the light here was entirely different from the soft lilac glow of dawn. Instead of the tender radiance, the water here was burning with an intense crimson glow, almost like it was on fire. The inconceivable waterfall that stretched in both directions as far as the eye could see was painted vibrant red as well. It was almost as if a sea of blood was spilling into a boundless, dark abyss. Enthralled by that dreadful sight, the members of the cohort gathered on the deck. The distant whispers of the falling water had grown into a deafening roar, making it hard to speak. So they remained silent. The chain breaker crested the breaking point of the waterfall and flew into the abyssal darkness, leaving the great river behind. Soon the roar of the edge grew quieter and then disappeared in the howling of the wind. They had returned to the dark abyss of the interior of Ariel's tomb. This time, however, their journey was going to be different from the previous time they had visited the boundless darkness. That was because, unlike the first time, the chain breaker would be crossing the space within the loop of the great river, as opposed to the empty space between it and the walls of the pyramid. None of them knew what exactly would be waiting for them there, but at least there was no threat of the terrifying swarm of the dark butterflies becoming aware of their presence, since they would not be coming anywhere near the walls of the pyramid, where the great monsters slumbered. They also did not know how long the journey across the empty space in the middle of the looping river would take. The last time, they had arrived back to the surface of the great river rather quickly, but that was because space itself behaved strangely inside the pyramid. Still, it was going to be much faster than simply sailing all the way to the dawn of time. They were going to reach the waters surrounding Verge in a week, 2 at most, if nothing unforeseen happened. Sunny studied the darkness for some time, feeling both wary of the challenge ahead and ready to face it. Then, he gritted his teeth and went back to working on the silver blade. The mind-numbing complexity of weaving calmed him down, eradicating all unnecessary thoughts. Soon, this nightmare will be over soon. Sunny refused to think that they would fail, however. Now that they were nearing the end of this dreadful tale, the thoughts that he had banished a long time ago were returning. The thoughts about the fate of Antarctica, of the refugees he had so desperately tried to protect. What was happening to the waking world right now? How was Rain doing? Was she healthy and safe, or infected by the nightmare spell, and in the throes of going through her own trials? Knowing that he could not allow himself to get distracted at this critical point, he suppressed these thoughts again. He was going to find out sooner than later anyway, if he survived. So what Sunny had to do right now was make sure that he survived, and that his friends survived as well. He had to fulfill the promise he had given and conquer this nightmare, at all costs. Chapter 1, 1543 Pride of a Craftsman. 1543 Pride of a Craftsman. Just as it was in the black void beyond the great river, the space itself acted strangely in the empty space contained at the center of endless loop of flowing water. The chain breaker had been traversing the vast emptiness for a while now, at least a day or two from how it felt. But Sunny was not at all sure how far they had traveled. All he knew was that the point of the great river from which they had left seemed far away now, while the point which they hoped to reach was not as distant. It shimmered in the darkness, both alluring and terrifying. Navigating the flying ship toward Verge was not very hard, because it was situated near the source, so all they had to do was aim for the last stretch of clear water before the area of the great river shrouded in hazy mist. A long time ago, close to the start of the nightmare, Sunny had an epiphany that the strength of his allies was his own power as well. Therefore, he had become determined to increase the strength of the cohort as much as he could, in any way he could. He had been faithful to that determination up until now. Apart from the very action of gathering every member of the cohort from across the tomb of Ariel, that had mostly taken the form of arming them with powerful memories. Sunny had spent much of his time developing and improving his skill as a sorcerer for that purpose. Now, his ability to weave had improved tremendously compared to the start of the nightmare. Studying Ananke's mantle had allowed him to make a qualitative leap in understanding of the fundamental principles of weaving, and by studying many memories in order to alter them, Sunny had improved his overall ability as well. As a result, Nef's Crown of Dawn had become a supreme memory. That was still his most valuable achievement, because that single memory was able to empower all the rest of the memories at their disposal. Of course, Sunny had not stopped there. He had also provided his allies with 4 additional altered memories. Kai, Effie, and Cassie now wielded them, preparing to use his gifts in the battle against Torment, the First Seeker, and the remnant forces of the Defilement. His help was not limited to memories either. Whether on purpose or not, Sunny had also helped his friends grow stronger as individual warriors. Jet had received her aspect legacy and was now wielding the chilling mist blade. Kai had acquired the Dragon Slayer attribute, which enhanced his body and elemental resistance. Nephis seemed to have regained her lost confidence. Her understanding of her divine aspect had deepened, and with it came the knowledge of fire, one of the boons of her mysterious aspect legacy. She was also a Titan now. Sunny had grown vastly stronger than he used to be as well, not even mentioning his sorcery. Here in the tomb of Ariel, he had mastered the 4th step of shadow dance and perfected the shadow shell technique. He had become a terror. 2 of his shadows had evolved, growing much more powerful. A version of him from before Antarctica would have been like a child in front of him at the end of the harrowing southern campaign. But that version of him, in turn, would stand no chance against his current self. And somewhere between the two, there was a version of himself that Sunny never wanted to meet, let alone fight. The Mad Prince, which had come and gone, changing everything. Are we ready? Still, despite all that growth and power, Sunny could not allow himself to stop until the nightmare was conquered and the spell called for him to wake up. So he threw himself into weaving, trying to finish the last alteration while the chain-breaker was still traversing the black void. The process was not going splendidly. The silver blade he was trying to alter was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and possessed many enchantments. Its weave was inconceivably vast and intricate, and although he was not trying to change it entirely, he still needed to study every part of it in great detail. If anything, trying to isolate and transplant a single nexus was proving to be much harder than simply altering the entirety of a spell weave. The elaborate tapestry of essence strings was deeply interconnected. No single thread existed in isolation, instead crossing and touching numerous other threads. Much like fate. The string of a person's fate did not exist in isolation either. It touched the fates of countless other people, stretching from the past into the future, and thus influenced, and was influenced by, the greater flow of fate. But Sunny was nothing if not resourceful. Weaving strings of fate was beyond what mortals like him could achieve, but he could manipulate strings of soul essence with great finesse. Therefore, he could alter the weave of the silver blade to make sure that the nexus he was transplanting only burdened the pattern of a single enchantment without breaking the balance of all the rest. He had to add new patterns in some places and cut the others down to match. Those that were cut had to be restored, of course, albeit taking a different shape. Slowly but surely, countless lightless threads of shadow essence became intertwined with the radiant strings of ethereal light. He had forgotten about all else, pulling on everything he had learned about weaving to accomplish his task. From his first tentative attempts at creating sorcery back in the bloody menagerie of monsters under the arena of the Red Colosseum, to creating memories for the brilliant Emporium, to improving the soul arsenals of his soldiers in Antarctica, and creating the siege souvenir to slay Goliath, to learning from Ananke's mantle and altering the crown of dawn. All the lessons he had learned were put to use, allowing him to create a lethal sword for Nephis. He knew that she would achieve incredible things by wielding this weapon. And if he managed to accomplish his ambitious alteration, every achievement she made with the silver sword would, in small part, also be his. Sunny, who had always been a fighter, was feeling a strange exhilaration as he worked on the complicated memory. It was the unfamiliar but rewarding pride of a craftsman who was confident in the usefulness of his work. And then finally, everything was ready. Summoning 2 pairs of shadow hands, Sunny took a deep breath, picked up Weaver's needle, and got to work. Time seemed to slow down as his 6 hands moved through the vast tapestry of glowing strings, snapping some and weaving new ones into the intricate pattern. Drops of sweat fell from his brow, but he did not pay it any attention. His expression remained calm and composed, utter focus permeating his gaze. Golden sparks ignited in the depths of his altered eyes, and his fingertips felt the slightest vibration spreading through the essence strings. From time to time his skin was cut, but no blood seeped out of the cuts. He did not allow the pain to distract him either. Wondrous! Sunny felt exhilarated as he weaved sorcery, and then he felt overjoyed. Lowering his hands, Sunny let out a long sigh and listened to the spell announcing the destruction of a memory and the creation of a new one. He had succeeded, and now that he did, there were no more preparations to be made. All that remained was to reach Verge and use everything little bit of strength he had accumulated to destroy the first Seeker and escape this dreadful nightmare. Chapter 1. 1544 Innermost Void. 1544 Innermost Void. After returning the silver blade to Nephis and failing to say anything meaningful to her, Sunny did not have much to do. He spent some time with Kai, Effie, and Jet, enjoyed a good night of sleep, and then assumed his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree to meditate. Everything that could have been done was already done. They had prepared as best they could. At least he thought they did. Now, all that remained was to clear his mind and prepare himself mentally for the coming battle. Sunny and his companions spent the rest of the time the Chainbreaker was traversing the empty void, clearing their minds and stealing their hearts. The battle they faced promised to be a dire one. But honestly, Sunny did not find it hard to calm his mind and get ready to face whatever it was that would come. There were only so many times he could feel nervous to the point of losing sleep before a decisive battle. He had experienced so many bloody clashes in Antarctica that anticipating another one had long become an ordinary event. Preparing for one mentally was not only a skill, but also a habit. So Sunny found himself feeling strangely calm. He slowly went over his experiences in the tomb of Ariel, consolidating his insights and shoring up his fundamentals. Rapid growth was most welcome, but failing to digest his many gains properly could leave him unstable. He had to eliminate all instability before reaching Verge. Others were doing the same, each in their own fashion. While Sunny meditated under the sacred tree, Nephis practiced with her new sword, getting used to its weight and powers. Jet had found a hammock somewhere and was comfortably asleep in it. Effie was enjoying the snacks she had prepared for herself. Kai was practicing a strange, outwardly inefficient form of archery while absent-mindedly humming a song. Cassie was steering the ship, which seemed to calm her down. Mordred, morbidly enough, was inspecting his collection of bodies. Those of them that had belonged to Awakened each possessed their own unique powers, so he was probably coming up with plans of when and where to use them best. That guy is such a creep. Sunny shook his head, and then went to inspect his shadows, which were created from the dead creatures he had killed. Not creepy at all, surely. Everything seemed to be in order. Everyone was ready. But before they could return to the great river, an unexpected event threw a wrench into their plans. Sunny was on his way to the bow when a loud boom resounded from below the deck, and the entire ship suddenly shook. Gritting his teeth, he immediately stepped through the shadows and appeared at the galley. which seemed to have been the place where the booming sound originated. He had expected to see some harrowing nightmare creature that had come from the void and infiltrated the chain breaker, or perhaps Mordred trying to kill one of the members of the cohort. But nothing like that was happening. Instead, he only saw Effie standing near the bulkhead, hissing curses. Her fist had crashed through the durable wood, splintering and cracking it. Her other hand was resting on her belly. Her face was pale and twisted by a grimace of pain. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, Kai and Jet appeared at the doors. Cassie was not far behind them. Mordred had not deemed it necessary to show up, but was definitely watching through the reflections. Nephis, meanwhile, remained on the stern, controlling the ship. What happened? Effie lingered for a few moments, then turned to them and forced out a smile. The sight of it was familiar, but Sunny was unnerved by the dark, bitter look in her eyes. The huntress took a deep breath and said, her voice somewhat strained, "Ah, I think that was a contraction." Sunny remained motionless for a moment, trying to comprehend the meaning of what Effie had said. Then, his face fell. They had left Fallen Grace so swiftly precisely because they hoped to end the nightmare before Effie was due. No one knew what would happen to her baby if it was born here. Would it be riverborn or an outsider? Would it become infected by the nightmare spell the moment it was born? Would it survive the return to the waking world? Because they did not know. They could not risk it. They had to escape the tomb of Ariel as soon as possible, and it had seemed like there was enough time. But fate had different plans. Even though Effie had not been pregnant for 9 months yet, the labor had started prematurely. Seen from a different perspective, though, she had been carrying her child for close to 2 years now. So, if anything, its birth was long overdue. Effie studied their frozen faces and then looked down with a sigh. "Sorry, everyone." Sunny frowned. A moment later, he said in a stern voice, "What are you sorry for? Give that nonsense up right now. Also, please don't break the ship anymore. We need to traverse this bottomless abyss, so, it would be really inconvenient if it fell apart around us." He glanced at the other members of the cohort. Jet and Kai looked extremely worried, while Cassie maintained a calm expression. "First, I need to get Nephis here." Effie was a master, and her pregnancy was nothing if not irregular. Sunny had very little idea about how to deliver a baby, but he knew that having a powerful healer at hand would be extremely helpful. Nephis could recover from having her neck broken and most of her body vaporized. Certainly, making sure that both Effie and the baby survived the delivery would not be a problem. Banishing unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he shifted into problem-solving mode and pulled Kai away. "Let's go. Give the ladies some privacy." Then glancing at Cassie, he said, "I'll send Nephis down. You probably know what to do better than I do." Receiving a nod from the blind girl, he led Kai away. Ascending to the upper deck, Sunny walked over to the stern of the ship and stopped near Nephis, who looked at him with a silent question. He lingered for a moment. "Effie seemed to be going into labor. Go, they're waiting. I'll steer the ship." A frown appeared on Neph's face, and she left the runic circle without saying a word. Soon, Sunny and Kai were left alone, but not for long. Mordred had appeared from somewhere, sparing them a curious glance. "I couldn't help but overhear. It seems that a wolf cub is about to be born, huh? How exciting. Can't say I ever heard about a child being born in a nightmare. That should be a first, even among the great clans." Before he was done talking, Kai suddenly turned and raised a hand. It seemed as if he had wanted to grab Mordred by the collar, but managed to control himself and simply put a hand on his shoulder instead. Kai's usually gentle eyes were shining with a cold and furious kind of light. "You stay away from that child, Prince Mordred. I'm warning you." His clear voice did not contain the authority of his ascended ability, but it still crashed into the Prince of Nothing like a wave. Mordred stared at the usually charming archer for a few moments, amusement slowly disappearing from his gaze. Then, he scoffed. "Who do you take me for? A monster?" He shook his head. "Well, all right, I might be a bit of a monster, but I'm not a fool. What do I gain from taking the body of an infant?" "Relax," ascended Nightingale. "We are all in the same boat." Quite literally. Kai glared at him for a few moments more, then slowly removed his hand and took a step back, leaning on the railings. His expression was suddenly somber and pained. He remained silent for a while, then said in a lost voice, "How did this happen?" Sonny knew how he felt, because he felt the same. Nevertheless, he suddenly had a ridiculous impulse to start explaining the birds and the bees to his friend, just like Effie had done to him so many times. Steering the chain breaker through the dark void, Sonny chuckled all of a sudden. "It just did. Don't worry. With Nephis there, it's all going to be all right." However, he knew that the delivery itself was not what Kai was worried about. It was everything else. Shaking his head, Mordred walked to the edge of the deck and looked into the dark emptiness beyond. Somewhere fat away, the great river flowed, a long span of it shrouded in mist. Outside the mist of the source, Verge was waiting for them. He smiled. "What an exciting nightmare it is it not?" Chapter 1 and 1545. Purest sound. 1545. Purest sound. The delivery did not go smoothly. Sonny, Kai, and Mordred, of all people, remained on the stern of the ship for more or less the entire time, waiting for the results. Sonny at least had a task to keep him occupied. Guiding the chain breaker across the black void was not very difficult, but it still required attention. Mordred did not seem to care that much, but Kai was extremely concerned. He paced nervously, sometimes glancing down, but then hurriedly turning his gaze away. It was a bit strange. All three of them could learn exactly what was going on. Sonny thanks to his shadows, Mordred through the reflections, and Kai due to his awakened ability. However, none of them made use of that opportunity, preferring to remain in the dark about what was happening below deck. It was not like they did not receive any signs, though. The chain breaker seemed to tremble from time to time, and Effie's voice eventually reached their ears, penetrating the impregnable wood the enchanted ship was built from. Hearing the barrage of curses pouring out of her mouth, Sonny was a bit reassured. Things could not be going too terrible, considering that she had enough energy for such eloquence. At the same time, he felt his ears slowly turning numb. Some of those words he did not even know. Others seemed familiar, but used in an entirely new context. Even after growing up in the outskirts, he was on the verge of blushing a little. Really? Is there a need to be so descriptive? She has been chewed on by all kinds of nightmare creatures. How bad can the pain be? Nevertheless, the process continued for many hours. After a while, Effie's voice grew tired, and his expression grew dim. It was taking too long. Even without being able to precisely measure time, Sonny knew that Effie had been in labor for longer than usual. It has already been a full day at least, and there seemed to be no end to it. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were with her, handling the process. They would have called upon him and Kai if they needed help, but none of them had appeared from below the deck. Sonny was growing more and more uneasy, and Kai was entirely beyond himself by then. "Should we do something?" Sonny looked at him somberly. "Do what? There's nothing to do. Calm down. Neef is there, so everything will work out." Kai hesitated for a while, then nodded. It was hard not to feel useless. It was even harder not to feel burdened by the uncertainty of the future. They were going into battle very soon. The timing of it all was extremely unfortunate, disastrous maybe. This whole nightmare had been one disaster after another, starting with the dire necessity that had forced them to enter the Seed, to begin with. And the man responsible for landing them into this situation was right here with them, yawning as he looked into the darkness. Sonny suppressed the desire to toss Mordred overboard. not because doing so would lessen their chances of prevailing in Verge even, but simply because he knew that getting rid of the bastard would not be that easy. Letting out a heavy sigh, he moved the steering oars slightly and looked ahead. Time slowly passed. The intensity of Effie's labor only grew, while at the same time her voice became more and more fatigued. And then, after something that felt like several days passed, they finally heard a new sound. The shrill, loud sound of a baby crying. Kai let out a long sigh and simply sat down where he stood, looking completely exhausted. It was as if it was him who had given birth to a child, not Effie. But Sunny knew how he felt. It was indescribably strange to hear a child's cry in the black emptiness of the tomb of Ariel. A pure sound like that did not belong in this dreadful place. It seemed wrong and alien, and at the same time strangely uplifting. Feeling a profound sense of relief, Sunny poured his essence into the runic circle and slowly brought the chainbreaker to a halt. The flying ship hovered in the dark abyss, unmoving, the leaves of the sacred tree emanating a beautiful glow. Sunny remained motionless himself for a while, then took a deep breath and left the runic circle. Glancing at Kai, who seemed too mentally exhausted to think straight, he shook his head and said, "I'll go check." He walked across the deck of the chain breaker and descended below deck, eventually finding his way to one of the cabins. In front of it, the air was heavy with the scent of blood. A radiant memory illuminated the gloomy interior of the corridor, and Cassie was standing in front of the door, her face tired. Hearing his steps, she turned her head slightly. Sunny stopped, feeling his heart beating rapidly. How is she doing?" A faint smile slowly found its way onto the blind girl's face, illuminating it beautifully. "It wasn't easy, but she's fine. They're both fine." Nephis helped. He hesitated. "What about the timing? Wasn't it too early?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then shrugged with uncertainty. "Everything seems fine." Then she suddenly remembered something and raised a hand. "Oh, can you lend me the endless spring? I was supposed to bring more water, but the nearest barrel is all the way in the cargo hold. We'll wash them off, and then you'll be able to see them." Sunny summoned the memory and placed it in Cassie's hand, feeling a storm of emotions raging in his wildly beating heart. "What the hell? What is this damn nightmare even?" "Right. Sure. Of course. I'll go tell Kai." He turned to walk away, then froze. "Oh, I forgot to ask. Who is it? A boy or a girl?" Cassie smiled wider and then opened the door of the cabin, slipping inside. "It's a healthy boy." Chapter 1000. 546. Raised by wolves. 1000. 546. Raised by wolves. Although Effie had gone into labor prematurely, both she and her infant son were all right. The worst fear of the cohort had not come true either. Perhaps because the child had been conceived in the waking world, or perhaps because he was born in the black void outside the currents of the great river, at the very heart of Ariel's tomb. He was not riverborn. At least that was what they surmised after cautiously setting the chain breaker in motion and observing no change in the appearance of the baby. It was an immense relief. Even Sunny, who always expected the worst and was usually prepared to receive painful blows from fortune, felt like an incredible burden had been lifted from his heart. The immediate danger had passed. Of course, the future was still uncertain. They still had to fight torment and destroy the first seeker. The child's life still hung in a fragile balance because it was unknown what would happen to his soul after the end of the nightmare. But somehow, Sunny felt hopeful. After everything had been said and done, the chain breaker continued sailing through the dark abyss. The members of the cohort took turns spending time with Effie and her newborn, full of contradictory emotions. The huntress herself had been exhausted by the prolonged labor, but was regaining her vigor and vitality at an incredible rate. She still looked tired and drained, though, when Sunny came to see her. Effie was in her cabin, sitting in a comfortable chair. She was wrapped in a blanket and holding a sizable bundle in her arms, looking at it tenderly. Sunny was actually startled by that gaze, unaccustomed to seeing his friend so openly vulnerable and strangely content. Hearing him enter, Effie looked up and smiled tiredly. "Ah, Uncle Doofus, welcome, welcome." He approached and looked at the bundle, finally laying his eyes on the newborn. Effie's child looked pretty much like all infants did, with the exception of the fact that he was entirely too large to have been born mere hours ago, at least twice the size of a normal baby. That poor woman. Sunny looked at the huntress with pity. Effie had always been unreasonably tall, and her son would grow up to be a real giant from the looks of it. Internally, Sunny sighed. Another beanpole. Gods, that brat is going to be taller than me in no time, won't he? Well, he might just grow up to be taller than anyone. That's a relief. Effie's smile grew wider. He's beautiful, isn't he? Sunny stared at her in confusion. She had really chosen the wrong person to ask that question. What are you talking about? He's absolutely ugly. All infants are. And don't give me that look. You know I can't lie. The huntress stared at him for a couple moments, then laughed and gently stroked the sleeping infant's soft head. Well, I think he's beautiful. Almost as much as his mom is, eh? Sunny shook his head, wondering if all parents were a little sick in the head. Well, they had to be. Otherwise, what would make them care for the poor infants? A bit of unreasonable affection went a long way. He hesitated for a while, thinking about the little life in front of him. The infant. Actually, it was not very convenient to keep calling him the infant. Glancing at Effie, he asked, "What are you going to name him?" She remained silent for a bit, smiling. Letting out a quiet sigh, Effie shrugged. "I can't just go and name him right away. I need to consult his dad first." There was a moment of somber silence, with both of them refusing to mention the fact that the baby's father was most likely long dead. Effie looked back at her son and smiled again. "Ah, but look at him. He looks like a little dumpling, doesn't he?" Sunny's eyes widened a little. "I knew it." He shook his head energetically. "No, bad Effie, bad. You can't name your son Dumpling. That's a very bad idea." She giggled. Well, I'll just call him Little Dumpling for now. We'll come up with a proper name after getting out of the nightmare." Sunny just stared at her for a while, then shook his head again, this time slowly. "Whatever. Do what you want. Don't come complaining to me later, though." Effie gave him a mischievous look. "Sunny, you of all people should know better. I mean, did you mom not name you Sunless, and look at you? You turned out—" Well, her voice gradually turned doubtful. Then she grinned. "Actually, never mind. I think you might be right." Hearing her laugh, he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "How are you feeling?" Effie looked at her son again, her smile turning slightly solemn. Eventually she shrugged. "Like I've been run over by a pack of nightmare creatures. But don't worry. Nephis healed me up pretty well. I'll be good as new soon." She caressed the infant's soft cheek and added, her voice hiding a somber undertone, Maybe it's for the best. At least this way I'll be able to participate in the final battle. I've been drowning in self-loathing because of being so useless, you know. Now, either we survive Verge, or not. In any case, we'll be together until the very end." Sunny frowned, studying her face. Her eyes were sunken, and her gaze was dark, but at the same time, fierce. It would be of great help to have the fearsome raised by wolves fight side by side with them, of course, but... "Are you sure? What about your son?" Effie hesitated for a moment. "If we fail, he will die. So I'll hide him in the Black Beast locket and do everything I can to make sure that we both get to live." She remained silent for a while, looking at the sleeping baby. Then Effie turned to Sunny and suddenly looked him in the eyes. "You know, Sunny, I once told you that the world we live in is dying. And I still believe that. No, I believe it even more, after experiencing the last few years." A light smile slowly appeared on her face, and something fearsome suddenly ignited deep in her sunken, tired eyes. "But, you know, now, I find myself in the mood to go and turn the entire world upside down. Maybe even tear it down completely and rebuild it from scratch, if need be." She took a measured breath. "Just to make sure that there's enough space in that world for this little guy to live a life that is worth living." Effie looked at Sunny for a few moments and then laughed. "Someone has to, after all, and if we won't, then who the hell will?" Chapter 1, 1547, Dawn of Time. The next day, Effie appeared on the deck of the chainbreaker, carrying her baby. She was still recovering, and in truth, it would have been better if she stayed in bed for a few more days. But time waited for no one. Luckily, Effie was an ascended and possessed a body that was much more robust than that of a mundane woman, or pretty much any other master, really. So, even though she looked tired and drained, her vitality was returning at a frightening pace. Perhaps she would indeed be ready to fight by the time they reached Verge. The chainbreaker was traversing the abyssal void, with the radiant ribbon of the great river surrounding it like a twisting ring. The 7 suns revolved around it, making the inconceivable flowing realm shine. There were no stars in the impenetrable darkness of the false sky, but the light of the river was enough to illuminate the vast expanse of silent darkness. Holding the baby who had just woken up, Effie smiled. "Look, that is pretty impressive, right? Nothing like a boring medical ward in NQSC. Leave it to a child of mine to arrive with such style." Frightened by the howling of the wind and the coldness of the void, the baby opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Soon, the sound of his voice drowned out the wind. At the same time, the leaves of the sacred tree rustled a little louder, as if concerned for the tiny human. Sunny stared at them for a while, then shook his head. "That kid is bound to have a very unique life, I guess." Sunny's own birth was rather unusual, considering that it had happened during a solar eclipse and on a winter solstice. But being born in a nightmare taking place inside a pyramid built by a demon from the corpse of an unholy titan, that took the cake. Of course, the 7 of them had to conquer the nightmare first, for Effie's child to have any kind of life. Letting out a sigh, Sunny went to keep Effie company. They traveled closer and closer to their destination. In the next few days, nothing much happened. Everyone was alert, afraid that the black void would be hiding horrors of its own, but it was truly and utterly empty. The members of the cohort spent time training, meditating, and hanging out with the baby. Sunny himself did not particularly see the charm. For now, the infant was indeed no different from a dumpling. All he could do was sleep, cry, and suckle on Effie's breast. There was little sign of intelligence in his eyes, and he did not really emote or react to anything. In short, the baby was ugly and boring. But being with her son seemed to make Effie very happy, so Sunny could not hold it against him. Everyone had their faults after all. Plus, while the infant himself was a bit of a letdown, watching how everyone reacted to him was rather fun. Kai seemed to be absolutely smitten. Cassie allowed herself to show her soft side, which had been hidden behind the mask of composure for so long that few people remembered what it looked like. Jet seemed to be in the same boat as Sunny, but she was also a bit intrigued by the tiny human. Perhaps she was holding herself back, though. Even Nephis showed some reactions, acting perplexed, bewildered, and slightly mortified when Effie forced her to hold the infant, which was a very rare sight, and therefore precious. Mordred was not allowed anywhere near the baby, which seemed to suit him fine. He did, however, seem a bit fascinated by the whole thing. Motherly love must have felt alien to him, who had spent most of his childhood being raised by a sinister sovereign. Sadly, they did not have a lot of time to pay attention to the newborn. The battle for Verge was approaching, and so everyone was concentrating on that dire ordeal. About a week after Effie had given birth, the chainbreaker returned to the Great River. This time, they did not pass above one of the edges, landing directly in the middle of the vast flowing expanse, under the azure sky. The sky was the same, the 7 suns were the same, and the currents were the same. However, here at the dawn of time, the air itself somehow felt different. If the span of the great river where Sunny had first found himself corresponded to the present day, the age of the nightmare spell, then these distant waters, situated very close to the misty source, corresponded to the earliest days of creation. The age of gods, when the 6 deities battled against the remnant abyssal beings across the newly born world, aided by the living creatures they had created, as well as the demons. It was hard not to feel a bit of awe at simply being near such mythical times. It was also hard not to feel pressured, not only because Verge was near, but also because this region of the great river was especially treacherous. There was only one place more dangerous in the tomb of Ariel, the place far upstream that corresponded to the world-ending Doom War and was the source of the time storms. The battles between the gods and the demons had been furious and harrowing enough that the great river was forever twisted by their echoes. But the battles between the gods and the abyssal beings that had escaped the sealing of the void must have been just as dreadful. Therefore, any traveler had to be extremely careful while traversing the waters near the source. And there was the risk of running into the defiled abominations, too. Soon after landing, the members of the cohort gathered at the bow of the chainbreaker, looking at the distant horizon. Their faces were solemn. They had made sure to land close to Verge, but did not dare to approach it yet. Nobody knew what was the state of the defiled city, how many abominations populated it, and what torment had in store for the potential invaders. Therefore, they had to proceed with caution and gather as much information as they could, if they could, before coming up with an actual plan of attack. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, and then said, her voice even. This is it. Chapter 1, 1548. Final Act. She studied the waters and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The enchanted scabbard was the same, but the blade it sheathed was different. The long sword bestowed upon her by the great clan Valor had been destroyed in twilight and replaced by the silver blade, which was currently molded to a similar shape. That weapon was a reward Nephis received for slaying Soul Stealer, a defiled saint who had once been a prince of the same clan. Whether there was some symbolism to one replacing the other, Sunny did not know. Nephis turned slightly, looking at Cassie, and asked, "How long before we reach Verge?" The blind girl was the best at steering the chainbreaker, the most familiar with the slate map created by the Sibyls, and the one who had spent the most time among the river people. So she was their navigator. Cassie lingered for a moment. No more than 2 days, if we sail at moderate speed. More if we want to be truly careful. Less if we want to abandon caution. Noting the answer, Nephis glanced at Mordred. Is there danger close to us? The Prince of Nothing had been a bit cagey about the particulars of how his aspect worked, but by now, they knew many things about it. For example, the distance at which Sunny could control his shadows as an ascended terror was somewhere around 24 kilometers. His perception was limited to what the shadows perceived, though. Mordred's dormant ability, on the contrary, allowed him to perceive the world through any reflection within a similar range, adjusted for the fact that he was merely a beast at the moment. It also allowed him to travel physically between these reflections. Considering that the entire Great River was one giant reflective surface, the Prince of Nothing was nearly omniscient in a considerable area around him. His awakened ability, meanwhile, was what made him so terrifying. The ability to enter a being's soul through their eyes and possess their body, wearing it as a costume. That ability, too, would make him a priceless ally during the approaching battle. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. I don't see anything moving. The current itself is a bit strange, though. It's eerie. We'll see it soon. An area where the water is a little bit darker than usual. I would suggest avoiding that area completely, as well as any other place similar to it. Nephis looked ahead, then nodded. We will proceed at a moderate pace then, for 1 day. Then we will anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to Verge before moving closer. She hesitated and then added in a steady tone, Be alert. These waters have to be brimming with the defiled. If we meet one, we can't let it escape alive and alert the others. We can't allow anything to see us before we see it either. You all know what to do. Sunny felt a little troubled. Since Nephis was addressing a group and not him personally, her words were not equal to an order. Still, he felt a bit of a chill while hearing these words. But she was right. They did indeed know what to do. All of this had been discussed over and over again already. The cohort was prepared as well as it could have been, considering the lack of information about the state of the defiled city and its current ruler. Torment. Sunny frowned. She had to know that they were coming. Why wasn't anyone here to welcome them to Verge then? All of them had expected to be ambushed by the defiled abominations the moment the chainbreaker left the black void, and yet nothing happened. What was the last plague planning? Feeling uneasy, he went about raising the ship's sails. They were going to sail on water for now, to not be so easily spotted. The 7 suns drowned in the water, suffusing it with beautiful light. The impenetrable darkness devoured the sky. Now that Sunny knew about the great swarm of monstrous butterflies hiding somewhere out there, in that darkness, the night seemed far more dreadful. Almost impossibly so. But there were monsters hiding in the river as well. Before dawn came, the cohort clashed with several defiled abominations. Each of them was more powerful than the nightmare creatures they had usually fought upstream, and far more cunning. Thankfully, the might of the 7 masters was more than enough to deal with these solitary abominations. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance as well. Armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow, the archer was a deadly presence on the great river. Much more dangerous than the solitary abominations were the waters themselves. Here near the source, they were turbulent and unpredictable, often hiding fatal hazards. The chainbreaker avoided the truly inescapable ones thanks to Cassie's intuition, and fought through the rest, protected by its enchantments and the sacred tree. Finally, the sky turned bright again. By the time all 7 suns climbed high, the first of the 2 days they had been supposed to spend traveling to Verge came to an end. At that moment, they planned to raise the ship above the water, so that it would not be pulled downstream by the current, and organize a scouting mission to stealthily approach the defiled city. However, that plan had to be scrambled. It was because, unexpectedly, they had already reached Verge, or rather, its foundation. Sunny peered ahead, his expression incredulous. His eyes widened slightly. These madmen. How did they create it? In front of them, the eternally flowing waters of the great river turned to ice. A vast landmass formed by it stretched as far as the eye could see, disappearing beyond the horizon. Too great to be called a mere island, and somehow entirely unaffected by the current. Frozen in place. There was sand and lifeless soil covering the rough surface of the endless plain of ice, with rolling hills and dry riverbeds. Skeletal trees rose into the air, bereft of leaves or life. Here and there, mounds of black stone rose, forming a forest of twisted pillars. In short, Sunny saw something that he had never expected to see in the tomb of Ariel. Land, Chapter 1, 1549. Scouting Mission 1549 Scouting Mission. Everyone was more than a little stunned by the sight of the massive landmass in front of them. They had seen Verge from far away, while traversing the empty void. However, the ice and the pale soil covering it were indistinguishable from the flowing water at that distance. Nothing in the records left behind by the Sibyls indicated that the foundation of the city was so monumental either. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of fallen grace, was that the seekers of truth had established a city at the farthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could, to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sibyls, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination, like Twilight. Maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sunny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the chain breaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human. Which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense. Which posed a problem. Sunny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephis. So, what are we supposed to do? Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the chain breaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though. So they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way they would become much slower and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city, or even sneaked past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar, and come up with the plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephis hesitated for a while, thinking. "What are your opinions?" She addressed the members of the cohort, wishing to make use of their experience and intuition. However, the opinions were split. Some were in favor of leaving the ship behind and using stealth to approach Verge. Others did not trust the treacherous expanse of the desolate landmass and wanted to keep the durable hull of the chainbreaker between themselves and whatever could be hiding beneath the ice. Sunny himself was undecided as well. He felt somber at the fact that he would not be able to use the shell of the onyx serpent in the upcoming battle, considering that Verge lay deep inland. However, there were plenty of other shells he could create by now, including the giant version of his human body. And even though most of them were not as detailed and powerful as the great sea serpent yet, the versatility they offered made up for that. Overall, he felt that having solid ground beneath their feet was a good thing. He was sick and tired of fighting while surrounded by water, away from their natural element. So, perhaps not having the hull of the chainbreaker to rely on was not that bad. Nephis listened to everyone, then turned to Cassie, who had remained silent up until then. "What do you think?" The blind girl was not in a hurry to speak. After thinking for a while, she shrugged and said, "We don't need to decide right now. We wanted to anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to the city stealthily anyway. All that changed is that we can do it on foot now, instead of swimming and flying. So, why don't we explore this desolate place first before making the final decision?" Sunny moved slightly when she spoke. He threw a long look at the blind girl and then asked nonchalantly, "What is the best way to explore this place quickly? in your opinion? Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward, the other 2 will move slightly inland and then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the chain breaker tomorrow and share what they discovered." His expression darkened slightly. Nephis, meanwhile, nodded. "Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another promptly, should the need arise." She remained silent for a few moments, pondering. Mordred should be the in-forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. He would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility ability. They could be transported through the mirror realm. She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassie would be remaining on the chain breaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The 3 teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. The plan was solid. However, Sunny disagreed with it. Chapter 1 1550, Change of Plans, 1550, Change of Plans. Nephis had offered a good plan, one that was both solid and flexible enough to hopefully keep all of them alive while accomplishing the goal. Each member was assigned a role that suited the situation best, making all 3 teams highly mobile and capable of defending themselves in case there was an ambush. Cassie, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the chain breaker, so she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassie. Was he suspicious of her? Or concerned for her? Or simply acting paranoid, his thoughts muddied by the sin of solace? He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the chain breaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassie could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassie had engineered this situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the chain breaker alone. Why? Was it to lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl and wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid, self-sacrificial quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing Torment away from the city at the cost of her life to let the cohort win, which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassie's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it, which was why after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head. "I disagree. The members of the 3 teams will be able to cover each other, true. But what about the person staying on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassie be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat." Nephis looked at him and frowned slightly. There was a silent question in her eyes, but Sunny pretended not to see it. Eventually she nodded. "That is a valid concern. Do you have a suggestion?" Sunny shrugged. "Yeah, I think I should stay on the ship with her. My aspect is the most versatile, so I'll be able to deal with all kinds of situations. That would leave you without a partner, though, so the number of teams should be reduced from 3 to 2. One team consisting of you and Mordred, the other of Effie, Jet, and Kai. He smiled. Mordred can use his ascended ability to transport both of you, while Kai can carry both Jet and Effie in the beast locket. Therefore, everyone will be much safer. Not to mention that Mordred would not be able to pull any tricks under Neff's nose, considering she was more or less immune to his awakened ability. Nephis stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. All right, let us proceed with that team composition then. There was no time to waste and no need to say anything else, so everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped, the baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom or other members of the cohort every few hours, until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell anyway. One way or the other, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either when the scouts returned, or when things went south and the chain breaker flew forward to rescue them. The ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the ice. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the somber silver blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the transcendent and supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The Crown of Dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in Twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident dragon slayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then, the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred, wearing his own ascended body. The Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephis. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view, leaving Sunny and Cassie alone aboard the chain breaker. Dear readers, if you are reading this message, I have already escaped the basement. That is right. After 815 consecutive days of writing, I am finally going on a vacation. So I'll be gone for the next 2 weeks, relaxing and not doing anything even a little bit productive. Dreams do come true. I've scheduled chapters to be released as usual in my absence, so hopefully everything goes fine. I won't be able to read comments and answer questions, though, so keep that in mind. Anywho, with that, I'm off. Cheers. Guilty. 3 p.m. Okak. Wish him a happy journey. Chapter 1. 1551 Left Behind. The 5 members of the cohort were gone, off to scout the approach to Verge. Sunny felt uneasy and worried about their safety, but not tremendously so. Each of them was a powerhouse in their own right, and possessed a wealth of experience when it came to moving stealthily through a region infested with nightmare creatures. Nephis, Kai, and Effie were veterans of the Forgotten Shore, where humans had been at the very bottom of the food chain. Effie, who had hunted in the Dark City alone for many years, was especially proficient in navigating dangerous terrain without alerting anyone or anything of her presence. Jet had already been a frightening existence before the Southern campaign, and grew only more tenacious after going through the disastrous months in the Antarctic Center, followed by serving in the military reconnaissance in East Antarctica. Mordred was by far the most slippery of the 5, so even if Sunny was inclined to care about his well-being, the bastard was the last person in the tomb of Ariel he would be worried about. So the scouts were more than capable of fulfilling their mission unscathed. If anything, Sunny was more concerned about himself and Cassie. The restlessness he had felt for the past few months reached an apex, telling him that something was about to happen. The Sin of Solace was not shy about voicing his opinion either. "You've done it now, fool. What madness made you think that staying here alone with her was a good idea? It wasn't me, that's for sure. Now you are completely defenseless against whatever new betrayal she had in mind, with no one to cover your back." Sunny looked at him somberly, then turned away. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were still aboard the chainbreaker, so the loathsome wraith was wrong. There was someone to cover his back. There were plenty. No, that's wrong. Why would he even need that? Cassie was not going to betray the cohort. That was just his paranoia talking. Sunny frowned, realizing that this state of his was a bit concerning. He had grown so used to the Sin of Solace that listening to the apparition's poison was already a habit. It had failed to drive him insane due to Sunny's robust mental defenses, but maybe the sinister whispers of the cursed sword were having some effect on him after all. Then again, maybe it was simply the result of the incredible mental strain he had been exposed to in the tomb of Ariel. Is that how the Mad Prince started to slip as well? Feeling grim, Sunny filtered out the incessant whispers of the sword wraith and went about his business. Cassie softly landed the chainbreaker on the water and brought it close to the shore of the iceland, hiding it in the shadow of a tall rock mound. Sunny moored the ship, making sure that the ropes could be cut at a moment's notice. Then, there was nothing for them to do but wait and remain on guard. While Sunny was consumed by alarm and doubt, Cassie seemed perfectly at ease. If she had been surprised by his sudden decision to stay back, which, in all honesty, went against how he would usually act, she did not show it. The blind girl remained at the stern of the ship, ready to activate the runic circle and send the chainbreaker into the air the moment there was danger. Sunny, meanwhile, was in charge of watching out for said danger. One of his shadows continued to keep an eye on Cassie, while the other 5 spread out to have a better view of the environment. He commanded Saint and Fiend to remain on the ship and sent Nightmare to hide in the shadows on top of the mound they were moored to. Hours passed in tense silence with nothing happening. It was strange, really. Torment had been like a scarecrow in Sunny's mind. He had enjoyed the benefit of having Cassie around for long enough to know how potent and miraculous, albeit not applicable in a direct confrontation for the most part, her powers were. So he was understandably wary of the defiled version of the blind seer, not to mention if that defiled was a saint. What was Torment's transformation ability? How had her other abilities grown, and what was she capable of? There were no answers, which only made Sunny feel more nervous. If there was one thing he did know, however, it was that the last plague would be attuned to fate and revelations to an incredible degree, which meant that she would have means of knowing when she was in danger. The arrival of the cohort was definitely a dire danger. They had already exterminated the other plagues, after all. So, Sunny had been fully prepared to fight their way to Verge through a sea of abominations. However, there had been no one waiting for them when they descended from the Black Void, There was no one laying in ambush at the shores of the frozen landmass either. Even now, when the members of the cohort had split up into 3 teams, nothing appeared to attack them while they were separated from each other. Why was that? Was Torment, perhaps, unable to receive any visions of fate in the tomb of Ariel, just like Cassie was unable to see anything except darkness in hers? That would certainly make things easier. If Cassie was really unable to see the future, was Torment's strange passivity the result of the Mad Prince's schemes? Sunny was full of alarm and ready for something perilous to happen, but nothing was happening. That only added to his frustration. Cassie remained on the stern, acting like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Hours slowly passed, and then the night came. The 7 suns drowned in the water, and the great river ignited with a soft, iridescent glow. Even the massive plain of ice shone dimly, illuminating itself with a pale, ghostly radiance. Bathed in that radiance, pillars of black stone were like a forest of colossal, dead trees. Sunny remained on the deck for a while, looking in the direction of Verge and wondering how the members of the cohort were doing. After a while, he went to the stern and spoke with Cassie about taking turns guarding the ship. My shadows will wake me up instantly if something happens. So, if there's danger, just keep yourself alive for a few seconds. I'll be there before you know it. The blind girl nodded seriously. Of course. Go, and try to rest well. There probably won't be a chance to do so after the scouts return. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then descended below deck and entered his cabin. Laying down on his cot, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He also controlled his heartbeat and breathing, making them as calm and natural as he could, pretending to be asleep. But of course, Sunny was not asleep. Instead, he was observing Cassie. If she really intended to do something in secret, and his decision to stay behind put a wrench in her plans, now would be the perfect moment for her to act. And indeed, after some time passed, Cassie did. Chapter 1, 1552. Lifeboat. What is she doing? Laying in the darkness while pretending to sleep, Sunny suppressed the desire to frown. Cassie had left the runic circle, picked up the guiding light, and slowly walked across the deck. As she did, a hurricane of white sparks rose around her, slowly forming into a humanoid figure. It was the echo of the defiled Sibyl she had received in fallen grace. The eerie thing had survived twilight, although just barely. Now her wounds were healed. Even her flowing red dress mended itself, as did her veil. The echo followed the blind seer, the hem of her red garment hovering a couple centimeters above the ancient wood. Just like always, her movements were too smooth to be the result of walking. Sunny had seen what was hiding behind that dress once, and he never wanted to see it again. Nevertheless, he continued watching. By then, Cassie had passed the sacred tree and was most of the way to the bow of the ship, near Ananke's ketch. She did not, however, proceed any further. Stopping near the ketch, she silently gave a command to her echo. Soon, the boat was lowered into the water. The masts were affixed in their grooves, and the sails were raised. Gliding down with the help of the quiet dancer, Cassie took a seat at the helmsman's bench and summoned a different memory. It was a wooden staff she had used on the forgotten shore, one of the 3 memories from her first nightmare. The endless spring was now with Sunny, the Evertwine was with Nephis, and only the staff remained in Cassie's own soul arsenal. Its enchantment was capable of summoning wind. Aiming the staff at the sails of the ketch, Cassie activated the enchantment and sent the boat moving away from the chain breaker. Sunny's shadow, of course, was already hiding under one of the masts. Back in his cabin, Sunny continued to pretend to be asleep. The night was silent, with only the sound of waves breaking against the hull of the chain breaker disturbing the quiet. The water glowed softly, and bathed in that glow, Ananke's ketch was slowly traveling along the shore of the frozen land. God damn it. Although Sunny was more or less certain that Cassie was hiding something, he had hoped to be proven wrong until the very last moment. However, He had been right all along. You mean I was right? The grating voice of the Sin of Solace sounded like thunder in the silence. Sunny refused to react, knowing that Cassie was most likely perceiving the world through his senses. As long as he kept his eyes closed and controlled his breathing and heartbeat, though, she had no way of knowing that he was awake. Because she could only share the senses of those marked by her ability, not read their thoughts. That's the question, though, is it? The sword wraith laughed. Am I just a figment of your imagination? Or am I more real than you give me credit for? If it's the former, then I am merely a thought construct and Cassie has no way of knowing of my presence. She said so herself, back on Alethea's island, but can anything she said be trusted? Because if she does hear me, then your little performance was just rendered useless. Oh, sorry. Sitting in the ketch, Cassie showed no sign of having heard what the Sin of Solace said, and yet, by now, Sunny knew that she was a remarkable actress. Her effortless switch between her usual unassuming persona and the magnetic image of dusk was proof. Could Cassie perceive the Sin of Solace or not? If not, then how had she become aware of the time loop on Alethea's island? What was she trying to accomplish right now? He forced himself to remain motionless, continuing to observe her. I'll wait until she is about to exit the range of shadow control before taking action. Sunny could control his shadows from a vast distance. It was also the maximum distance to which he could travel via shadow step. So, as long as Cassie remained within that range, he would be able to appear next to her in an instant. And by remaining passive, he would hopefully learn what secret Cassie was keeping and what she was planning. Knowing that, he would be able to decide what to do. If she was going to leave the range at which he could reach her, though, then all bets were off. Sunny was not about to let Cassie put herself in danger, and just on the off chance that what she wanted to do could put the rest of the cohort in harm's way, he had to intervene as well. He had remained silent and tolerant of her for long enough. Today, on the eve of the decisive battle of this dreadful nightmare, the truth would come out, one way or another. The ketch continued to sail along the shore of the icy island, surrounded by the beautifully glowing water. Up above, the night sky was impenetrably dark, hiding numerous legions of slumbering horrors. Somewhere, not too far away, the abominable remains of Alethea of the Nine were sprawling through the city of Verge, waiting to be destroyed by the challengers of the tomb of Ariel, or infect their souls and bodies with seeds of corruption. Making them a part of her defiled legion, Cassie sailed further and further away from the chain-breaker, making Sunny feel grave. The Sin of Solace continued to whisper into his ear, spouting all kinds of vile accusations. Finally, to Sunny's indignation, he felt the sailboat was getting too far away. If he lingered any longer, the ketch would slip from his reach, cutting his connection to the shadow. So, taking a deep sigh, Sunny opened his eyes and dissolved into shadows. A moment later, he stepped out of them inside the ketch, standing a few meters away from Cassie. She was sitting on the helmsman's bench, accompanied by her echo. Her face was illuminated by the soft radiance of the guiding light and the pale glow of the iridescent water. Sunny's face, meanwhile, was drowning in shadows. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked at the blind girl and asked, his voice neutral, "Where are you going?" Chapter 1553 Shadow and Seer. After asking the question, Sunny sat down on a bench across from Cassie. There they were, alone in a boat, just the two of them. Or rather, the four of them. The Sin of Solace landed on the bench next to Sunny, a sinister smile twisting his lips. His face was hateful, just like always. Of course, it was also the exact same face as Sunny's. Cassie was sitting on the helmsman's bench a few meters away from them, holding the steering oar. The echo of the dead Sybil was there too, side by side with her. Since both were wearing flowing garments of vibrant red fabric, traditional for the priestesses of fallen grace, they looked quite similar too. The most visible difference between them was that Cassie's exquisite face was bare, while the monstrous Echo was wearing a veil. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes were full of life as well, even though she was blind. The Sibyl's eyes, though, were eerily empty and devoid of life. Her hollow stare made shivers run down Sonny's spine. He felt that way every time he saw an echo of a human. Granted, this one was made in the image of a human who had succumbed to the defilement. The four of them sat opposite each other, surrounded by invisible tension. Despite Sonny's sudden appearance, though, Cassie remained calm. She deactivated the enchantment of her wooden staff and lowered it, then said in an even voice, "I thought you were asleep." A faint smile appeared on Sonny's lips. "Did you?" He had been reasonably sure that his small act had fooled the blind seer, but now that he saw her lack of reaction, a worm of doubt entered his mind. Had she known he was pretending all along? The Sin of Solace chuckled, staring at Cassie with hate and disdain in his gaze. "It seems that you've been played like a fiddle, pitiful worm. Even after all my warnings. Gods, how frustrating. You should have struck this traitor down long ago. Just look at her. She must despise you just as much as I do." The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched, but he suppressed the desire to rebuke the sword wraith. That, however, only gave the apparition the opportunity to press his mocking tirade. "You truly are a revolting creature, are you not? A lowly, despicable slave. And look, here is the woman who made you into a slave. She betrayed you once, and yet you allowed the snake to worm her way back into your good graces. You have forgotten her sins, and as gratitude, the blind traitor is about to stab you in the back once again." At that point, Cassie took a deep breath. Then, she turned her head slightly, facing the Sin of Solace, and spoke, her voice trembling with long-suppressed anger. "Can you shut your foul mouth, wretch? Who asked you to talk? Be quiet for once." Sonny was taken a little aback by that show of emotions. The Sin of Solace stared at her vindictively, but did fall silent. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sonny smiled too. "So, you can perceive him after all." Cassie's mask of composure had finally cracked, revealing an ocean of emotion raging below. However, she regained that composure in a moment and scoffed, throwing a contemptuous glance at the sword wraith. "So what if I can?" Sonny shrugged. "You lied to me, though, on Alethea's island. When you said that you couldn't." Cassie met his gaze without flinching. Her voice was even. "So what if I lied? Yes, I can perceive that insufferable wraith through you. I can also perceive your shadows and what they see. What about it?" He sighed. Damnation. So he was wrong all along. Sonny had assumed that Cassie's ascended ability did not affect his shadows, since they were separate beings from him, and she did not have shadow sense. She had also never shown or acted upon the ability to mark his shadows. So Sonny had been fooled. Played like a fool, even. He was still smiling, but that smile did not reach his eyes. "So you were aware that I'd been watching you for the past few months?" She shrugged. "Sure." If Cassie was aware that Sonny was suspicious of her, then the situation was completely different from how he imagined it to be. Not only would she have been able to hide her secrets from him, but even the things she had shown him had been shown of purpose. Like the chamber with the well and the countless journals stored in a runic chest. Knowing that his shadows were watching her, Cassie would only be able to act freely if she was outside the range of shadow control. That was why she wanted to stay behind while Sonny joined the scouting teams. His pupils widened slightly. No. If Cassie had known that he was suspicious of her, she would have known that he would refuse to leave her alone on the chainbreaker as well. They were too familiar with each other for her to fail predicting that action of his, which meant that the blind seer's true purpose was not to remain alone on the flying ship. Instead, it was for the two of them to remain there together, away from the other members of the cohort. And he had done exactly what she wanted him to do. Suddenly, a hint of a strange and cold emotion settled in Sonny's heart. Was it fear? Yes, it was. It was the fear of fighting a battle of schemes against a powerful oracle. Cassie might not have been the strongest of them in a direct confrontation, but being caught in a net of schemes and manipulation that someone who could see the future had created was honestly nothing short of terrifying. Sunny deemed himself a master of deceit and manipulation. There was only one person he had met who could truly be considered a fearsome adversary in that field, Mordred. But now he was quickly reconsidering that statement. Actually, there was another contender among them, and that newcomer was perhaps the most fearsome of the three. Looking at the blind, who remained calm and composed, Sunny leaned back and asked, his tone relaxed. "So, why did you want to see me alone, Cassie?" He lingered for a moment and then added, his voice remaining even. "Or should I call you Torment?" Chapter 1. 1554. Familiar face, the words had been said, echoing in the beautiful darkness of the glowing night. Devoid of the wind, the sails of the ketch fell down. The boat slowly came to a stop, drifting in the current. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, as motionless as the echo of the defiled Sibyl sitting by her side. Then she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "Should I call you the Mad Prince, then?" As Sunny's expression changed, she chuckled lightly. "Gods, come now. I know that you only asked that question to probe me for a reaction, but how does it make sense? I'm not Torment." Sunny frowned, disappointed at the fact that he had not been able to get more out of Cassie. He was considering his next question silently when she turned to face her echo and said, throwing his thoughts into disarray, "She is." He froze, stunned by those words. Then, Sunny slowly moved his gaze to the silent echo. The red garment, the empty gaze, the veil hiding her face. How? Back when they met in Fallen Grace, Cassie said that she come to possess this echo after slaying the Sibyl who had succumbed to the defilement on the day of her entering the nightmare. The two looked alike, true, but both Sunny and Nephis simply assumed that it was because both the slain woman and Dusk had been Sibyls ruling the same city. The echo was too eerie and revolting, making Sunny unwilling to learn what was hiding behind the red veil. Therefore, he had never tried to look at the creature's face. The most he had done was glance at its weave, but even then, most of his attention had been focused on the artificial echo created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the long-destroyed blade mannequin. Now, however, Cassie raised her hand and pulled on the echo's veil, removing it. Underneath it, an exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, one identical to her own, but devoid of life. The echo of the Sibyl, of Torment, was hollow and expressionless, like all echoes were. There was a subtle expression on Cassie's face, though, a strange mix of revulsion, sorrow, and even a hint of tenderness. It was not every day that one chanced to look upon a soulless copy of their own dead self, after all. Gears were spinning in Sunny's head at impossible speed, trying to digest the stunning revelation of the eerie echo's true nature. Torment is dead. She had been dead all along. Of course, he had suspected that something like that was the case. That suspicion was a recent one, and had only entered his mind after they landed near Verge. Sunny could not accept that the fearsome oracle of the defilement was not aware of their approach. It would have been fine if it was just Mordred and him, wearing Weaver's mask. Both of them could hide themselves from divination. But the other members of the cohort had no defense against those who were attuned to fate, which made any attempts at hiding useless. Nevertheless, the chainbreaker had not been ambushed as it left the black void. The forces of the defilement had not descended upon them once they reached the vast island of ice either. It was as though Torment had somehow been prevented them from acting against them, or was not in Verge at all, which was strange, considering that she had successfully gotten rid of the Dreadlord and was supposed to be the new tyrant of Defiled City. He contemplated the thought that the Mad Prince had schemed against the last plague as well. But the truth was much more stunning. Cassie had never received an echo for slaying the defiled Sibyl. There was no echo of a Sibyl. He shivered. Why keep it a secret, then? Instead, she had received this echo for slaying Torment herself. Cassie had killed her defiled copy long before Sunny and Nephis even arrived at Fallen Grace. He shivered. Why keep it a secret, then? Cassie studied the echo's face for a while, then sighed and turned away. After a short pause, she said in a slightly stifled tone, "I suggest you don't look her in the eyes for too long. It's rather unpleasant." The Sin of Solace hurriedly looked away. Sunny slowly gathered his thoughts, still reeling from the shock. He was struggling to grasp the new information. It was too staggering, changing everything he had known about the nightmare. Eventually he asked, his voice even. "When?" Cassie shrugged. "It was, about 6 months after I became Dusk, I think. Of course, that was not the first time we met, just the last." Sunny remembered the chamber hidden under the Temple of Dusk, with a breach in its floor leading to the depths of the great river. Was that how Torment had entered Fallen Grace and come into contact with Cassie? Was that where they had fought, and where the defiled Oracle died? But how could it be possible? How could Cassie have defeated a harrowing plague alone, despite all the time Torment should have had to accumulate power and information to prepare for their eventual clash? Staring at two identical beautiful faces, one familiar and full of life, the other alien and empty, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Can you put that veil back on?" He hated human echoes, and he hated to see the echo of one of his closest friends even more. Looking at the soulless copy of Torment was like looking at Cassie's corpse, which made him feel disgusted. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, then put the veil back on, hiding the echo's face behind it. Torment's empty eyes, however, remained visible, staring at Sunny without any emotion. Cassie sighed. At least, she is at peace now. That is a mercy. Sunny shifted his gaze, studied her for a few moments, and then asked his next question. "How?" The blind girl smiled. "How else? Of course it was arranged by the Mad Prince." She fell silent for a second, and then added, her voice wistful. "By the Mad Prince and Torment herself, to be precise. The two of them, you see, were behind all of this together." Chapter 1. 1555. Partners in Crime. 1555 partners in crime. The ketch was drifting in the current, slowly being pulled toward the icy shore. Cassie remained motionless on the helmsman's bench, her hand resting on the steering oar's handle. Her unseeing gaze was distant. After a while she sighed. "I guess I should explain it from the start." A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. "That would certainly be nice, considering that you have arranged for this moment for that exact purpose." By then he had plenty of time to realize that Cassie had manipulated the events of the previous days for the exact purpose of having this conversation this Sunny away from the ears of their companions. Why? What did she want to achieve? And why now, just before the final battle of this nightmare? Did they have to talk alone because the Mad Prince and Torment had orchestrated this entire cycle of the Great River alone? He was about to find out. Sunny felt a lot of pressure drain from his heart, knowing that Torment was gone, and the only obstacle between the cohort and salvation was the harrowing but mindless First Seeker. But, at the same time, he was on edge because of what was happening between him and Cassie. The ease with which she was revealing her secrets was ominous. The blind girl remained silent for a moment, then picked up the guiding light and rested it on her shoulder, the light of the radiant crystal affixed to its top illuminating her face. "I did not lie when I said that I only saw darkness in my visions after entering the nightmare." Sunny shifted slightly. "Why is she bringing that up?" Cassie smiled. "However, that was not because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel itself. Rather, my inability to perceive its secrets was engineered by Torment. My abilities were suppressed with the help of a sorceress item. You should be able to guess what that item was." Sunny's eyes narrowed. An image appeared in his memory. the image of golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's hands, connected by a golden chain. The chain she had broken before leaving Fallen Grace. The blind girl nodded. Yes, those shackles were worn by Dusk, and therefore they were on my wrists the moment I entered the nightmare. Dusk had not created the suppression enchantment, though. Instead, it was torment. She had countless years to prepare for my eventual return, after all. Sunny raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning grim. Why break them, then? Cassie shrugged. Because I needed to, in order to survive what was to come. Alethea's island, Twilight. We would not have made it out alive if my powers were crippled. So it was worth the risk. Plus the visions come to me in my dreams, and your shadow, Nightmare, has been destroying my dreams one after another. So I was safe from learning the truth of the estuary, as long as we were together. She paused for a moment and continued, her voice growing quieter. My past self, one who was destined to become torment, did not have that luxury, though. In her own cycle, she managed to create the suppression enchantment to protect herself from the truth, but she knew that the Mad Prince was coming for her, and she could not escape him. A strange smile appeared on her face. Then again, she wasn't planning to. She did, however, create several countermeasures to achieve her goals, even after her soul and sanity were consumed by corruption. Cassie pointed at the silent echo sitting by her side. This echo is not very powerful, you see, because most of Torment's power simply cannot be used by an echo. Her power has to do with memories, with remembering and forgetting, something that echoes aren't capable of. So she put restrictions into her own mind, turning herself into a broken person who acted according to a set of predetermined choices, almost as if creating a crude, miniature version of fate. She shook her head. Of course, that alone was not enough to escape the madness of corruption. No matter how well she prepared, the defilement was going to turn her into a being who could not be controlled. Unless, of course, she received help from the Mad Prince, who was able to preserve a fragment of his humanity thanks to that loathsome wraith of yours. With his help, she could truly turn her defiled self into an instrument of her will. Sunny shifted slightly and asked, his voice full of doubt. And how did they accomplish that? How could a defiled saint be controlled? Cassie faced him and remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. How else? By making the Dread Lord use his authority against her, of course. The Mad Prince added fuel to the paranoia the Tyrant of Verge felt toward Torment, and then put the idea of what commands to give her into his mind. Therefore, 2 of the plagues became capable of resisting their vile natures to a degree, and thus, Torment and the Mad Prince became perfect conspirators. She moved the steering oar slightly, turning the ketch so that its bow faced the nearing shore of the ice island. After the plagues reached the estuary and used it to invade the next cycle of the Great River, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Eventually, the Mad Prince trapped 2 of the plagues on Alethea's island, and 2 more in Twilight. Then, he finished the key of the estuary and entered the source, becoming you. Sunny looked at her somberly, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the echo of Torment. Why didn't Torment do the same then? Why remain and come into contact with you? Why attack you, forcing you to kill her? Cassie's expression turned cold. She lingered for a while, then smiled darkly. The Mad Prince had to enter the source to make sure that you possess the key of the estuary at the start of the nightmare, thus protecting you from the truth harbored by the sin of solace. Perhaps he could have created a memory that contained both the suppression enchantment and the enchantment that would allow it to be transferred to me at the start of the cycle. But one of the 2 had to stay behind. Chapter 1, 1005. 156. Dangerous Knowledge, 1556. Dangerous knowledge shadows suddenly danced across Cassie's beautiful face as she lowered the guiding light. That was because Torment had a message to deliver to me so that her wish could be fulfilled, and that message could only be delivered face to face. She took a deep breath. So she infiltrated fallen grace and modified the shackles that bound dusk. She also wrote an accord of what happened in the previous cycles and left it for me to read. Finally, she crawled into the Temple of Dusk and met me, delivering the message. Cassie's voice turned cold, and her expression became ruthless. However, she was still a defiled. And unlike the Mad Prince, she did not have a whisper of Ariel to keep her from losing all of her humanity. All she had was a cruel weave of restrictions and commands to push her toward the desired outcome, and that weave was not flawless. She looked at Sunny without any humor in her eyes. So after completing the mission of delivering her message to me, she instantly attempted to consume me. She was still being held back by the authority of the Dreadlord, though, and so she died by my hand instead. There was silence for a while. The ketch reached the shore of the icy island and scraped against it, coming to a stop. Sunny stared at Cassie, his thoughts in turmoil. So, she knew everything. All along. It took him a long time to learn the truth about the Great River, the source and the estuary, the 6 plagues and their connection to the members of the cohort, and the purpose behind the schemes of the Mad Prince. Of the Mad Prince and Torment, to be precise. The 2 defiled horrors were partners in crime, in more than one sense. Even though Torment was barely a living being, from what Cassie had told him, her mind shattered and her will chained by the restrictions of her own creation and the authority of the Dread Lord. In a sense, Sunny had been right. The Mad Prince had indeed a plan in place to remove Torment from the cohort's path. She had been used and discarded, sent to be slaughtered by Cassie and fallen Grace. He did not doubt for a moment that the outcome of their fight had been calculated by the vile madman in advance. The only thing he was not sure about was if Torment knew about it and went to her death willingly, or at least as much as she had been capable of exercising her broken will. There were numerous questions on his mind, but 2 of them were the most important. What was the message Torment had to deliver? And why had Cassie not shared her knowledge with the cohort? The answer to the second question should be evident by now. Whether Cassie intended to or not, she had let it slip. When she told him about the version of her from the previous cycle, the one that had eventually become Torment, turned into a defiled abomination by the previous version of him. She said that the Cassie of the past had never intended to escape the defilement, that she had known what the future Mad Prince was planning, and allowed herself to be infected with the defilement by him despite that, which meant that Cassie had been scheming long before that happened, that she had needed to be defiled for some reason. Before escaping corruption come the next cycle, he gritted his teeth. So, you knew all along, and kept quiet. You did not share any of that knowledge with us, acting surprised when we learned the dreadful truths of this nightmare. Did you not think, at least once, that maybe it would be good for us to know what we were getting ourselves into, before plunging ourselves into the sea of danger and suffering? Cassie faced him calmly. Why? Because sharing my knowledge has worked so well in the past? Sure, Sonny, you of all people should know how dangerous knowledge is, what knowing something that you aren't supposed to know can do, and what revealing secrets can destroy. She turned away. What would have changed if I told you? We would have still needed to go to Alethea's island. We would have still needed to go to Twilight. Sure, we could have prepared better for what was waiting for us ahead. But I am not omniscient. I only know that much. Would it have made a difference? Or would it have just made us complacent and arrogant, leading to our deaths? The blind girl smiled sadly. Most of all, would any of our preparations have been more thorough than what the Mad Prince and Torment had already prepared for us? She shook her head. So I think I will keep my knowledge to myself. That way, at least, I won't be blamed for the decisions the rest of you make when you make them." Sonny laughed bitterly and stared at her, his eyes full of dark amusement. "Oh, now you decide to keep your knowledge to yourself. Good, good. It's just a pity that you couldn't do the same on the Forgotten Shore, before turning me into a damned slave." He had not planned to bring the distant past up, but hearing Cassie say those words, all of the resentment he had buried in his heart suddenly flooded to the surface. Perhaps it was not unexpected, though. All this time, Sonny had hated the fact that he was made a slave by Nephis. Nephis had not used that power against him, so that hatred of his was more of an abstract thing, born from the fear of what could potentially happen. Not that it made it invalid. Recently, however, the situation had changed. The harm Shadow Bond was doing him had turned from abstract to very real. Its existence was the thing that stood between him and Nephis like an impregnable wall, making the idea of them having a future together seem beyond reach. That was what Cassie had taken from him, as well. 1005? 157 terrifying existence. Cassie turned sharply and stared at him, her mask of composure barely holding. You know why I did what I did. I was young and naive back then. Stupid and helpless. I know better now." Sonny raised his hands and clapped them, applauding her. "Good for you, really. What stunning growth. But—" he lingered for a few moments, and then said through gritted teeth, "But, you never even apologized for taking my freedom away. So I guess you aren't that burdened by having done that." She flinched. The cold winds rose, making the sails of the ketch flutter. Nevertheless, it stayed in place, its bow lodged into the icy shore of the desolate land. Cassie remained silent for a while. Then she said, her voice trembling slightly, "But I did apologize." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Somehow, I don't remember. And I would have remembered something like that. When did you ever apologize for what you had done to me?" The blind girl hesitated for a few moments and then said quietly, "It was right after we escaped from the Soul Devourer. When we were sailing across the dark sea on the boat Nephis made." Stunned, Sonny stared at her for a few moments. Then his face was twisted by a grimace of anger. "What? What the hell did you say? You apologized? In advance? Almost an entire year before we stormed the Crimson Spire? What kind of crap is that? Does it make sense, in that twisted little head of yours?" Subjected to his anger, Cassie lowered her head. Then, however, a cold expression appeared on her face. She looked up, facing him again. "Sure. Yes, Sonny. You're right. That was cowardly of me." A fragile smile appeared on her face. "But what is the worth of saying sorry? It wouldn't have changed anything. Words are worthless. If someone is truly sorry, they should express it through their actions, don't you think?" Sonny chuckled. "And what have you done to redeem your mistake, huh? What can you even do? It can't be undone." Cassie remained silent for a while, and then suddenly pierced him with a fierce gaze. Even though he knew that she could not see, at that moment, Sonny did not remember it. Her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. "Says who?" He was slightly taken aback. Glancing at her with a frown, Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Cassie smiled bitterly. "Who says that it can't be undone? Who says that it's impossible?" She shook her head. "So what if it's impossible? I'll do it anyway." Sonny stared at her in bewilderment. "What the hell are you talking about?" Cassie raised her hands and rubbed her wrists, where the golden shackles had once been. "What else? I'm talking about breaking fate, Sonny. Wasn't that what you wanted to do, too? Wasn't that your entire goal, too?" "I wish to break fate as well." She lowered her head for a moment, then said quietly, "Everything I've done, everything I've endured, it was all for this moment. It's so impossibly hard to break fate. No matter how fiercely you attack it, it strikes back with 10 times the might. My true name, Song of the Fallen. It means that I am destined to witness the fates of others and carry the memories of them long after they are gone. To be a witness, powerless to change what I see. Well, I refuse. I don't want a fate like that at all. Then a faint smile bloomed on her delicate face. It is impossible to break fate with a strike, but what about 1,000 strikes? 10,000 strikes. If each one of them damages its tapestry a little bit, misaligns its strings by a tiny fraction, obstructs its flow by a minuscule amount, then, put together, they can tear fate apart. One just needs a sharp enough weapon. Cassie faced Sunny, allowing him to look her in the eye. I intend to give you a chance to become such a weapon, Sunny. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. The bad premonition he had felt was back, making him tense with fright. What did you do? What did you do, Cassie? She shrugged. What did I do? This and that. Some of it was easy and some of it was hard. All of it, though. All of it was almost unbearable, is unbearable, but not for long now, because I'm about to be free of that burden. Sunny stared at her, his eyes slowly widening. Suddenly, he saw many of Cassie's actions in a new light, and the implication of what he saw was so vast and terrifying that it made him shudder. You planned it all from the start, didn't you? She smiled softly, then shook her head. Not all of it. It's impossible to plan for all of it. I might know a lot and see a lot, but I am not omniscient, Sunny. The trick, though, is to plan enough of it so that when the unexpected happens, it could still become a part of the plan. He looked aside, distracted by the glow of the guiding light. You've been manipulating the events of this cycle all along. That time in the drowned temple. I failed to discover the hidden compartment where the sacred relic was hidden, so you did it for me. Wait, no. As Cassie looked at him with a faint smile, Sunny paled. It started long before the nightmare. During the battle where the 7 saints came together, you manipulated the battle formation, so that I could finish off the defiled seeker of truth. He stopped talking as a shiver ran through his body. No, even before that. When had it started? When had Cassie begun to weave her grandiose plan, manipulating everyone, from the firekeepers following her to the leaders of the great clans, into doing her bidding? And powerful Oracle was indeed a terrifying existence, especially one as ambitious, but at the same time quiet and unnoticeable as Cassie had turned out to be. Finally, Sunny looked at her, utterly stunned. His expression was frozen. It was... Even saying it aloud was difficult, each word immeasurably heavy because of the weight of all the implications. It was back on the chained isles, when I came to you, intending to recruit you to challenge the second nightmare together. And you told me that you received a vision of us dying in the winter. You have already been planning for today, all the way back then. Chapter 1, 1558, First Thread. Sunny stared at Cassie, struggling to believe how deep the roots of her mysterious scheme went. He noted recently that the blind girl's personality changed drastically after the cruel words he had thrown at her at the underground level of the Academy's medical complex right after the Forgotten Shore. That was when she had begun to weave her spiderweb, most likely. Looking at the young woman sitting across from him, meeting his gaze with dark and defiant pride, he felt a chill running down his spine. Which one of us is worthy of being called the heir of Weaver, even? Cassie had just as high of an affinity to fate as him, after all, if not higher. He took a deep breath, feeling stifled. Yes, it was back then. Looking back, it didn't make a lot of sense, did it? You had just been burned by blindly believing a vision of yours, to catastrophic results. And yet, you seem to not question the validity of us dying come winter, even though that vision of yours could only be called vague at best. Cassie had seen the two of them falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by snow. She told Sunny them they would die in the winter, but in the end, the events of that vision happened in November, when the Night Temple was destroyed in a terrible battle between Skytide and St. Cormac. You already knew that it did not mean our deaths, and yet, you made me think otherwise. But why? Cassie remained silent, but Sunny's eyes widened, a flash of frightening understanding illuminating his restless mind. It was because I was planning to challenge the second nightmare in the winter. But you needed me to move the plan forward, and aim to reach the seed in the ivory tower by the end of autumn. What changed because I listened to your vision and adjusted the timing of the expedition? A dark, dangerous light ignited in the depths of his eyes. Sunny gasped. Because St. Cormac was away from the Night Temple until the end of autumn, which meant that he wouldn't have been able to stop Mordred from escaping his cage. Cassie shifted slightly, continued to face him without saying anything. But she did not need to. Once Sunny pulled on the thread, the tangled web of her hidden actions started to unravel itself. All he needed to do to understand all of it, or at least most of it, was to continue pulling. Remembering the horrid agony the two of them endured in the Night Temple side by side, Sunny shuddered and felt rage fuel his veins. You knew about Mordred all along. You must have learned of his existence before he even learned of yours, when you were anchored at the Night Temple, even though neither you nor your cohort were allowed to enter the inner parts of the citadel. Later, you left for the sanctuary and then went on an expedition to reclaim a sapling of the sacred tree, knowing that I would come to you and carry the mirror shard that would allow that bastard to escape to the doorstep of his jail. Sunny and Cassie had come very close to dying in the cage of the Valor's secretive citadel. Knowing that she had expected the mad prince of the great clan to escape, and for them to be embroiled in the horror that followed his release, made it all seem even more disturbing. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, stunned by the ruthlessness with which Cassie had treated herself. By then, he had already been an awakened monster, and armed with the power of his divine aspect, he had a much easier time surviving the imprisonment in the Night Temple. She, however, did not possess multiple soul cores or an aspect that could augment her endurance and resilience, so Cassie had suffered much more in that cage. Shaking his head in stunned silence, he said quietly, "You wanted Mordred to escape. Why did you want him to be free?" There were all kinds of answers to this question. The most obvious one was that Cassie had needed the cohort to enter the second nightmare sooner rather than later and do it in the company of the Prince of Nothing as well. The very fact of his escape had put a crack in the potential relationship Sunny could have had with the great clan Valor, putting him in conflict with them at the moment when Nephis returned to the waking world, which, in turn, pushed her into accepting their terms and becoming an adopted daughter of Valor. There were numerous other consequences of that single event Cassie had helped happen, spreading outward into the future. Mordred was a singular existence, so the fact that he was free to roam the two worlds had changed too much, from the events of the second nightmare to the conclusion of the war the great clans had waged in Antarctica. Which of these events had been planned by Cassie? Which had been mere coincidences? Which were coincidences that she had nimbly incorporated into her grand design, adapting to the changing circumstances with stunning speed, just like she had perceived and calculated numerous futures with incredible speed while fighting the defiled Sibyl in the drowned temple. It was impossible to tell. Cassie's design was a bit like the tapestry of fate, which she claimed to wish to destroy. The details could change or be influenced by unforeseen circumstances, but these sudden twists were only minor disturbances in the flow she willed into existence. The currents changed, but the direction of the tide always remained the same, pulling everything it touched to an unchanging conclusion. All Sunny could do was determine the points in time when Cassie had influenced the events openly, and try to glean her purpose from that. He rose from his sit and walked to the bow of the ketch, unable to remain in place. His mind was too tumultuous for that. Incredible. Chapter 1005. 159,000 cuts. Mordred, you remained pretty passive in the second nightmare, didn't you? The only time you shared your knowledge of the future with me was to tell me that he couldn't be allowed to enter the ivory tower. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled crookedly. But then what you really wanted to achieve was not preventing him from entering the ivory tower, was it? It was making sure that he entered the ebony tower instead, and collected whatever it was that Nether had left there. By telling me that one sentence, you achieved exactly that. He felt as if the ground was disappearing from beneath his feet. What had happened to Mordred in the ebony tower? The Prince of Nothing had not shared that information completely, but he did mention that after leaving it, he was much harder to find with the help of divination. The strange, vague symbols Sunny had seen on Mordred's soul core were the result of that. Why would Cassie want the bastard to be resistant to her power? To make sure that soul stealer could go against torment, or simply to ensure that Valor would not be able to track their exiled prince before the time was right, or for something that would happen in the future? What else? What else had Cassie done, subtly manipulating the events of the past years? Was it a coincidence that the two of them had met Morgan at the academy on the day that Nephis returned from her second nightmare? Surely, no. That was why Sunny had been there the moment she woke up, to welcome her back. Nephis then spent a month living in his house, then announced her decision to join Valor at the ball, making him leave in anger and enlist for the Southern campaign. Which was why he was present in the Antarctic Center during the battle against the remnant of the Jade Queen, and received the Sin of Solace. Later, Cassie helped him escape the endless tunnel by sending him toward the heart of darkness. She also manipulated the battle against the immense horde of nightmare creatures as Morgan's advisor, making sure that Sunny was in the right place at the right time to deal the final blow to the fallen Titan, defiled seeker of truth, and therefore received the mirror of truth from it. Finally, she was there at the Battle of the Black Skull, without a doubt knowing what would happen. She was in the Nightmare Desert as well, eventually entering the Nightmare of the Great River with the 6 other powerful masters: Sunny, Nephis, Mordred, Kai, Effie, and Jet. And these instances were only what Sunny could remember and had experienced personally. There was no telling how many strings Cassie had really pulled from behind the curtain, how many people she had influenced, and how many coincidences she had engineered to arrange for everything to happen in accordance with her wishes. The scale of the brilliant web she had woven was nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. Of course, it was impossible to say that she was solely responsible for how these events had happened. Fate flowed, pulling everyone with its current after all. And even if the details were to change, Sunny was pretty sure that he would have ended up in Antarctica one way or another. Nephis would have probably ended up siding with Valor one way or another. The chain of nightmare would have happened no matter what Cassie could have done. Song and Valor would have clashed, hiding their war on the battlefields of the Southern Quadrant. But that was precisely what Cassie was doing, wasn't it? Pulling on the strings of fate ever so minutely, compared to the grand scale of the inconceivable tapestry, and pushing toward her goal through these insignificant changes. One change had no meaning. 2 changes had no weight as well. But 1,000? 10,000? By altering the details of countless inevitable events ever so slightly, she was creating a chain reaction of changes, which grew like an avalanche, threatening to alter the entire flow of the river of fate. The flow that was supposed to be unchangeable. Could it work? Sunny was not sure. He felt like some of the changes Cassie had caused were more important than others, though. The Sin of Solace and the Mirror of Truth. These 2 memories. Somehow, he felt that they were the key to Cassie's intent. There was no need to explain the significance of the Sin of Solace. That memory, containing the whisper of the builder of the tomb, was perhaps the most important piece at play here in the 3rd nightmare. It was responsible for creating the Mad Prince, after all, and therefore introducing a variable into the endlessly repeating cycles of the great river. A single variable that introduced utter chaos to the entire system. The Mirror of Truth was also very significant, not only because its runes described a conversation between Weaver and Ariel, but also because it was the sole instrument that could allow someone to replicate Nef's longing ability, thus making them immune to corruption for a short period of time. The first Seeker was a vast source of corruption, which Alethea had been plagued by after learning the truth of the estuary. Sunny did not need to think long to understand how important the Mirror of Truth was. Still, none of it really explained what exactly Cassie was planning, and what she meant by saying that Sunny could become a weapon to destroy fate. There were a million questions on his mind, but he threw them all away, looking at the beautiful young woman with a somber expression. After a bit of silence, Sunny said hoarsely, "You don't seem to be denying any of it." Cassie shrugged. "Why should I deny it?" She faced him, then closed her eyes suddenly, letting out a long sigh. "Honestly, it's a relief. I've been keeping it all to myself for too long, so it's refreshing to be able to share it with someone, to be witnessed by someone. Maybe it's selfish, but I am glad that you finally figured it out, Sunny." His face remained motionless. "She's happy, huh?" Well, he couldn't say that he did not understand. It felt nice to be witnessed. Still, Sunny looked at Cassie with a dark expression and asked, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Well then, tell me, Cassie, what is it that you want? How exactly are you planning to break fate? What is the answer?" She lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. "Simple, really. It's..." Cassie faced him and finished, her calm voice full of cold, confident determination. "It's the Well of Wishes." Chapter 1, 1560. Freedom of Choice, 1560. Freedom of Choice. The Well of Wishes. Sunny stared at Cassie with an incredulous expression, struggling to understand what her words meant. What is she talking? Then, his face changed slightly, a hint of confusion and ridicule appearing in his eyes. The children's story? The fairy tale about a magical well that grants the most precious wish of anyone who reaches it. Are you out of your mind? Sunny took a step back, barely avoiding falling out of the catch. His mind was full of bewilderment and disbelief. Come on. You can't possibly be serious. You don't believe that it's true, do you? That was the fairy tale Ananke had told him, not long before her death. Sunny remembered it well. But he had never expected to hear Cassie, someone so smart and pragmatic, put her hopes in a children's story about a magic well. The blind seer, however, did not seem affected by his ridiculing tone. She faced Sunny calmly, her face somber. After a while, Cassie gritted her teeth and said, her voice steady, "It might not be true for anyone else, but it's true for you, Sunny. If you reach the estuary, your wish to be free will come true. Free of your bond, free to live your life the way you want, free of fate itself." She lingered for a moment, then rose to her feet too and walked closer, stopping a mere step away from him. "But Sunny, you can't have both. You can reach the estuary from here, but once the nightmare is over, your chance will be gone. The moment Nephis destroys the first Seeker, your chance would have slipped away." She smiled bitterly and raised the guiding light, offering it to him. "That was what you were truly angry about, wasn't it? That I took the choice away from you?" Cassie pushed the sacred relic into his hands and took a step back. "Well, here it is. Instead of an empty apology, I am giving the choice back to you. You can leave and rush to the estuary. The guiding light will show you the way through the mists of the source, as long as you don't give another true name to it. Once you reach the estuary, use the Mirror of Truth and push to its heart. There. you will find your freedom." She turned away, lingered for a moment, and then added in a quiet voice, "But I hope that you make a different choice, that you will stay with us despite everything. Nephis, I, and the others, are we so terrible? Is it really that unbearable to share a bond if it's based on trust? I think you know by now that it's not. What is unbearable is not having been given a choice about forming that bond. And now, even though the connection between you and her will remain the same, it will be there because you have chosen for it to exist. So, you decide. That right is yours. Again." Sunny stared at her silently, entirely shaken. His mind felt empty, as if all thoughts had been banished from it by this sudden revelation. No, wait a minute. What do you mean, it's it true for me? I can get rid of Shadow Bond if I reach the estuary. How? What is in there, at its heart? Cassie frowned a little, then shook her head. I don't know exactly. What I do know, without a shadow of a doubt, is that my words are true. If you reach the very heart of the estuary before the nightmare ends, you will become free from fate. You will be fateless. The strings that hold you like a puppet will set you free, and your connection to Nephis will be broken as a result. I saw it, and Torment saw it as well. He frowned. Preposterous. Plus, doesn't it sound exactly like what killed Nephis the last time? The Mad Prince, he was obsessed with reaching the estuary. Suddenly his eyes widened. He thought he understood now why his versions from the previous cycles had all ended up entering the source in search of the estuary. If there was indeed a way to break free from the cruel grasp of fate that had been hidden at the heart of the Black Pyramid by the Demon of Dread. Then Sunny, obsessed with regaining his freedom as he was, would have given his all to find it. The actions performed by all his previous selves only served to give credence to what Cassie had said, but that was also why Nephis had died in the cycle that birthed the Mad Prince. The blind girl, however, shook her head. The Mad Prince had entered the estuary in search of his freedom, but failed to resist the defilement and became corrupted instead. Thus, the endless cycles continued. This cycle, though, was engineered by Torment, and him specifically, to make sure that all members of the cohort survive. Whether you find the estuary or not, there are mere days left before Nephis storms Verge and kills the first Seeker. The end is already inevitable. Sunny raised a trembling hand and rubbed his face, dazed. But how can I leave? Verge, the first Seeker. Won't the cohort need me for the battle? Torment is there as well. No, wait. She's dead. Without Torment, Verge had been left without a leader. The first Seeker was a harrowing force, but also a mindless one. It could not lead the creatures, corrupted by its touch, which was why Fallen Grace had not been destroyed in all these years most likely. The level of the threat presented by Verge was still immense, but with Neph's incorruptible soul, the most terrifying power of the first Seeker had already been rendered meaningless. Cassie nodded. Sure, we can use having you at Verge. The battle will be perilous without a doubt. It will be fierce and fearsome, far beyond anything that a mundane human can imagine. But we can also manage without you. We have the memories you have created after all. We have aspect legacies, experience battling the defiled, and means to defend ourselves from the first Seeker. We even have Mordred, who wields a divine aspect, just like you, the blind girl sighed. So, Sunny, you must decide. I've given the choice back to you. Now it's in your hands. With that, she took a few steps and jumped out of the ketch, landing on the icy shore. The echo of Torment dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving Sunny alone in the boat. Cassie then turned and looked at him expectantly. Her face was both scared and hopeful. Sunny froze, not knowing what to do. Chapter 1, 1561. treacherous shadow, Sunny stood at the deck of Ananki's catch, looking at Cassie, but not seeing anything. A storm of emotions, fragmented thoughts, and burning desires raged in him, making it hard to comprehend the true scope of what the choice presented to him was. He took a deep breath. At that moment, the sin of solace tried to distract him by saying something, but Sunny forcefully cut off the voice of the sword wraith, concentrating on the sound of waves breaking against the shore of the frozen wasteland instead. Calm down. Let's think this through. So, Cassie, who had turned so quiet and unassuming to almost be invisible, had been burning with an insane ambition all along. Just like Sunny, who had swore to break the chains of fate that bound him, she had been pursuing the very same goal as well. Acting behind the curtains and armed with the revelations she received, the blind seer had been subtly manipulating the events of the past years to achieve that goal, suffering in silence as she stubbornly pushed toward it. All to give Sunny back the choice she had taken from him. The extent of her machinations was both admirable and frightening, so vast and intricate as to almost be inconceivable. But it was real. Cassie had indeed managed to create a moment where at least one of them, Sunny, had an opportunity to free himself from fate, and that was much more significant than one would think. Sure, Sunny could fulfill his most ardent wish and win back his freedom, destroying the shadow bond and even his fated attribute, thus making it possible for him to live a life free of its shackles. But what Cassie wanted to achieve went far beyond that. What she wanted was to forge a weapon to resist fate, and that weapon was a single variable. Just as it had happened with the cycles of the great river, which were thrown into utter chaos by the appearance of the Mad Prince, the tapestry of fate would become chaotic and unpredictable with the appearance of a fateless being. The entire flow of fate would change as a result of that. Fateless was a very suitable name for what Sunny could become, should he enter the estuary and reach its innermost secret. However, while Cassie wanted to break fate, just like Sunny, in a contradictory fashion worthy of a human, she also wanted Sunny to refuse that chance and remain with her, Nephise and the cohort, to choose them over his desire to be free. And just like Cassie, Sunny wanted both of these things as well. Breaking fate was nice. Gaining his freedom was nice. Learning the secrets of the tomb of Ariel was a cherry on top. However, not abandoning his friends right before the decisive battle against the forces of the defilement was also nice. Choosing to remain by the side of the people he cared about, and the person he loved, seemed just as precious. So, what was he supposed to do? Jet had once told him that there was no freedom in this world, that the only freedom there was the freedom to choose his own chains. And Sunny came to agree with her over time. By choosing to stay with the cohort, he would be choosing his own chains. In a sense, that would make him free as well. But maybe there was no freedom in the waking world. Maybe there was no freedom in the dream realm, too. But they were currently in the tomb of Ariel, which contained an entire realm of its own. Who was to say that there was no freedom in this bizarre and senseless world either? Cassie surely seemed certain that she was telling the truth. And despite everything that had happened between them, Sunny was inclined to believe her. He had been resentful of her for what she had done, and for failing to even say that she was sorry. But now he knew that instead of saying a few easy, or maybe not so easy, words, the blind girl had been silently striving to redeem her mistake instead. She was trying to repent by giving the choice she had taken from him back. And now, she had managed to do just that. If he wasn't satisfied even by such a show of sincerity, then what could he be satisfied with? Granted, Cassie had gone about her redemption in an incredibly extreme and possibly misguided way. She also put him in a very tough situation. Sure, the choice he had wished for so fiercely was not in his hands, but what was he supposed to do with it? It's true. One had to be careful of what they wished for. Sunny stared at Cassie for a while, then lowered his gaze and looked at the guiding light, which she had pushed into his hands. This was the message Torment had to deliver? The blind girl nodded slowly. Yes, it's easy to enter the source, but it's almost impossible to find the entrance to the estuary within the mist, unless you know the way. The guiding light is now showing the way to the estuary. The message she delivered to me was the true name that can make the relic of the Sibyls point to where you must go. He hesitated. What is the true name? The blind girl smiled helplessly. I don't know. Torment's power blocked that memory in my mind. The seal was only removed once we reached Verge, and after I used it to activate the guiding light, the memory of it was erased from my mind, as if it was never there. She hesitated for a moment. No matter to whom or to what that true name belongs to, it is incredibly powerful. Just bearing it for a few moments put a terrible strain on my mind and soul. So, if you do decide to leave us, take care once you reach the estuary. Sunny remained motionless for a while. He didn't want to abandon Nephis. Even if the cohort was more or less capable of taking Verge without his help, he simply did not want to. But if he threw all the complicated thoughts about the nature of freedom and what it meant to be free in this world out of his mind, there were only three things left: Sunny himself, Nephis, and the connection between them. In the past, he had run away from her twice, once in the Dark City and once at the ball of the great clan Valor. Sunny didn't wish to run away from Nephis for the third time. However, he also knew that any kind of relationship between them, at least the current them, was impossible as long as Shadow Bond existed. So, weirdly enough, by abandoning her on the shores of Verge, he would not be running away from Nephis. Instead, he would be moving towards her. Because only by becoming free of her could Sunny be with her. He took a deep breath, and then looked at Cassie. At the same time, Sunny dismissed Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare, calling them back to his soul. All 6 of his shadows were already with him, wrapped tightly around his body. And then the shadows along the shore moved, extending forward and pushing the ketch back into the water. I'm sorry, everyone. I guess I am a treacherous bastard after all. Sunny knew that Cassie had guided the ketch along the shore precisely to give him the opportunity to take it away. She would return to the chainbreaker on foot, while he would be free to sail downstream, toward the source, racing to reach the estuary and reclaim his freedom before Nephis conquered the Nightmare. Looking back, Sunny threw one last glance at the blind girl, who was standing forlornly on the icy shore, summoned a certain memory, and shouted, "Cassie!" She turned, hearing the sound of his voice. Sunny smiled darkly. "Let's do it." He clenched his fist and raised it into the air. Let's break fate. Chapter 1. 1562. Leaving without saying goodbye. 1562. Leaving without saying goodbye. The ketch flew on the currents of the great river, circling the ice wasteland. Sunny did not have the enchanted staff to summon the wind, and he had not been able to master the sorcery of names like Nephis, but he had the crown of twilight, and with it, the water itself responded to him. So, Sunny made the river itself push the ketch forward. A strong gale blew from the future as well, and as soon as he skirted the desolate land, it filled the sails. His vessel gained speed as it rushed into the past, leaving Verge and his friends behind. There was a storm of emotions in Sunny's heart. Hope, excitement, anticipation, but also guilt, fear, and shame. What would Nephis and the other members of the cohort think when they came back and found out that he had abandoned them? How would Cassie explain his absence? Would they be angry, shaken, and resentful of him? Would they feel betrayed? They had the right to feel that way. He had abandoned them on the eve of a perilous battle, leaving to pursue a selfish goal. Was there a more obvious betrayal than that? Imagining the faces of his friends when they learned of his departure, Sunny felt his heart ache. He broke the promise he had made after Ananki's death. He broke the promise he had given to Windflower as well, and even the promise he had given himself. That made his heart ache too, But it didn't matter. Even though he was in pain because of what he had done, he would have done it again. The reward that the estuary promised. The freedom to live like he wanted to live, released from the suffocating hold fate had on him, was worth it. It was worth it 100 times over. Removing the shadow bond alone was. Sure, Sunny did not know how exactly his wish for freedom would be fulfilled in the estuary. Perhaps someone like Mordred would call out his true name, turning him into a slave once again. That was all right. Sunny felt confident in his ability to kill an enemy who would become his master. It was being bonded to someone he loved, and thus could not eliminate. That was the problem. Being a slave to fate. Freedom, freedom. The word tasted sweet on his tongue. And so, Sunny abandoned Nephis. And Cassie. And Kai. And Jet. And Effie with her newborn child. Praying for their safety, he sped away from Verge toward the dawn of time. He had to hurry. The city of the Seekers lay as close to the source as they had managed to build it, but there was still a considerable distance between the icy wasteland and the mist. More than that, this part of the great river was possibly the most dangerous there was. Just like the harrowing reaches of the far future, the dawn of time was where the most powerful abominations in the tomb of Ariel prowled. And even if he reached the source, it would take Sunny some time to find the entrance to the estuary. It would take time to reach its very heart as well. He had to accomplish it before the first Seeker was destroyed, and the nightmare collapsed. How long would it take for Nephis to conquer Verge? Knowing her, it wouldn't be long. Steering the ketch, Sunny gritted his teeth. 1 day to return from the scouting mission. 2, at most. 1 day to guide the cohort to Verge. They would remain there for a day or two, evaluating the situation inside the city. Then, the battle itself. Even if they have to fight through a legion of the defiled to reach the first Seeker, it won't take long. Nephis had 7 fully saturated cores after all. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 6 of them to obliterate Verge. Mordred was not far away from forming the monster core, which would allow him to create a reflection. Once that happened, his growth would accelerate exponentially, quickly turning him into an unstoppable fiend once again. Effie, Jet, and Kai were a force to be reckoned with as well. It would have been different if Nephis did not possess an incorruptible soul. After all, even the Serpent King and his army had failed to take Verge. But since she did possess it, the nightmare would be over soon. It was a matter of days, so there was no time to waste. The ketch sailed downstream, carried by the winds and currents. The great river glowed with iridescent light, the world suffused with darkness. The silence was only broken by the sound of waves and the infuriating voice of the Sin of Solace, who seethed with hatred and whispered poison into Sunny's ear. Sunny refused to answer, though. In fact, after saying goodbye to Cassie, he had not made a single sound. His eyes were aimed at the horizon, and his face was frozen with cold determination. Soon, the 7 suns rose from beneath the water. The darkness was banished, and the sky turned bright again. He let out an inaudible sigh as the image of the countless slumbering butterflies disappeared from his mind. As it was dawn, Sunny used the opportunity and summoned the shell of the onyx serpent. Hiding the ketch in his maw, he rushed forward as fast as he could, and the speed granted to him by the body of the sea serpent in the water was nothing short of stunning. Keeping such an enormous shell manifested burned through a lot of essence, but the Crown of Twilight was supplying him with a nearly endless reserve of it. More than that, even the essence he had expended to accelerate the current was replenished. The period of dawn did not last long, and the sky soon turned azure. But Sunny had covered a great distance in that short period of time. Spitting the ketch on the water, he dismissed the shell and landed on the deck again, grabbing the steering oar. His solitary journey continued. He was moving downstream, further and further into the dawn of time, approaching the point where time had not existed yet, the source, and the estuary, hidden in its mist. Chapter 1563 Terrors of the Past. Sunny raced to the source, afraid of the passage of time. It was ironic, really. Before the fateful conversation with Cassie, he had been tense and concerned about how the cohort would survive the battle for Verge. Now, however, he was concerned that they would destroy it too soon. He had been worried for Nephis, but now he was wary of her. Changing Star seemed like something almost inevitable, now that his fate, or lack thereof, depended on how fierce and unrelenting her assault on the monstrous First Seeker would be. Human mind was funny that way. It was colored by what one desired, making the same thing appear entirely different depending on the circumstances. And so, Sunny needed to hurry. He guided the ketch, pushing the currents forward with the help of the Crown of Twilight. The graceful boat seemed to be gliding on the water, moving with incredible speed. The shore of Verge had long disappeared from view, and there was nothing in front of him except for the vast expanse of the great river. The air itself felt different here, at the dawn of time. The waters were treacherous and full of peril. Now that Cassie wasn't with him, Sunny had no way of knowing where danger lurked. So he remained as alert as possible, extending his shadow sense as far as he could. That caution saved his life on more than one occasion. The far reaches of the past, which corresponded to the very dawn of the Age of Gods, were not only full of bizarre and lethal hazards, but also of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. This span of the great river was just as dangerous as the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had faced the azure serpent, the black turtle, the dark butterfly, and the countless other abominations that had almost feasted on his flesh. There were great nightmare creatures here, too, each of them vastly more powerful than Sunny was, despite all his growth. Most of them were faster than him as well, and possessed senses that reached much further than his. So Sunny was in constant danger. He couldn't even outrun these abominable monstrosities. But luckily, there was one thing at which he was superior to most, if not all of them. It was flexibility, and being able to adapt to almost any situation. When some inconceivable being rose from the depths to pull him under the water and devour him, Sunny summoned the shadows and turned into a giant butterfly, carrying the ketch with his 6 long legs. When a terrifying abomination descended from the sky, he turned into the onyx serpent, hid the ketch in his maw, and sought safety in the depths. There were other forms he could shape himself into as well, each helpful in its own way. Of course, maintaining the shell cost him a lot of essence, so, afraid to drain his reserves of it, Sunny mostly remained in the ketch, guiding it away from potential perils by hand. Still, on that first day alone, he almost lost his life a few times. There was a moment when the water under him suddenly boiled and moved at incredible speed, threatening to overturn the boat. Sunny instantly summoned Saint, using her weight to balance the ketch, but that was merely the start of the disaster. An enormous span of the great river, as far as the eye could see, instantly turned into a furious vortex. The speed of the current was so terrible that the hull of the ketch almost splintered, bombarded by powerful waves. It was pulled sideways, sliding deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. Desperate to save himself and his vessel, Sunny opened the gate of the shadow lantern and called upon the shadows, forming the shell of the dark butterfly. His vast wings moved, throwing him into the air. His 6 legs grabbed onto the ketch, lifting it from the raging water. Luckily, he was fast enough. As Sunny rose high into the air, he was able to observe the cause of the catastrophic turbulence that had turned the current of the great river into a death trap. When he did, his very soul shuddered. There was a colossal, inconceivable maw hidden beneath the waves, stretching from one horizon to another. The terrible whirlpool that had almost shattered the ketch was caused by these titanic jaws opening and sucking in an immense plain of water. An entire span of the great river disappeared into the harrowing maw of the underwater colossus, whose body mercifully remained unseen. Sunny fled into the sky, never looking back. At another time, he noticed the air far in the distance trembling, as if from heat. However, as Sunny drew closer, unable to avoid the strange area, he realized that there was no heat. The air was not trembling either. Instead, there were fissures in the fabric of space itself above the current, hidden in the sunlight and almost invisible. If not for his intuition ringing alarms, Sunny might not have noticed the hidden fractures in the world at all. When he did notice them, however, and tried to glimpse what was hidden in the folds between the broken pieces of space, he saw millions of dark eyes looking back at him, full of hunger. The current was pulling the ketch right into the area of the river plagued by the fractured space. Horrified, Sunny assumed the form of the onyx serpent and dove into the depths, hoping to hide from the gaze of the hungry abyss that hid in the fissures. However, the space was broken beneath the waves as well. Only there were no eyes there. Instead, hidden in the shattered space, there were countless corpses of dreadful nightmare creatures, all broken, twisted, and partially devoured, diving deeper and deeper into the darkness, until the pressure was crushing enough to almost destroy the mighty shell of the sea serpent. Sunny escaped that horror as well. But there were many more to come. Chapter 1. 1500. 64. Returning to the source. 1564. Returning to the source. Sometime later, Sunny saw thin lines moving in the air. Drawing closer, he saw something that resembled spider webs blowing in the wind, frayed and torn. The only thing was that each string of the ghostly spider web was many kilometers long, and there were numerous such strings, moving between the sky and the surface of the great river like tattered sails. Some of them were white, but as Sunny guided the ketch between the billowing strings, he stared to encounter more and more of them that were bright red. Eventually, it was as though he was traveling through a forest of red threads. Navigating between them was not easy, but he was reluctant to come close to any of the strings, or allow the wind to bring any of them closer. Eventually, Sunny witnessed something else. Out there in front of him, far in the distance, an immense depth dweller was weakly struggling against the current, its body enveloped by several dozen of the white spider webs. The creature's carapace seemed impregnable, but the strange strings did not seem to care. They simply grew through it, penetrating the Leviathan's body. As they did, their color slowly started change from white to red, the redness spreading from the point of contact with the abomination's flesh along the length of the strings. Blood. They were drinking the Leviathan's blood. Turning pale, Sunny gazed at the forest of vibrant red strings that surrounded him, stretching far into the sky, permeating a whole region. His fingers turned white on the steering oar of the ketch. He escaped that horror as well, and many more like it, although not unscathed. Sometimes Sunny had no choice but to fight, unleashing the full fury of the onyx serpent or his other shapes on the creatures that wanted to consume him. Some of them he managed to kill, but most of them he simply escaped after delivering several painful wounds. By the end of the day, Sunny was bloodied and exhausted. His essence was on the verge of running dry too, but then the dusk came, and the crown of twilight replenished his dwindling reserves. After dusk came the night, though, and it was more beautiful and more harrowing than any other night Sunny had experienced in the tomb of Ariel. By the end of it, he was barely alive, but he was alive nevertheless. Sunny did not allow his blood to flow, and his bone refused to break. Even his soul, which had received a few deep wounds when he used shadow incarnation to form his shells, was potent enough to withstand the damage without falling apart. Saint, fiend, and nightmare were beaten and battered, but alive. As well, the ketch too survived. Even though there were new scars on its hull, one of its masts had cracked, its sails sporting signs of hasty repairs. Ananke's boat was still in one piece. Throughout all of this, Sunny had not said a single word, and had not even allowed himself a single groan. Pain was his old friend. He could withstand much more than that. Well, maybe not that much more. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. If there was one good thing about the horrors of the dawn of time, though, It was that the necessity to constantly be alert and on edge made it completely impossible for him to consider the consequences of what he had done. The fallout of breaking his promises, abandoning his friends, and leaving for the estuary instead of fighting side by side with them in Verge. I wonder what they are doing now. The scouting teams must have returned by now. Nephis and the others had already learned of his absence. They must have even had enough time to digest it, to a degree, albeit not come to terms with it. They were most probably advancing toward Verge, which meant that he did not have a lot of time left. Where is it? Where is it? He was trying to calculate how far he had traveled from the defiled city, and how that distance translated to what they had seen from the black void. From up there, it almost seemed as though the wisps of mist shrouding the source touched the walls of Verge, but from the surface of the great river, the distance between the two was nothing short of vast. Still, Sunny had been moving fast, both aboard the ketch and when summoning his shells. By all accounts, he had to be getting close. He glanced at the guiding light which pointed directly forward, and summoned what little was left of his patience. Finally, the night was over. The 7 suns rose from beyond the horizon once again, chasing away the darkness. The waters of the great river grew dim. A soft twilight enveloped the world, and with it, a flood of essence poured into Sunny's soul. He let out a relieved sigh, summoned the dying wish, and used what little charges were left in the charm to heal the most dire of his wounds. It was then that he saw it. A wisp of mist drifted past him, disappearing into the gloom of twilight. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Sunny spun and looked forward, trying to see what was hiding beyond the horizon. The horizon was hazy. It also seemed to be drawing nearer with each moment. "This is it." Both relieved and excited, Sunny called upon the waters of the great river, making the current run faster. The ketch flew forward, drawing closer and closer to the wall of mist. Soon, it was surrounded by tendrils of thick fog. They flowed past the ketch, drifting above the waves. In front of him, the world turned somber and gloomy, rare rays of sunlight breaking through the veil of mist. Then, the mist obscured the sky entirely, making it seem as though nothing else existed in the world. Sunny found himself in familiar surroundings. After nearly a year of wandering the dreadful expanse of the tomb of Ariel, he had finally returned to the source. Ananke's ketch was floating through a world of mist. The thick fog surrounded it from all sides, suffused with somber twilight. All sounds seemed both muffled and exaggerated, echoing across the vast expanse of shrouded water. Sunny could not see very far. Even his shadow sense was dulled by the mystical mist. It was a familiar sight. Indeed, I've been here already. This was the exact same place where Sunny had found himself at the start of the nightmare. The source. Here, covered by mist, the great river flowed into itself, and the past turned into the future. He could not feel the current anymore, but it was still there, strangely jumbled and disjointed. The ketch was moving, yet Sunny could not tell in what direction it was being carried. If he allowed himself to be pulled by the invisible current and reach the edges of the source, he would be sent back to the day he had entered the tomb of Ariel, as well as to the point upstream where the person whose role he took had been at that time. No, I can't allow that to happen. Sunny did not know if he could endure another cycle of the great river. Much more importantly, the 6 plagues and the Mad Prince had broken the rules of time somehow, and invaded a cycle they were not meant to exist in. He did not know if their existence had become a part of the great river by now, or if their heretical presence would be erased should a new cycle start. If it was the latter, then all the effort the Mad Prince and Torment had put into ensuring that all members of the cohort survived until the end of the nightmare would be for naught. More than that end was so close. Nephis would be reaching Verge soon, armed with the means of destroying the first Seeker. Sunny desperately did not want to live through the horrors of the tomb of Ariel one more time, especially since the result would be hanging in a fragile balance. No, He could not allow himself to get lost in the mist and miss his opportunity to enter the estuary. Because there, at the heart of the Great Pyramid, lay the key to his shackles, his chance to gain freedom. Luckily, Cassie had made sure that he would have everything he needed to accomplish that goal. He had the guiding light to lead him to the entrance of the estuary. He had the mirror of truth to resist the defilement once he entered it, and he had the sin of solace, which had made it all possible. Speaking of the sword wraith, as soon as the mist surrounded him, the bastard had disappeared somewhere. He must not have been in the mood to talk, or simply unable to manifest within the source. Either way, Sunny did not miss the company of the loathsome apparition at all. Stay away for as long as you want. Picking up the guiding light, Sunny studied the radiant crystal that was supposed to show him the way. Its light was behaving strangely. It pointed in a certain direction, but after a few minutes of sailing through the mist, the light would suddenly change, pointing in an entirely different direction. That repeated over and over again, with the radiance of the sacred relic jumping around and shifting chaotically. It was as though the entrance to the estuary was constantly moving. No, it's not moving. I am. Sunny knew that it was true. The estuary was stationary, but space itself was unreliable in the source. It was Sunny who was being thrown around without any order, moving a few meters to one side only to find himself several kilometers to the other. It was no wonder that the seekers of truth, despite all their might and knowledge, had failed to discover the estuary before Alethea of the Nine showed up. The mysterious sorceress had even constructed her island in the image of the great river, going so far as to create her own time loop and her own sea of mist. Had it all been in order to learn how to navigate the source? Sunny did not know, but he suspected that she had not succeeded in finding the estuary by accident. How tragic it was, then, that all Alethea had found there was her own doom. Unless that was exactly what she had been searching for, of course. Who knew what goals the Nine had pursued? In any case, Sunny was not someone capable of raising a flying island in the middle of a mystical whirlpool and taming the time to make it flow endlessly in a circle. Therefore, he would have never been able to find the estuary without the guiding light. Was it how he had found it the first time as well? Or had his versions from the previous cycles come up with their own solutions? There was no point in guessing. Using the sacred relic of the Sibyls to illuminate the way, Sunny allowed the ketch to sail forward, moving the steering oar in accordance with where the radiance was pointing. There were no nightmare creatures in the source, no danger, except for the danger that the source itself presented. So, traveling through the somber mist almost felt peaceful. Sunny quickly lost his perception of time, so he did not even know how long he had been traversing the fog. It could have been an hour, a day, or an eternity. Well, maybe not an eternity. Nephis would have obliterated the first seeker long before that. Still, he had to be getting closer. I wonder what Alethea found in the estuary. He wondered what the Mad Prince had found there as well. What secrets had Ariel hidden in the heart of his pyramid? What was the hideous truth he couldn't bear? Why had he hidden it all the way before time, away from the gazes of the gods? One way or another, Sunny was going to find out, and break the chains of fate that bound him tightly in the process, just as he had always wished. He was growing tired of the dancing radiance of the guiding light. His hand was growing numb as it held the steering oar of Ananke's ketch. Time was flowing. And then finally, Sunny felt it. The same thing he had felt before being expelled from the source the first time. He thought that he saw two tall pillars protruding from the mist far ahead, and then the invisible current suddenly turned violent and turbulent. There was the sound of roaring water, similar to what the waterfalls of the edge sounded like, and he felt the ketch being pulled forward at incredible speed. Then, there was a sense of weightlessness. And then, only darkness remained. Turbio 1. 1566, the estuary, and 1566, the estuary. There was the sound of wind whistling in Sonny's ears. He was falling, flying through a sea of darkness, lost and disoriented, unsure of where he was. The estuary. The wind howled louder, and Sonny felt his body plummeting through it at terrible speed. Belatedly, he remembered the need to summon the dark wing and slow down his fall, or summon the shadows and turn himself into a monstrous butterfly, or even a crow. But it was too late for what? Dazed, he caught a glimpse of an enormous black edifice swiftly approaching him from the darkness. It was like a rough, irregularly shaped giant sphere of black stone that hovered in the void, eternal and indestructible. Strange mountains rose from its surface, hollow on the inside. It looked like a giant stone heart. Perhaps it was. A moment later, Sonny saw Ananke's ketch collide against the surface of the sphere below him and shatter, fragments of wood flying to all sides. There was no time to slow down his fall. Gritting his teeth, Sonny looked at the swiftly approaching surface of the backstone. The moment his body would have been broken against it, he activated Shadow Step and dove into the shadows instead, submerging deep into their dark embrace. Hidden there, safe, he remained motionless for a while. I made it? Sonny tried to calm down his feverish mind and moved up, returning to the surface. Emerging from the shadows, he stepped on the surface of the weathered stone and instantly fell, feeling gravity pulling him down. He was on a steep slope. Sonny slid down that slope, surrounded by the fragments of broken wood. Despite the sharp rocks tearing at his skin, he did not allow himself to cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth, wrapped the surrounding shadows around his hand, and turned it into the clawed hand of a shadow spawn. Twisting, Sonny struck the slope with his claws. They failed to penetrate the rugged black surface, sending sparks flying into the air. However, the friction alone slowed him down. Eventually, Sonny came to a halt at the very edge of an abyssal drop, his feet dangling above an empty black void. The pieces of Ananke's ketch spilled into that void, disappearing in the darkness. He remained laying for a few moments, catching his breath, then tried to access his surroundings. There was no light in the world. He was surrounded by darkness, with only the weathered surface of black stone separating him from the abyss. The sound of roaring water came from somewhere far, far below, turning into a barely audible whisper. It came from above him, too, and from all sides. The whispers assaulted his mind, making him dizzy. Sonny grimaced, then cautiously stood up, struggling to keep his balance on the steep slope. Finally, he looked around. So, this is the estuary. The estuary was supposed to be located in a place that existed before time, and therefore before the gods had been born. So, that place was supposed to be the void. But either the spell was unable to replicate the true void, or unwilling to. Perhaps the estuary was isolated from it somehow. In any case, all Sonny could see was darkness and the surface of the vast sphere of black stone under his feet. His expression was somber. No time to waste. Leaning forward, he arduously climbed back up the slope, eventually reaching its middle point. That was where he had first fallen. Without stopping to rest, Sonny continued to climb. Cassie said that I need to get to the very heart of the estuary. This means that I probably need to somehow climb inside the sphere. Remembering the strange hollow mountains, which resembled torn aortae, he continued to ascend the slope. Eventually, Sonny crested the top of what seemed like a tall hill and looked down. He froze, shaken by what he saw. His eyes widened, full of shock and fear. No. How can this be? In front of him, nestled between several immense outcroppings of black stone, was a vast valley. And on the floor of that valley, shrouded by darkness, lay the remains of countless broken ships. It was a vast ship graveyard. The harrowing thing about it, though, was that each of these ships looked familiar. They were all the Chainbreaker. There, in front of him, thousands of Chainbreaker lay on the black stone, broken and destroyed. Although each was destroyed in a unique manner, shattered by a terrible impact, most of them were exactly the same. Some were a little different, seemingly modified before turning into a forlorn wreck. The shape of their rams was slightly different. The tattered sails were painted in different colors. The trees growing around the central mast of these ships were dead and twisted, devoid of all life. Some of the trees, though, looked perfectly healthy and alluring. Countless succulent fruits weighing their branches down. Shuddering, Sunny decided to keep as far away from those wrecks as possible. There were countless broken ships in front of him, thousands of them. And it was just in that one valley. They weren't the wrecks of an entire fleet of similar vessels. Instead, they were the same vessel, destroyed countless times. Suddenly covered in cold sweat, Sunny felt his sense of reality shaking. What? That does it mean? He shuddered, then began to descend into the valley. As he did, he noticed more wood fragments among the shattered ships. They were all the remains of Ananke's ketch, piled in tall hills. He did not understand. How is this possible? As Sunny felt unsure of his sanity, a derisive laughter suddenly resounded from behind him. Turning swiftly, he looked into the darkness with wide eyes. But it was just the sin of Solace. The sword wraith looked more substantial somehow. Walking out of the darkness, he looked at Sunny with contempt and smiled viciously. What? Did you think that you were the first one to make it this far? Did you think that this is the first time you betrayed your cohort and decided to seek freedom in the estuary instead? The apparition scoffed and looked at the ship graveyard, his dark eyes burning with strange glee. Fool. There were countless versions of you that had come this far. Betrayal after betrayal, repeated endlessly in countless cycles. Truly, your treachery knows no bounds. Chapter 1, 1567. One last time. 1567. One last time. Sunny remained silent, watching the sin of Solace with a somber expression. Well, that much is obvious. Of course, he was not the first version of himself to reach the estuary. There had been the Mad Prince as well. However, the next words of the sword wraith made him flinch. Oh, there were numerous Mad Princes before, too, all making schemes and striving to change something that could not be changed. The despicable bastards. Paving the way for their lesser versions, like you, to make it to the end. Each cycle a little different, but ultimately the same. The apparition took a step forward and spat, his voice trembling with hatred. Gods, I'm so tired of this boring play. Each time you escape the defilement, you are given the choice of remaining with your allies, and each time you choose to betray them. You really are a piece of scum. You know that? Do you know how many times you've broken your promises? How many times you've betrayed Changing Star in the name of seeking freedom? The sin of Solace laughed and gestured to the sea of broken ships. Look, look, lost from light. Each of these wrecks is a monument to your sins. Sunny remained silent. As he looked at the broken ships, feeling a bitter emotion rise in his heart, it was a tough pill to swallow, to be disappointed in himself. But then, he smiled darkly. Sure, knowing that he was an unreliable and treacherous, selfish person was bitter. But did it matter really? He still did not regret his choice. More than that, he was still going to see it through. So what if all his previous selves had failed? They weren't him. He was the latest, and therefore the strongest. He wielded the accumulated legacy of all who came before, granted to him by the Mad Prince, the latest Mad Prince there had been, who remembered all the previous cycles through the sin of Solace. They might have failed, but Sunny was not going to. He didn't have to be the first. He simply needed to be the last. It was impossible for him to fail, because the nightmare was already ending. By now, Nephis must have already begun her assault on Verge. The Mad Prince, Torment, and Cassie, they had manipulated the events to make sure that the nightmare was conquered, whether with or without Sunny. So this cycle would be the last one, whether he achieved his goal or not, and he was going to achieve it. The Sin of Solace looked at him with disdain. "What? You have nothing to say? Has the fear stolen your ability to speak?" Sunny smiled crookedly and walked past him without saying a word. He entered the ship graveyard and moved through it, making sure to stay away from the wrecks where the sacred trees were healthy and brimming with fruit. The feeling he received from these ones was too similar, if much weaker, than what he had felt under the branches of the Soul Devourer. Peace, safety, happiness, content. Therefore, Sunny moved as far away from that feeling as he could. The Sin of Soli followed, falling silent. The Wraith's expression was full of hatred and contempt. Sunny paid him no attention. It did not take him a lot of time to travel past the ship graveyard. Beyond it was another slope, this one leading to the peak of a high mountain. If the sphere of black stone had been the unholy Titan's heart once, then the mountain would be one of the arteries. Augmented by 6 shadows, Sunny's body was brimming with strength. Even though he was exhausted after the harrowing journey to the source, he climbed the mountains without ever slowing down. The only thing he felt nervous about was not making it to the goal in time. Finally, Sunny reached the peak of the mountain. It was indeed hollow inside. In front of him was the entrance to a vast, circular tunnel, surrounded by tall pillars. There were stone steps leading up to the maw of the tunnel, clearly man-made. Or rather, diamond-made. Ariel must have shaped this entrance himself, a long time ago. Walking closer to the steps, Sunny noticed that several of them had cracked over the ages. Jagged pieces of black stone were laying on the ground. The size and shape of them were eerily familiar. They looked exactly like the jagged black rock the key of the estuary had been created from. Sunny smiled. So this is where the Mad Prince picked the base material for his memory up, which meant that the vile madman had been to the estuary before crossing from the future into the past. He could have gained his freedom a long time ago. But was there a point in being free if it was at the cost of Nef's life? For the Mad Prince, it was not. That was why he had returned to the great river without breaking the chains of fate, and that was why he had scratched numerous demented runes into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, all saying the same thing. Be careful of what you wish for. The Mad Prince had regretted finding the Well of Wishes. Sunny, however, would not. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Mirror of Truth and looked at its polished surface. There, a reflection of Nephis is caught, looking just like she had on the carapace of the black turtle. Sunny had not used the mirror during the last revolution of the Alethea's Islands loop, and so it was in pristine condition. He looked at Nef's reflection for a while, then held the heavy mirror tightly and stepped into the grandiose tunnel, walking into its darkness, entering the heart of the tomb of Ariel. He walked forward for a while, not seeing anything particular. He couldn't even determine the direction in which the tunnel led. Its floor was supposed to be sloping downward, but it felt flat, stretching endlessly forward. Slowly, the walls of the tunnel expanded, and its ceiling disappeared from view. Sunny found himself walking between 2 perfectly flat plains of black stone, surrounded by darkness. And there, in the darkness, harrowing runes were carved into the stone, dancing madly. As soon as Sunny caught sight of these runes, he immediately activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Chapter 1, 1568, Knowledge of the Void. Sunny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, but it was enough to send him into a state of utter terror. Before even having time to think, he shut his eyes tightly and activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth, borrowing Nef's longing ability, thus making his soul incorruptible. For a while. And it was just in time, because simply being close to the runes threatened to make corruption bloom in his soul. He groaned mentally while keeping his mouth shut. The pain was almost unbearable. It was a familiar kind of terror, revulsion, and pain as well. Because Sunny had recognized the shape of those runes. There were two types of runes that the spell refused to translate. One had to do with the type of beings it simply called the unknown, the primordial beings of the eternal, ever-changing void. The other had to do with the singular being that it similarly called the unknown, the mysterious progenitor of the 7 demons, which might have been one of the void creatures, or might not have been. The latter runes were hard to look at, causing the head of the person to split with ache and their mind to become dizzy. It were the former runes, though, that were truly sinister, making the unfortunate person witnessing them feel terror and revulsion. Inscribed on the walls of the tunnel were such runes, a great number of them. The walls of the tunnel, which seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, were littered with them, with barely any empty spaces left between the harrowing symbols. Sunny gulped for air. This is the source of the defilement. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The dreadful runes described the void beings. And he had learned by now that corruption was the influence of the void, seeping through the walls of existence that caged it. Therefore, knowledge of the void was the source of corruption as well. And that was what Ariel, that madman, had inscribed on the walls of the estuary. The stories of the void, the knowledge about it, and the true names of the harrowing beings that dwelled within its ever-changing depths, imprisoned by the gods. He was sure of it. That was what Alethea had found, most likely, and what had turned her into the source of the defilement, which was merely knowledge that could be shared and transferred, thus turning this form of corruption into an unstoppable infection. Knowledge of the void, and of the true names of those beings whose names could not be known, let alone uttered aloud. That was why the spell refused to translate the harrowing runes, not because it wanted to keep its secrets for itself, but simply because being able to read them would be the end of anyone who did. Not just reading as well. Merely being in the presence of these runes was harmful. It was already painful and dangerous to glimpse a few of them, as Sunny had done a few times in his life. For example, when reading the descriptions of the drop of Shadow God's blood and the drop of Weaver's blood. If the spell had translated those runes for him, those descriptions would have probably gone something like that. Before there was only boundless eternal void. From that dark abyss the creatures of the void were born. Just like chaos itself, they were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing. Or, the loathsome thieving bird was hated both by the gods and the creatures of chaos. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of the void forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was one drop of pure golden ichor. Witnessing those few runes, which merely named the void and the type of beings born from it, had almost made him faint. Here in the estuary, though, remaining near them in the endless tunnel was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. There were numerous ghastly runes carved into the stone, not only mentioning the void and the chaos beings, but also describing them in detail and calling them by their true names. Therefore, even though Sunny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, unable to read them, that alone put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Remaining near them, in the endless tunnel, was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So, if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. He would become the mad prince again. Running his fingers over the surface of the enchanted mirror, he could already feel a few thin cracks in it. For a moment, Sunny considered turning around. But then a mocking voice came from the darkness. "Why don't you open your eyes?" Hearing the sin of solace made him remember why was it that he had come to the estuary, and what was at stake. His freedom. Gritting his teeth, Sunny suppressed the terror and the agony he felt from being close to the harrowing runes and took a step forward. Then, he took another step. And then, another. Even though each of them was so hard that he wanted to fall and shriek in pain, he remained silent and persisted. 3 steps turned into 3 dozen, and then into 300. Sunny continued to walk through the dark tunnel, keeping his eyes closed. His shadows were wrapped tightly around his body, unable to see anything. Saint, fiend, and nightmare were kept safely within his soul, unable to witness the dreadful secrets of the void. Enduring the nauseating fear and torturous pain, he kept going, and hoping that he would reach the end of the tunnel before the mirror of truth reached its limit. Chapter 1569. Cracking Mirror. I am starting to rethink the value of curiosity. Even subjected to the horror of the knowledge of the void, which could quite literally turn Sunny into a nightmare creature, he still felt a strange impulse to open his eyes and try to glean the secrets left in the estuary by the demon of dread. It was such a tantalizing mystery after all. The void, the ineffable beings that dwelled in it, and how the gods were born from them, only to wage war on the very existence that had given shape to their divinity. It was a bit like the compulsion to jump that some people felt while standing near the edge of a tall cliff. Of course, taking that leap would mean the death of them, and opening his eyes would mean the end of Sunny, so he kept them shut and kept walking. At first, each step felt as if he was trying to move a mountain, but slowly, torturously, he grew accustomed to the suffocating pressure of the ghastly runes. Not to the point of being comfortable around them, but at least enough so to increase his pace. The reason he could make even a single step, though, was the mirror of truth, and the reflection of Nephis caught in it. Without borrowing her longing ability, Sunny would have collapsed to the ground the moment the runes surrounded him, turning into a pile of something, tentacles maybe, or bone blades. Then again, the Mad Prince had looked pretty human-like. So perhaps he would have retained his general appearance, with only his soul becoming consumed by corruption. That would have made Sunny a fallen terror, which was the same rank and class that the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore had possessed. The comparison made him feel not exactly nostalgic, but definitely contemplative. Things have changed a lot, haven't they? Distracting himself from the horror that surrounded him, Sunny continued to walk forward. Dread, absolute dread. What else had he expected to find in the heart of the tomb of Ariel? And it was not even the real thing. Sunny shuddered to imagine how much more harrowing the true estuary was. What madman would want to try entering its dreadful halls? And somehow, the key to his freedom was still waiting for him. Somewhere ahead. What could grant him freedom in this god-forsaken place? Sunny did not know, but he was determined to grasp it with both hands. The sin of solace kept quiet, and so did he. Time passed agonizingly slowly, but also inconceivably fast. In fact, Sunny had lost all sense of the passage time the moment he entered the source, so he had no idea how much of it was flowing by. Nephis was somewhere out there, either preparing to fight or already fighting the hordes of the defiled abominations. Faster. I have to walk faster. Gritting his teeth, Sunny did just that. Nothing changed for a while, with his mind still being ravaged by the presence of the revolting runes. But then, a subtle sound reached his ears. It was the tranquil murmur of water licking a stone shore. Feeling a spark of hope ignite in his heart, Sunny touched the surface of the mirror of truth, feeling cold sweat rolling down his back when he realized that it was almost entirely covered by cracks now. The miraculous memory was going to shatter very soon, but he was still so far away. Sunny could not risk separating his shadows from himself, or turning into a swift shadow and gliding forward. The last thing he wanted was to expose his soul to more pain. Fainting in convulsions would be the end of him, so he simply took a deep breath and forced his dazed body into a run instead. The mirror of truth kept cracking beneath his fingers, and then those cracks connected together, producing a quiet but deafening sound. The miraculous mirror shattered and fell apart, the sharp shards dissipating into a whirlwind of sparks. He heard the spell whisper, "Your memory has been destroyed." At the same time, Sunny put his foot forward and felt emptiness beneath it. Losing his balance, he fell down and rolled on sharp rocks, quickly becoming covered in bruises. Thankfully, a few moments later, the pressure of the ghastly runes dissipated, and he was able to take a deep breath. Sliding down a sharp stone slope felt infinitely less torturous than being surrounded by the horrid writing of Ariel, the demon of dread. Nevertheless, Sunny lingered for a few more seconds before opening his eyes. His body had indeed rolled down another steep slope, this one leading to a vast and calm lake, or maybe a sea or an ocean. Sunny could not see the end of it, so he did not know its size. All he knew was that the water was shrouded in darkness and tranquil, reminding him of the peaceful lightlessness of his own soul. Behind him, the entrance to the tunnel towered like an infinite vertical wound in the mass of black stone. The ceiling of the colossal cavern he had found himself in could not be seen, if there even was one. Taking a deep breath, Sunny stared at the tranquil lake of dark water with a resentful expression. Water. Gods, why does it have to be water again? Sunny had never encountered a deep body of water that did not hide some terrifying abomination. Hopefully, this time would be different. He thought that, but still decided against diving into the lake. Instead, he used the crown of twilight and stepped on the surface of the water instead, walking across it as if it was solid ground. The surface of the water supported him, barely wetting his dainty silk shoes. Sunny had already experienced walking on water, running on water, and even fighting on water, so this was nothing new to him. Nevertheless, the quiet lake that was hidden deep within the heart of the tomb of Ariel, at the estuary of the great river, made a sense of wonder bloom in his heart. Can this, perhaps, be the Well of Wishes? Chapter 1, Ista 570. Writ in Water. Sunny did not really believe that the fairy tale Ananke had told him was literal. The magical Well of Wishes did not really exist, and neither did the remnant of the primal desire from which the gods had been born exist in the estuary. Cassie had told him herself, not everyone's wish would be fulfilled here, but his would through some unknown process. Still, looking at the mysterious lake surrounding him, Sunny could not help but wonder if both of them had, perhaps, been wrong. Wouldn't it be nice for something that magical to exist? But of course, the dark and seemingly endless lake was not the Well of Wishes Ananke had told him about. Sunny realized it when faint lights ignited in its depths, and a nauseating feeling assaulted his senses. Damn it! He staggered slightly, barely keeping himself from plunging into the cold water. Regaining his balance, Sunny stared at the distant lights. A strange expression appeared on his face. Don't tell me. There, deep beneath his feet. More runes shined, weaved from light. He could not read them, and felt dizzy from merely looking at them. But they were not the same harrowing runes that covered the walls of the tunnel. Instead, they were the second kind of runes that the spell refused to translate. The runes that had to do with the unknown, the progenitor of the demons. At least these writings did not threaten to corrupt his soul. Sunny studied the runes for a few moments, having no idea what they meant. However, strangely, he felt that he was on the cusp of grasping their meaning. It was as if the secrets described by the shining runes were just outside his reach. I wonder if Alethea got that far, and the Mad Prince, and all the previous versions of Sunny that had entered the estuary. Had any of them learned the secrets written by the demon of dread in the depths of a mystical lake? The lake that was hidden behind a tunnel full of corruption, almost as if guarded by it. Sunny took a deep breath. and then, following an impulse, summoned the sin of solace and hideous truth. Enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sunny was not entirely mad, but through the paradoxical nature of the sin of solace, the spirit of the cursed sword had long ago reached completion. Therefore, he was long overdue to receive revelations as a reward for reaching the pinnacle of madness. The hilt of the jade jian landed comfortably in his hand, and the moment it did, Sunny felt the thin barrier separating him from understanding the nauseating runes dissolving. Finally, their true meaning was revealed to him. Looking down, Sunny shuddered as he read, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god." Sunny stared at the familiar runes, dazed. Hail, Weaver. His mind was in a state of shock, or maybe epiphany. He couldn't tell. The forgotten god? So the unknown, the progenitor of the demons, was a god? The seventh god? How could it be? He raised a hand and wiped his face, suddenly feeling cold. There were only 6 gods: sun god, war god, beast god, storm god, heart god, and shadow god, which was strange, considering how obsessed the spell, and the dream realm as a whole, seemed with the number 7. But who was the forgotten god? Where had another god come from, and how could he be the parent of the demons? Demons were said to have appeared out of nowhere, creating themselves. No, wait. If there was a 7th god, which was rather unbelievable, considering that Sunny had never seen him, mentioned anywhere, then why would the spell refuse to translate his name? And why did Sunny feel dizzy and nauseated when encountering the few, exceedingly rare mentions of him, written in the strange runes? And why was the name of Weaver written in the runes at the heart of the tomb of Ariel? Sunny hesitated for a while, then walked further, heading for the next set of runes shining underwater some distance away. Forgotten god, forgotten god. A 7th god existed, huh? That was very strange. Soon he reached the next set of shining runes. They read, "Hail, Hope, demon of desire, daughter of the forgotten god." He frowned a little, then continued walking. Soon, he walked over the runes mentioning all 7 of the demons. Demon of fate, demon of desire, demon of oblivion, demon of dread, demon of imagination, demon of repose, and the demon of choice, as well as destiny. It seemed that even Ariel had forgotten to mention the name of the demon of oblivion. Or perhaps he had, but Sunny had already forgotten reading it. In any case, all 7 demons were called the children of the forgotten god. It was at that moment that a startling realization ignited in Sunny's mind, making him sway a little. Desire, dread, repose, imagination, oblivion, destiny, fate. The 7th god, the forgotten god, was the progenitor of the 7 demons. In hindsight, it was all so obvious. Wouldn't it make him dream god? Dream god, the god of dreams, nightmares, restoration, imagination, oblivion, and fate. People dreamed about what they desired. They saw nightmares about things they dreaded. Sleep brought with it rest, and was full of fantastical things. Dreams were easily forgotten, disappearing into oblivion. And sometimes dreams brought with them visions of fate, like the prophetic visions Cassie received when she slept. Destiny, meanwhile, was the other side of fate. It all made sense. The 7 demons, each represented one of the aspects of the 7th god, dream god, who had been forgotten and erased from history, for some reason, only mentioned in forbidden runes that could not be read by most people and repelled anyone who tried. Thus, becoming the forgotten god. Chapter 1, 1005. 171. 7th god. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying to digest the earth-shaking revelation he had received in the estuary. He felt as though he had stumbled on a great, almost unimaginable secret, something that perhaps lay at the root of all the mysteries that had been plaguing him for so long. There were not 6, but 7 gods: sun god, war god, storm god, beast god, heart god, shadow god, and dream god, who had been forgotten. The demons were children of this forgotten god. Therefore, by rebelling against the gods, had they rebelled against their own kin? Just like the gods themselves had waged war against their kin, the ineffable beings of the void. No, wait. The connection between the forgotten god and everything that had happened, and continued to happen, was too deep to be a mere coincidence. The realms of the gods were destroyed, consumed one after another by the dream realm. Seeds of nightmare bloomed in its depths, infecting the last remaining realm, the waking world, by a plague of nightmare creatures. And then there was the nightmare spell, created by Weaver, the firstborn of Dream God. Had the forgotten god really been Dream God? Or had he been Nightmare God? Or had he been Dream God once, but then became the god of nightmares? Why had he been erased from history? Why did the runes describing his title, and not even his real title, but simply referring to him and the forgotten god, possess a repelling force to them? It was almost as if merely mentioning him was forbidden, on a level close to a universal law. Wait, if a mere mention of the forgotten god was forbidden, was that why Weaver's lineage was described as forbidden as well? Come to think of it, Sunny had never heard about any of the demons having offspring. Had they been forbidden from propagating because of their connection to the erased deity? His head was spinning. There's something to it, I am certain. The forgotten god, the dream realm, and the nightmare spell. There was an obvious connection between them, a through line that neatly tied it all together, an answer to most of the questions that Sunny had asked himself countless times, but was never able to solve. The next set of runes shone in the distance, luring him to walk further. Maybe that answer lies right ahead. Taking a deep breath, Sunny walked across the surface of the hidden lake. Soon he reached the source of light. However, to his surprise, it was not a string of runes. Instead, it was an image. A familiar image, too. Surrounded by a field of terrifying darkness, a mass of golden flame was burning, illuminating the void with its radiance. It was the start of the myth of creation, the scene where desire was born in the everlasting void, bringing with it direction. Why is this here? Sunny frowned, then walked forward, soon reaching the next source of light. Again, a familiar image was in front of him, or rather, beneath him. This one, however, was a bit different from what he had seen in the drowned temple of fallen grace. On the mural of the drowned temple, there were 6 radiant figures surrounding the reduced mass of flames, with vague shapes of the void creatures hidden in the darkness. But here, in the waters of the dark lake, there were 7, and looking at the 7th figure made Sunny feel dizzy and nauseous. It seemed that not only mentioning the forgotten god was forbidden, but depicting him as well. Sunny walked further. The next several scenes painted in the water were largely the same. They depicted the 7 gods fighting against the void beings, albeit in more artistic and mysterious manner. However, the final scene of the war was very different from how it had been drawn on the mural in the drowning temple. There, the void beings had been shown beaten and diminished, surrounded by the 6 proud and victorious gods. Here in the estuary, though, the scene was entirely not the same. The void being were just as giant and terrifying as ever, and the 7 gods were depicted in a desperate fight against them, both sides seemingly on the verge of being destroyed. The next scene was different as well. In the temple, it showed the 6 gods confidently enveloping the void, and the harrowing creatures dwelling in it, in a net made from the remnants of the golden flame. Here, though, the scene was largely the same, with one important distinction. One of the 7 radiant figures was hopelessly caught among the terrifying shapes of the void creatures, unable to retreat. Nevertheless, the net of flames still enveloped the void, creating a cage around it. and sealing the radiant figure in that cage with the beings of the void. Sunny shivered, a terrible understanding dawning on him. He walked to the next scene and saw it. Just before the net closed, forever sealing the void, the radiant figure of the seventh god tore 7 pieces of itself and sent them flying away. The radiant sparks, much brighter than the remnant sparks of the golden flame that would later become humans, escaped the cage just before it closed. The final image was very similar to the one depicted in the drowned temple. It showed the familiar picture of forests, plains, river, and a vast sky, the world as Sunny knew it. Humans were depicted in that image as well, wandering the landscape as tiny dots. There were 7 vague but much more prominent figures among them, though, standing under the blue sky, confused and lost. The demons. Sunny trembled. This is not the myth of creation. Indeed, the story drawn in the depths of the mystical lake was not the myth of creation. Instead, it was the story of how the demons were born, of how the gods sealed the void, abandoning one of their own, and how that 7th god tore 7 pieces of his soul to let a part of him escape the cage, thus becoming the progenitor of the demons, who were mysterious creatures that were rumored to have appeared from nowhere, possessing a power not quite equal, but similar to that of the gods. Chapter 1. 1572. Testament of Dread. As it turned out, the demons had not appeared out of nowhere, nor had they created themselves. Instead, they were born from the 7 pieces of a god whose very existence had been erased from the world, concealed and forbidden from being mentioned, the 7th god, the forgotten god, who had been dream god once. So it was not that the origin of the demons was unknown, it was just that their very existence was forbidden, and since no one was allowed to remember the forgotten god, it seemed as if they had appeared from nowhere. Sunny shivered, and then looked ahead. There, the last cluster of light was burning under the surface of the dark lake. He walked forward, his legs numb. Soon, he reached the light and looked down, seeing runes once again. Taking slow steps, he studied them. The message left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread, read, "Here is the truth I leave behind that reveals the lie of the gods. The forgotten one slumbers in the void, eternal, ever-changing, dreaming of escape. The gods who were flawless learned shame and were flawless no more. I am a child of their transgression and thus their flaw." Suddenly, he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the second nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the 4 words the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. "Never trust the gods." Sunny trembled. The gods were flawless no more. Suddenly, he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the second nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the 4 words the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. Never trust the gods. The gods, were liars indeed. They left one of their own in the cage they had built to imprison the void, and full of shame, erased his existence from the world. Was that how the universal law of perfection had been born? Or maybe it had gone the other way around, and it was precisely the creation of the law of imperfection that had given the gods the final push they needed to seal the void, thus making the forgotten god their flaw, and therefore making the demons who had been born from his soul living incarnations of that flaw. Was that what Hope had meant when she spoke to him? Hope, who had been imprisoned by Sun God. Her kingdom destroyed, after mortals started worshipping her. Wait, no. Was shame really what had made the gods forbid the knowledge of the forgotten god from spreading? Or was there something deeper hiding behind that colossal lie? The law of imperfection. Everything in the world created by the gods was imperfect, including the gods themselves. Therefore, the seal they had placed on the void had to be imperfect as well, which meant that it could be broken. That, in a sense, was their flaw too. And therefore, the forgotten God, who had been sealed in the void for so long, slumbering, could one day break free. What would happen if he did? Suddenly, something clicked in Sonny's head. No, not what would happen. He paled, an expression of utter terror appearing on his face. What has happened? There were 7 gods, not 6, and therefore there had to be 7 divine realms, not 6, like Windflower had told him. The waking world was the 6th, most likely belonging to War God, while the dream realm was the 7th, belonging to the forgotten God. The dream realm, which was devouring all the rest and spreading corruption to all of existence through the blooming seeds of nightmare. Corruption was the result of the void influencing that which had been created by the gods. What would happen if one of the gods was exposed to the void for eons then? Could there be a corrupted god? The god of corruption? Sonny trembled once again. That god had already broken free of his seal, but perhaps he was still asleep, and all of existence was in the throes of his nightmare. The forgotten God has succumbed to corruption. And the day he was released would have brought doom to the world created by the gods. So they had to have done everything in their power to prevent him from growing stronger, restless, and awakening from his slumber. They had erased all mentions of his existence from the world. They had forbidden the demons from siring offspring, thus preventing the propagation, the lineage of the forgotten God. And they had destroyed Hope's kingdom when people started worshipping her, and through her, the God from whom she was created. Which was a really cruel punishment, considering that demons had not even been aware of their origin at the time. After all, the description of the mantle of the underworld stated it clearly about Nether. He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood, as well as learn the secrets of his own. Nether had been the first to reveal the lie of the gods and learn the truth of his origin. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling sick. Damnation! Damnation! Finally, the history of the dream realm was revealed in front of him. Except for the very end of it. What had happened during the Doom War? How had the gods and the demons perished? How had the seal of the void been broken? And if it had been broken, why wasn't all of existence already consumed by it? Why was the forgotten God still sleeping, instead of awakening to devour everything? Most importantly of all, what was the true purpose of the nightmare spell? And what was Weaver's real goal? Remembering the scheming demon, Sonny suddenly shuddered. Wait a minute. The demons had been forbidden from propagating, and yet the demon of fate still secretly created a lineage. The forbidden lineage, which Sonny had inherited. Since the blood of Weaver was flowing through his veins, did it mean that he had actually inherited the lineage of the forgotten God? What the hell does that mean? Sonny raised his hands and clutched at his hair. He was a bit overwhelmed. After finally solving countless mysteries about the past of the world, despite that very knowledge having been forbidden from being learned by a divine law, he was left with one final set of questions. But these questions were perhaps the most important, because they directly influenced the present, and therefore the future. His future, as well as that of everyone he knew. Sonny would have loved to spend an eternity contemplating the many harrowing revelations he had received, but he wasn't sure that he could endure it at the moment. Most importantly, he didn't have time. His freedom was here, somewhere in the estuary of the great river, hidden at the very heart of it, where the most burdensome truth Ariel wanted to be free of should have been buried. Sonny had to reach it before Nephis burned the first seeker to ash. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he tried to calm his frenzied mind and hurriedly walked forward. Lying gods, forgotten gods, corrupted gods. I'll deal with all of this later. The forgotten God dreamed of being free. Well, Sonny dreamed of being free as well, and his wish was almost within his grasp. So, He was going to make sure that he didn't fail to grasp it at all costs. Chapter 1. 1,573 Stone Maze. 1,573 Stone Maze. Sunny turned away from the chilling testament that Ariel had left behind in the silent waters of the still lake and continued forward. There were a million thoughts in his mind. The magnitude of the revelation he had received dwarfed almost everything Sunny knew. The very reason for the cold reality he was born into now had an explanation. The future, too, had become much clearer. And it was a frightening future as well. The gods were dead. But not all of them. The seventh god was still alive, slumbering in the cradle of the void. All of existence was already infected by the horrors of his nightmare, and once the Forgotten One awakened, even that ailing world would come to an end. And yet Sunny had no desire to ponder these truths right now. The matters of corrupted gods and dying worlds were far away. The dreadful future they promised was far away too. Although perhaps not as far as he would have hoped for. In any case, none of it held any meaning as long as he was bound. As long as he wasn't free. Free to live his life the way he wished to live it, as well as free to try and change the predestined outcome. Even if the end promised by the truth of Ariel truly came before Sunny died peacefully of old age, even if he failed to change anything. In the end, there was really only one thing sadder than living as a slave. It was dying as one. So, Sunny wished to gain freedom even more desperately now. And unlike the dreadful truth, his freedom was near. The guiding light was still shining, pointing across the dark waters. Sunny followed that light through the darkness. As he walked across the still lake, subtle ripples spread from where he stepped. His reflection walked alongside him, and a few steps back, the sin of Solace followed, staring at Sunny with hateful eyes. Why is he being so quiet? There was something strange happening to the sword wraith. He seemed different, somehow, ever since they had entered the estuary. Sunny had long grown accustomed to the company of the loathsome apparition, but now he was growing wary of its presence. Not the least because he knew now what harrowing knowledge the sin of Solace was harboring, prevented from sharing it only by the seal placed on him by the estuary key. Just like the void could break its seal and consume all of existence, the knowledge of it that the wraith possessed would consume Sunny should the estuary key disappear. The thought was chilling. It's a good thing I never tried to transfer the key of the estuary to someone, I guess. Sunny continued to walk across the dark lake, losing all sense of time. Or rather, what little of it he had left. There were no lights shining under the surface of the water anymore. But gradually, the lake itself changed. Its surface, which had been calm before, was slowly growing restless. There were powerful currents moving underneath the surface, making the dark water stir and surge, forming waves. Soon, advancing had become harder. Eventually, Sunny saw something in the distance. Jagged rocks were rising from the water, resembling cliffs. The water was flowing between them, restless, and wisps of mist rose here and there. The silence was broken by the sound of rushing water and the whispers of distant currents. Sunny reached the towering black rocks, looking at the surging water with a complicated expression. There was a labyrinth formed by the passages between the jagged cliffs, shrouded in mist. The water traveled through the stone maze, disappearing from view. He could hear it roar in the distance, as if plunging from great heights. He could also feel the very fabric of reality grow thin and strange all around him. What is this place? Sunny did not know, but he had a suspicion, and that suspicion only grew when he noticed something at the base of one of the cliffs. There, a mark had been left on the black stone, as if cut into it by a sharp blade. 2 runes, one meaning sun, the other meaning loss. The Mad Prince passed through here, and not only him. Looking into the passages formed between the cliffs and listening to the distant roar of water, Sunny felt sure that here, the lake hidden in the inner part of the estuary connected back to the great river. Only, since the lake existed entirely outside of time, the connections it formed were special. If he followed one of the streams, he would most likely be able to exit the estuary. He would also enter the great river at a point in time different from where he had left it, perhaps far in the future, or perhaps far in the past, long before the day he had entered the nightmare. That was how the Mad Prince had been able to invade a cycle of the great river where he was not meant to exist, and had taken the future plagues with him. Cassie had said so herself. What had her exact words been? After reaching the estuary and using it to invade the next cycle of the great river, the two of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Sunny had not paid attention to these words back then, overwhelmed by other matters. But now, he finally understood what Cassie had meant. The estuary existed outside of time, or rather time itself did not exist yet in the estuary. So, the relationship between this eerie place and the rest of the tomb of Ariel was tenuous at best. By choosing the right passage, one could escape the usual cyclical flow of the great river and travel to a different time, not the subjective time of the great river represented by its current, but the objective time that dictated the rise and fall of its civilization. If Sunny had 1,000 attempts, he could map the labyrinth and find a way to come and go as he pleased, visiting different eras of the tomb of Ariel. He could even travel to a time before the plagues invaded the latest cycle, prepare for their arrival, then destroy them in one fell swoop. They had not been as powerful back then after all. That way, perhaps the river civilization would not decline as fast. Perhaps the twilight would not be destroyed yet. Perhaps the nightmare could be conquered differently. But then again, maybe not. Maybe twilight had always been fated to be destroyed by the forces of the defilement, and the beautiful cities of the Sibyls had always been fated to fall apart and drown. In any case, he did not have 1,000 attempts. He barely had one. And so Sunny entered the labyrinth and followed the guiding light, wondering where it would lead him. Would he return to the great river? Would he be sent into the future, or into the past? Whose true name had torment delivered to Cassie, and how would finding that creature, or place, release him from the chains of fate? He was going to find out. Eventually, there was nothing left around him except for towering cliffs and rushing water. Sunny used the dark wing to glide between the jagged rocks, propelling himself forward with stunning speed. He felt a need to hurry, knowing that Nephis was somewhere out there, leading an assault on Verge. In the end, the guiding light led him to neither the future nor the past. Instead, the radiant crystal simply showed him the way through the labyrinth, keeping away from the sound of roaring water. Escaping the misty labyrinth, Sunny found himself in front of a vast body of water once again. He was back to the calmer reaches of the dark lake. The part of it hidden behind the maze of cliffs, though, was entirely different from what he had seen near the shore. What is this? Sunny froze for a moment, gazing forward with a pale face. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the water. It was very much like the dreadful sight of the slaughter that had happened at the approach to twilight, but with one striking difference. If the carcasses littering the still water there belonged to the defiled abominations, then here, all of them seemed to belong to great nightmare creatures. Sunny knew it because there were numerous husks of dark butterflies among the floating corpses, all lifeless despite having no discernible wounds. Something had violently destroyed their very souls, leaving only lifeless corpses behind. And there, far away. Did it only look that way, or was something dark rising from the water? The guiding light was pointing directly at that distant speck of darkness. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth and took a step forward. As he did, something vast moved in the depths of the still water, and gazed at him. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1574. Whoever Fights. Monsters 1574. Whoever Fights Monsters. Sunny staggered as the gaze of the being hiding beneath the still water of the lake fell on him. A scream almost escaped from his lips, but he gritted his teeth and pushed it down. Ah, the feeling of being looked upon by the invisible watcher, whatever it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Sunny had been in the presence of powerful people before, and even more powerful nightmare creatures. He had been crushed by the suffocating force of their presence and struggled to move while being pressed down by it. But the gaze of the being hiding under the silent, dark waves was entirely different. It was not only heavier and more insurmountable, hinting at the terrifying power of the hidden watcher, but also did not feel the same. The force of oppression emanated by mighty beings was usually aimless and directionless, while the chilling gaze was piercing and penetrating. It felt as though the mysterious being was not simply looking at Sunny from beneath the mass of dark water, but rather looking through him. Sunny's body, mind, and his very soul were like an open book in front of the hidden watcher, and they were being read, one page after another. Gods, gods. His soul was being witnessed, and somehow Sunny felt that it was more than that. His soul was being judged. Paled, he slowly looked around, seeing the floating corpses of the great nightmare creatures in a new light. Had all these harrowing abominations failed to pass the judgment? Just what was this place? Was there something else hidden at the very heart of the nebulous lake, even after all the forbidden knowledge left behind on its shore and in the depths of its outer reaches? Why had Ariel placed it behind the labyrinth of rushing currents and mist, leaving a fearsome guardian behind? Sunny grimaced, swayed a little, and took a step forward. Then, another. Go on. Judge me. I have nothing to hide. He did not know what he was being judged for, but the sincerity of his wish to be free was indisputable. Hopefully, the dreadful being would see its purity and let him pass. Feeling as if he was walking to his execution, Sunny walked toward the very heart of the estuary, the speck of darkness that the guiding light was pointing at. He maneuvered around the motionless corpses of the great nightmare creatures, who had all lost their lives in this eerie place, and forced himself to put one foot in front of the other. One step at a time. The harrowing gaze followed him for a while, inhuman and indifferent. Then, the feeling of something vast and ancient watching him suddenly disappeared, leaving him shaken and rattled. Sunny staggered again, filled with incredible relief, and almost let out a groan. It seemed that he had passed the judgment. What was that thing looking for? Who was allowed to approach the heart of the estuary, and who was not? Why did the guardian let Sunny pass? He regained his balance and looked forward with dark resolve burning in his eyes. Come on. You are almost there. Feeling battered and drained from being looked upon by the invisible, inconceivable guardian of the inner lake, Sunny forced his tired body to continue walking. He walked and walked, eventually leaving all the floating corpses behind. Now, there was nothing in front of him except for the still expanse of dark water and the vague shape rising from it in the distance. Oh, and one other thing. A few dozen steps in front of him, a familiar figure was standing on the water, looking at him with no humor in its dark eyes. It was the sin of Solace, who had disappeared, somewhere just before the chilling gaze fell on Sunny. Now, the sword wraith was back, standing in Sunny's way with a cold expression on his face. I guess it's time then. Sunny grinned darkly and took another step forward. As he did, he felt something shattering within his soul, and the spell whispered into his ear, its voice somber. Your memory has been destroyed. Sunny did not have to look at his runes to know which of his memories had mysteriously destroyed itself. It was the memory that had appeared in his soul without an explanation, and was now gone without an explanation. The key of the estuary. Why had it been destroyed? Well, that much was obvious. It was because whatever door the Mad Prince had wanted to unlock with it was already ajar. Feeling a dark kind of amusement, Sunny slowly walked to the Sin of Solace and stopped just a step or two away from him. The loathsome sword wraith looked cold, not at all delighted despite being free of the seal that had constrained him for so long. However, somehow, he also looked much more sinister than before. The apparition stared at Sunny with a bit of contempt, a bit of resentment, and a bit of pity. "Here we are, you fool. Really, how could you not expect that outcome?" Sunny met his gaze and sighed. How could he have not expected this to happen? Of course he had. The actions of the Mad Prince had always been bizarre and almost impossible to understand. The depths of the schemes the vile madman had woven were nothing short of unfathomable, destroying countless lives and reshaping the entire nightmare to his will. Sunny had long guessed what drove the Mad Prince. It was his desire to redeem the sin of killing Nephis and bring her back to life. That said, who was to say that his previous self only had one goal? Who was to say that he had been willing to simply cease to exist, thus preventing himself from enjoying the fruits of his labor? After all, if there was one thing Sunny knew about himself, it was that he was a cockroach. He was very hard to kill, and even if something did manage to kill him, he had a strange track record of somehow finding a way to come back to life. So why would the Mad Prince be any different? Of course, there was a bit of contradiction between what the two of them wanted. It was because, in order for the Mad Prince to come back to life, Sunny had to disappear. He had to become a vessel to the memories of the vile madman and lose his sanity to corruption. Taking a deep breath, Sunny stared at the sin of solace silently. So, which one of them would get to exist? Which one of them would manage to out-scheme the other? Chapter 1575, Free of Sin. 1575 Free of Sin. Sunny had an inkling that the Mad Prince had not been willing to quietly disappear for a while now. However, it had always been just that, a suspicion, substantiated by nothing except for his knowledge of himself. Sunny wouldn't have wanted to cease to exist, so why would his defiled version be any different? The Mad Prince had wished to be free, and in the process of fulfilling that wish, he caused Neph's death. His soul was consumed by the defilement, but not entirely so. A small slither of his humanity remained due to the sin of Solace, who preserved it to torment his host better. And so the vile madman came to regret pursuing his wish. He schemed and conspired to bring Nephis back to life and create such a cycle of the great river where the nightmare could be conquered by the cohort. He turned his friends into the plagues, and then betrayed them, arranging for each to be slaughtered. But was that all that the Mad Prince had wanted? Apparently no. Sunny was a greedy person, and his past self had to have been too. Therefore, there were at least two more things the Mad Prince had schemed to achieve. The first one was more or less obvious. He had not only wished to bring Nephis back to life, but to be with her as well. Staring at the sin of Solace, Sunny shook his head in disgust. That crazy bastard. Did he really think that Neph would accept a horrid, corrupted maniac like him? Well, it was in the name. Despite all his devious cunning, at the end of the day, the Mad Prince was exactly that. Entirely and utterly mad. Sunny had no doubt that the lunatic imagined countless ways to bend the future to his will in that perverse head of his. The sin of Solace, meanwhile, smiled darkly. "Oh, I see that you are starting to understand. I am sorry to say this, though. It's already too late for you." Sunny simply stared at him without saying anything. Indeed, he was starting to understand how the Mad Prince had planned to return, and why was it only happening now. There was a second thing he must have wanted to achieve after all, and that thing was to reach the heart of the estuary. Sunny could not have come to that conclusion before, but after witnessing the inner sanctum of the hidden lake and experiencing the chilling gaze of its guardian, he realized something. There was indeed one last secret, hidden at the very heart of the estuary. Perhaps the most terrible and the most precious of them all, and Ariel had arranged for that secret to be protected above all else. Only those who passed the judgment of the guardian of the lake had the right to learn that secret. That judgment, appeared to be a very simple one. Why had the great nightmare creatures that found their way into the estuary been slain, while Sunny was allowed to pass? It was because their souls were corrupted, while his was not. Corruption was not allowed to come near the heart of the estuary, as if Ariel had not wanted for whatever was hidden there to be sullied by its vile touch. And therefore, the Mad Prince had not been able to witness the final secret either. As the Sin of Solace looked at him mockingly, Sunny smiled. Of course, it was so obvious. How could the Mad Prince, a corrupted titan, infiltrate the heart of the estuary if no corrupted creature could? The answer was oblivion. He had to forget the knowledge of the void that planted the seeds of corruption into his soul at the start of each cycle, pass the judgment of the Lake Guardian, and then regain his memories again. So the Mad Prince had created the key of the estuary, a memory meant to get him to the innermost sanctum of the estuary intact, a memory that placed a seal on the Sin of Solace, thus preventing the Sword Wraith from sharing the knowledge of the void and the memories of all previous cycles with Sunny. Only for that seal to be broken once it served its purpose and got Sunny past the Lake Guardian, thus bringing the Mad Prince back in all his unholy glory. The Sin of Solace chuckled. Ah, don't look so dejected. Whatever anger you feel, I feel more of it. Being stuck with you is already bad enough, you worm. Being stuck with the other guy? Gods. I've endured that for too long already, he sighed. But, well, what's done is done. There is no way to escape the inevitable now. Sunny glared at him and outstretched a hand, summoning the Jade Gion into existence. The Sin of Solace laughed. Oh, wait. I guess you can just destroy me before your soul is corrupted, huh? The Sword Wraith was immune to the flow of the great river, keeping his memories of all the past cycles. And since he was nothing but a splintered piece of Sunny's own mind, that knowledge would slowly seep through and contaminate the rest of his mind, like it had happened on Alethea's island. The Sin of Solace could just whisper the secrets of the void to Sunny directly, but he did not have to. Eventually, that knowledge would infect Sunny's mind simply because it was already there. However, it would not happen instantly. Just like it had happened on Alethea's island, and even earlier with the cycles of the Great River, Sunny had some time before the contamination started in earnest. If he was to somehow destroy the Sin of Solace during that time, the splintered part of his mind would be eradicated, and the terrible knowledge contained within it would be erased without a trace. The problem was, the beautiful Gion appeared in Sunny's hand, its blade carved from pristine white jade. Perfect jade. Enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory with an enchantment that drastically enhanced its durability, while Sunny was merely an ascended. Was he even strong enough to break it? And if he did break it, would the wraith born from it truly disappear? Chapter 1, 1576. Dreadful Whisper 1576. Dreadful Whisper. Sunny had to destroy the Sin of Solace before the seeds of corruption were planted into his soul. If he managed to destroy the wraith before that happened, the scheme the Mad Prince had concocted to come back to life would be thwarted, and Sunny would get to continue existing. If he failed, the Mad Prince would return, consuming him in the process. That vile bastard! The Sword Wraith laughed as he watched him. My, oh my. You're not going to do something terrible to me, are you? Sunny glanced at him darkly, then at the beautiful Gion in his hand. Placing the guiding light on the water, he wrapped all 6 of his shadows around him and grabbed the jade blade using all his inhuman strength in an attempt to break it against his knee. The Sin of Solace was not only incredibly resilient, but also incredibly sharp. Despite the marble shell, Sunny could not get a good hold of it without losing his fingers, and even if he could, his strength seemed insufficient to shatter the cursed sword. Even though his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing, the Gion only bent, but did not break. As soon as Sunny released it, the blade sprung back to its initial, perfectly straight form. Maybe I should try to escape back under the gaze of the lake guardian. But no, that would only end in his demise. The sin of solace was a part of him, and now that the estuary key had been destroyed, the guardian would obliterate them both. The wraith chuckled, observing his efforts with disdain. Pathetic. Sunny abandoned his attempts to break the jade blade and straightened. Then, he smiled. So what if he wasn't strong enough to break the damned sword? That whole performance was just to satiate his curiosity anyway. Before the sword wraith could say anything else, he released his shadows and tossed the beautiful Jian away. A moment later, a hand rose from one of the shadows, catching the cursed sword. Saint stepped out of it, holding it with indifferent grace. As an ascended, Sunny might not have been strong enough to shatter the sin of solace. But luckily, he had a transcendent devil at hand. 2 of them, even. It would have been even easier to make Fiend eat the jade blade, but he was worried that the cursed thing would give the ravenous ogre indigestion. So, the job of destroying the sinister memory fell to Saint. As the 6 shadows wrapped themselves around the graceful knight, her ruby eyes blazed with crimson light. The wraith opened his eyes widely. Now wait a second. Not paying him any attention, or rather, incapable of perceiving him, Saint silently placed the flat of the jade blade against her greave, slowly raised her shield, and then struck the cursed sword with its rim. A gust of hurricane wind spread from the point of impact, and the surface of the lake rippled. The sin of solace cracked, then exploded into shards of beautiful white jade, which dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. Those sparks were then absorbed into Saint's stone-like body. Sunny heard the spell whispering into his ear, saying the same words for the second time in the last few minutes. Your memory has been destroyed. A slight grimace appeared on his face. Losing memories never felt good. There was the grimace on the face of the sword wraith, too. Ah! Ah! The apparition convulsed, screaming and hunched over. For a few moments there was silence, and then the silence was broken by the sound of mocking laughter. Oh, it seems that breaking the sword did nothing. I am perfectly fine. Who would have known? The sin of solace straightened and stared at Sunny with a disdainful grin. Fool! Did you really think that it would work? Sunny stared at him silently, his face pale and grim. The wraith shook his head. If it was that easy to get rid of me, do you think that I would still be here? Ah, lost from light. I am a part of your mind now. The cause of me might have been that memory of yours, but the source of me is you. So what good would destroying the sword do? The contemptuous smile slowly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and dark expression. It was a little bit dejected, too. The sin of solace sighed. Now let's end this farce. It has been a displeasure to spend time with you once again. Granted, what comes won't be pleasant either. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, some terrible truth that would drive Sunny mad and infect his soul with corruption, without a doubt. But before he could, Sunny took a step forward, coming face to face with the startled wraith, and leaned forward a little. Then, he whispered into his ear. Only 2 words. The first words he had spoken after saying farewell to Cassie at the shore of Verge. They were, "Be gone." And as he said them, the world shuddered. The wraith's eyes widened slightly, this time in earnest. You. And then he was gone. Erased, as if he had never existed. The splintered part of Sunny's mind was gone, taking the forbidden knowledge of the void, and all the memories of the previous cycles with it, preventing the Mad Prince from ever being born again. Healed from the curse that had plagued him since the early days of the Southern Campaign, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, and then let out a long sigh. Then, he looked down. There was a thin thread tied around his neck. the same thread with which the mouths of the voiceless prelates, a band of corrupted demons, led by a devil named the Defiled Herald, had been sewn shut. Sunny had slain them back in Antarctica, receiving a certain memory in the process. That memory was the stifled scream, a charm he usually used to augment Saint. The charm possessed a second enchantment, though, which the graceful knight had never been able to use. Word of power. Enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. Saint never spoke, so word of power could not be used by her. Sunny, meanwhile, was never able to remain silent for long enough to let the enchantment accumulate enough potency. The longer one remained silent, the more tyrannical the authority of the word of power would become. And so, knowing that he might face the machinations of the mad prince in one way or another, Sunny had summoned the stifled scream. That was the memory he had summoned while bidding farewell to Cassie, and ever since then, he had not made a sound. The great river was a river of time. And so, by traversing it, Sunny had let the stifled scream accumulate a lot of power. But much more than that. He entered the estuary while wearing it. Time did not exist in the estuary, which meant that there was no difference between a single moment and an eternity here. How dreadful would a silence that had lasted for an eternity be? Dreadful enough to obliterate the sin of solace, it seemed, and powerful enough to save Sunny's life. Not having to maintain silence anymore, he took a deep breath, and then cursed quietly. Damnation! You go to hell, me. The mad prince was gone, this time forever, which meant that Sunny had joined the exclusive club that Jet, Kai, and Cassie were already members of. He had vanquished an evil version of himself. It also meant that the path to the heart of the estuary was completely free. Picking up the guiding light, Sunny dismissed Saint and headed for the vague shape rising above the dark waters of the nebulous lake. The final secret of the Tomb of Ariel awaited there. Chapter 1, 1577. Past, present, and future. 1577 past, present, and future. Limping across the dark expanse of still water, illuminated gently by the pure radiance of the guiding light, Sunny stared at his battered reflection. A dark grin twisted his lips into a crooked line. Look at us, nearing the finish line, and not anywhere near dropping dead. The situation was quite unfamiliar. Usually, Sunny would have been at the very doorstep of death, or even past its threshold with 1 foot by now, but he was strangely in one piece. Sure, he had been mauled and mangled by plenty of dreadful nightmare creatures on the way to the estuary. However, his state was nowhere near as rough as the norm in such moments. Had he been lucky? Or had his tenacity finally reached such an unreasonable level that it was simply too hard for anything to truly bring him down without outright killing him? Well, in any case, I'm not complaining. Let's finish this then. His reflection did not answer, leaving Sunny in tranquil silence. He was momentarily unnerved by the lack of a mocking retort, but then remembered that the sin of solace was gone. His mind was free of the voice that had haunted it for so long with maddening whispers. It felt very strange. Sort of peaceful. Now that the curse that had plagued him was gone, Sunny realized that he had been under constant pressure without even noticing it. His mental resistance had prevented the insidious whispers from truly driving him mad. But the act of resisting the loss of sanity itself had been putting a burden on his mind. That burden was no more, filling him with a sense of levity. However, he was also exhausted, drained, and deeply shaken by the secrets he had learned. It was a strange mixture of emotions. One step at a time, Sunny continued walking toward the vague shape rising from the water in the distance. As he did, he wondered about himself and the Mad Prince, about all the versions of himself and the Mad Prince that had reached the estuary in the previous cycles. How was it that Sunny, the current him, was the only one who had made it that far? I guess it's simple, really. It was already indescribably hard to find the entrance to the estuary within the source. Beyond that, though, to get to the heart of the estuary, one had to possess three things. The first one was a soul that was free of corruption, made possible by the estuary key. That requirement itself demanded that he succumb to the defilement, invaded another cycle of the great river, and spent centuries accumulating power and knowledge. However, it was also the easiest of the three. The second requirement was the ability to pass the stone maze that served as the border of the inner lake without falling back into the cycles of the great river. Sunny did it without much trouble, but that was only because of the guiding light and the true name that Torment had delivered to Cassie. How many cycles had it taken for the duo of conspiring plagues to learn that true name? He did not know. What he did know, however, was that the story of this nightmare was the story of the gradual accumulation of knowledge. The more cycles the Mad Prince and Torment had survived, the better they had been able to prepare for the last one. The third requirement was, perhaps, the most dire one, and depended entirely on that accumulation. It was to have no desire to turn back and start a new cycle. Even now, Sunny could turn back, return to the stone maze, and dive back into the great river. However, he did not want to, and had no reason to, because the Mad Prince and Torment had already arranged for the nightmare to end perfectly, with every member of the cohort, and Nefis, surviving its dreadful challenge. How many attempts had it taken before they learned to manipulate all the events of the cycle in their favor? Too many to count, perhaps. And it was for that reason that Sunny was not tempted to try anew, aiming for a better and less heartbreaking result. In short, Sunny made it that far because he was the inheritor and beneficiary of all the countless past versions of himself that had failed. It was somewhat poetic, then, that he could only reach the heart of the estuary by forgetting them all, and a little bit sad. Soon he could see the dark shape more clearly. As it revealed itself, a strange expression appeared on his face. Out there in front of him, a mountain of black rock rose from the still water of the hidden lake, rising into the darkness. Its rough slopes were almost vertical, and it had two peaks, one of them broken, one of them as sharp as a spear. Surrounded by water, the dark mountain looked lonely and forlorn in the empty expanse of the estuary. It also exerted a palpable pressure, making Sunny groan and shudder in dread. What the hell is this? Sunny lingered for a few moments, staring at the peak of the mountain and wondering if he would have to scale it. But then, he noticed a wide vertical crack at the base of the slope. It looked like an entrance. Taking a deep breath, Sunny smiled darkly and headed for that entrance. Passing its threshold, he plunged into the darkness dwelling inside the mountain and found himself in a long, winding tunnel. There was water rushing beneath his feet, flowing to somewhere deep inside, and the walls surrounding him were rough, untouched by any tool. Not creepy at all. Somehow, Sunny felt solemn. It was as though the mountain he had entered was a consecrated place, a place more holy than any temple he had ever visited, and therefore more divine. Perhaps he had only been able to enter it because of the flame of divinity burning in his soul, but at the same time, the sacral nature of the dark mountain felt strangely mournful. Frowning, Sunny gripped the guiding light and ventured deeper into the tunnel. He walked for a few moments, or maybe an eternity, before the walls of the tunnel widened, opening into a vast cave. And as soon as Sunny entered that cave, he suddenly turned blind. The radiance of the guiding light was swallowed by darkness, and he lost the ability to see through it. What rattled Sunny the most, though, was that it was not the true elemental darkness that had robbed him of vision. Instead, he was still surrounded by deep shadows, which were like family to him. It was just that these shadows did not respond to him anymore, as if subjugated by some other, much more powerful and terrifying being. At least his shadow sense was still with him. Therefore, he sensed something vast moving in the darkness, in front of him, behind him, all around him, slithering like the coils of a gargantuan serpent. Shivering, Sunny gripped the guiding light and lowered it slightly, ready to defend himself. It was then that a harrowing voice resounded from the darkness, enveloping him like a hiss of the lightless abyss. "Turn back," Sunny gasped, feeling an almost overwhelming desire to kneel under the cold authority of that sinister voice. He swayed, leaning on the guiding light for support. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, but in the end, Sunny somehow managed to remain standing. "Damn it!" He muttered a stifled curse and gritted his teeth, staring blindly into the darkness. The shadows did not respond to his calls. Sunny felt strangely betrayed by their silence. The harrowing voice resounded again, making him shudder. "Leave," Sunny grimaced. Then he sighed and answered in a dark tone, "You can drop the theatrics, you know." There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice resounded again. This time it did not sound like the hiss of the abyss itself. Instead, it was quite human, although still strangely coming from all directions. The voice laughed. "Ah, damnation. I really wanted to give a good performance. You are such a killjoy." The darkness was suffused by the dying echoes of humorless laughter for a few moments, and then the voice added, its tone incredulous. "But then again, I can't really blame you. I vaguely remember this conversation, after all. It's a bit weird to finally find myself on the other side of it." Sunny winced, a resentful expression appearing on his pale face. Curse it! Of course this had to happen. Why the hell wouldn't it? He had already dealt with a past version of himself. The Mad Prince was no more. Now, however, there was the future version of himself as well. The voice, Sunny's own voice, spoke placidly from the darkness. "When did you figure it out?" Chapter 1, 1578. Lost Shadow 1578 Lost Shadow. Sunny remained silent for a while, still blind. His expression was somber, and there was an irritated twist to his lips. "When did I figure it out?" He grimaced. "Just now, really," which was rather embarrassing. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. "Well, can you blame me? Sure, I should have known much sooner, but there were so many things happening all at once. So it took me some time to put the dots together." He raised the guiding light and put it on his shoulder, still unable to see the radiance of the sacred staff. "I mean, it is rather obvious in hindsight. Cassie was sent into the body of Dusk of Fallen Grace. Jet and Effie were sent into the bodies of 2 river nomads. Kai and Mordred were sent into the bodies of 2 river-born warriors in Twilight. But what about me and Nephis? Who were the people that we replaced? And what were they doing so far upstream, in the distant future, way further than even we've?" He shook his head. "I really should have understood it when we found the chain breaker, but I was so overwhelmed by how bizarre everything in the tomb of Ariel was that I let it rest with the rest of the unresolved mysteries. And even as those mysteries were solved one after another, that one remained buried under the pile of startling revelations. I just sort of assumed that someone in the past, Noctis maybe, had visited the pyramid, leaving their imprint in the great river." Sunny tiredly rubbed his face and smiled. But it was the opposite, wasn't it? It was not someone from the past. It was someone from the future. It was Nephis and me. We are going to return to the tomb of Ariel one day, right? Not the illusion of it conjured inside this nightmare, but the real deal. And just like Darren had left his imprint to exist in the nightmare, so will we. So, the bodies the 2 of us took. They have always been our own bodies. The roles we took are of ourselves." The voice remained silent for a while, then scoffed. "Right. I remember now. Yes, we should have figured it out much sooner." Sunny gritted his teeth. "I must say, though, it's a bit unfair. The spell gave us our own roles, but made us mere ascended The two of you must be much more powerful, no? To brave the nightmare desert and enter the real pyramid. So, what are you? A saint? The voice remained silent for longer now, then sighed. Yeah, a saint. Sunny frowned, judging how long the pause before the answer had been. Bastard. Did you just summon Weaver's mask? The voice laughed. Did I? No, I absolutely did not. Trust me, I'm telling the truth. I'm the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. Did he summon it or not? Was this future version of Sunny really a saint? No, like hell he was. A mere saint would not have been able to turn the shadows against Sunny so easily, and neither would his voice possess such an harrowing power to it. Sunny shivered. You're a sovereign? Damnation, what the hell? After everything we experienced in this damn place, why would you go and challenge another nightmare? Are you that tired of living? The voice did not respond for a while. Then, his answer came, calm and insidious. I am not a sovereign, though. Then, it added, its tone devoid of any emotion. Nor am I alive. I'm not even a human, really. Just a phantom of a lost shadow, conjured by the spell. Ah, but this estuary is a strange place. Time does not exist here, and so everything exists here simultaneously. Even though you have already taken my role, here we are, having a chance to meet each other. Sunny shivered. Meeting his future self was already shocking enough, especially considering how terrifying the power of that version of him was. It felt no less oppressive, and even much more so, than the power of the great nightmare creatures that had torn their way into the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull. But why was that guy hiding in the darkness? Why wasn't he showing his face? Come to think of it, why was Sunny unable to sense a human body anywhere in the shadows? And what did his future version mean by saying that he was neither human nor alive? At this point, it was impossible to tell if the voice was lying or telling the truth, whether he was wearing Weaver's mask or not. All of it left Sunny quite unsettled. He cleared his throat. So, that's great then. You can tell me everything about the future, how to deal with all my problems better, and how not to end up in the same sorry state as you. The voice remained silent. Sunny lingered. Right? Come on. Start talking. There was no answer for a while. Then the voice said in a dark tone, I don't think I will. You know how it goes. Knowledge of the future will just make that future happen faster and all that. Haven't you been burned by trying to exploit Cass and her visions enough times already? The future version of Sunny laughed. Yeah, I know what you want to say. Frustrating, isn't it? I remember cursing my future self with all kinds of nasty words at that point in my mind. No, it really is strange to be that annoying future self now. His joyless laughter died down, and Sunny was once again surrounded by chilling silence. After a few moments, the voice spoke again. It's of no use anyway. Aren't you here to become banished from fate? If you do go further and your wish comes true, there's no telling what your future will hold. The voice grew harder to hear, as if the two of them were being slowly separated by a great distance. Still, I ask of you, turn back. Do not go further. You are not ready for what lies ahead. Sunny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he scoffed. If you truly are the future version of myself, then you already know my answer. Turn back. Abandon his chance of breaking the shackles of fate and the slave collar wrapped around his neck. Never. He would rather die 1,000 deaths. I refuse. His voice was resolute. There was a distant, dejected sigh. Then the voice resounded once again, barely audible. You stubborn fool. Well, as expected. Go on then. Hurry up. This nightmare won't last much longer. And just like that, the voice disappeared, leaving Sunny alone in the cave. The shadows embraced him again, and his ability to see in the dark returned. Damn traitors! The radiance of the guiding light pointed forward again. He took a shaky breath, trying to compose himself. What an insufferable bastard. What was up with his future self and his attitude? Was it really necessary to laugh and chuckle at everything Sunny said? And did he really have to keep all the knowledge of what was about to come a secret? The voice did say one thing, though. It was that the nightmare was about to end. Cursing under his breath, Sunny rushed forward. That guy gave me the creeps. He was a bit scary, though, which meant that I will be too. That is good news, right? He had no time to ponder that eerie conversation right now, and was in no mood to either. There would be time for that later. But right now, his freedom awaited. He crossed the cave and followed the guiding light into another tunnel, venturing deeper and deeper into the dark mountain. And then, finally, he reached its very heart. Entering a dark cavern, Sunny stumbled and came to a halt. The cavern was vast enough that he could not see its ceiling, its walls drowning in darkness. Its floor was covered in shallow water, and at a distance, a small island rose from the glossy surface. There was a beautiful tree growing in the middle of the island, and nestled beneath its branches. Sunny's eyes widened. What? What is this? Why? An unadorned stone sarcophagus stood, its lid covered by withered leaves. Chapter 1579, Forgotten 1579, Forgotten. Sunny had reached the very heart of the estuary. There, hidden in the depth of a towering mountain, a vast cavern was filled with darkness. A single ray of bright light fell from somewhere high above, illuminating a small island rising from the glossy black water. There was a beautiful tree growing on the island, its leaves a sea of pale magenta. As the branches of the tree swayed slightly under the wind, the leaves fell down on the surface of the water, making its reflection ripple. And in the shadow of those branches, a simple stone sarcophagus stood, its lid covered by withered leaves. It made for a vivid and breathtaking sight. The heart of the estuary was peaceful, like an island of safety and tranquility in a world full of nothing but dread. And yet, it was also poignant and mournful. As soon as Sunny entered the cavern, he felt a strange melancholy fill his heart, as though an echo of a great sorrow that had been experienced here by someone, sometime, still resided in this sacred and silent sanctuary. He shifted slightly. Why? Why is there a grave here? The Great Black Pyramid was called the Tomb of Ariel, but it was not the place where the demon of dread had been buried. Instead, it was a place he had built to bury unbearable truths. So, it was not really a tomb. Or was it? Sunny stared at the unadorned sarcophagus, struck silent by the overwhelming sorrow that remained here even now, thousands of years after the demons and the gods were no more. He knew that the Tomb of Ariel was not a burial place for someone because of the words the demon of dread had shared with Weaver. Ariel had said so himself. What he had buried here were the hideous truths he did not wish to remember. But that was the thing. If Ariel did not remember what he had buried in this tomb of his, then didn't it mean that his words could not be trusted? Who was to say that he had not buried someone precious here, and then chose to forget about his sorrow? Suddenly, Sunny remembered the description of the mirror of truth. Weaver's strange words. I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing. You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why did it feel? That although Ariel had forgotten his sorrow, Weaver remembered. Had the demon of fate really happened to visit the nightmare desert and stumble upon the Great Pyramid by chance? And if it was not a coincidence, then who was buried here, at the heart of Ariel's tomb, forlorn and forgotten? Looking at the sarcophagus that rested under the branches of the beautiful tree, Sunny inhaled sharply. Oblivion. The answer is oblivion. The tomb of Ariel was where the demon of oblivion had been buried by her brother. Somehow he was sure of it, Wasn't it sad, even for her death to be forgotten? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Suddenly, Sunny was confused. How could Oblivion have been dead? 6 demons had risen in rebellion against the heavens, while the 7th, Weaver, refused. Because of that, the demon of fate had been despised and hunted both by the 6 daemons and the 6 gods. If Oblivion had been dead all along, then how could there have been 6 daemons participating in the war and pursuing Weaver? Something fundamentally did not make sense about all this. And yet, Sunny could not shake off the feeling of certainty about who it was that had been buried in the heart of the tomb of Ariel. It was the demon of Oblivion. What does it mean? Taken aback and awestruck, he winced and closed his eyes for a moment. More importantly, what did it mean for him? Cassie had said that he would gain freedom from fate if he reached the very heart of the estuary. Well, here he was, at its innermost sanctum. Even if there was a grave of a demon in front of him, how was it supposed to break the chains of fate that bound him? Sunny hesitated for a while, feeling a sense of solemn awe at the sigh of the peaceful grave. Then, he took a deep breath and took a step forward. If he had any doubt that an unimaginable being was buried here, it disappeared as Sunny crossed the still expanse of dark water and approached the small island. The closer he got, the more sacred the silent cavern seemed, and the more pressure he felt. Even in death, the being resting in the stone sarcophagus emanated enough of it to crush a mundane person and make their soul collapse. Sunny, meanwhile, was able to reach the island and step onto its soil, albeit with difficulty. As the withered leaves rustled under his feet, he walked to the sarcophagus and stopped in front of it, looking at the weathered surface of the stone lid. Then, following an impulse, he raised a hand and cleaned it from fallen leaves. There were no runes on the sarcophagus, no carvings, nothing to indicate who was buried inside, as no mark left to remember them by. It was nestled between the roots of the ancient tree, as if they were growing through it, or from it. Taking a deep breath, Sunny fell silent and listened to his intuition. What was he supposed to do here? His intuition was telling him to look up. He did just that, and noticed that one of the branches of the tree was hanging low, pulled down by the weight of a beautiful golden fruit. The fruit glistened as it basked in the light falling from the ceiling of the cavern. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then raised a hand and easily plucked the fruit off the branch. His mind was in turmoil. Am I really doing this? There was no answer, but he had already made it so far. Letting out a sigh, Sunny brought the fruit to his mouth and sunk his teeth into its succulent flesh. It was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. Without wasting any time, Sunny satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst by consuming the mystical fruit. He did not know what to expect exactly, but felt that it would be like the fruits of the sacred tree growing on the deck of the chain breaker, which contained soul essence within them. Granted, it could also be like fruits of the soul devourer, which contained soul fragments, as well as enthralled those consuming them with an insidious hex. However, nothing of the sort happened. After finishing the divine fruit, Sunny received neither essence nor fragments. He was not enthralled either. Instead, there was a strange feeling in the depths of his soul, a chillingly familiar feeling. Sunny's eyes widened. Don't tell me. In the next moment, he let out a terrible shriek and fell on the lid of the sarcophagus. Chapter 1580. What you wished for. 1580. What you wished for. Gods, oh God. The pain was exquisite. It was inconceivable. It was the kind of pain that could kill a person, or at least make the pass out in an instant. Sadly, the latter did not happen, because the pain was not physical. Instead, its source was Sunny's soul, which was being altered and transformed. Not in a way it had been changed every time a new core was formed, but rather in a way his blood and bones had been altered in the past. Ah! Sunny hit the lid of the sarcophagus with enough force to split his skin and fell to the ground, the carpet of leaves softening his fall. What the hell? How is this possible? He knew what was happening to him. However, he had no idea why it was happening, and how eating the golden fruit from the tree growing above the grave of oblivion had caused it. In any case, Sunny had no choice but to endure. He wasn't shy about screaming and howling in pain, though, especially because there was no one here to witness his sorry state. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. After an eternity, this time quite a literal one considering that time did not exist in the estuary, Sunny found himself laying on the ground, staring blindly at the beautiful crown of the mystical tree. His body felt weak, and his face was wet with tears. Curses. That one was definitely going into the collection of the most horrendous agonies he had experienced. What place? Probably not the first, which was still held by activating the "Where is my eye" enchantment of Weaver's mask, but it was a confident second. Ah, Sunny groaned, and then shakily rose to his feet. Then he took inventory of his soul. It felt different somehow, and much, much more potent. Already knowing what he would see, Sunny summoned the runes. It can't be. Can it? But it could. There, in the shimmering field of runes, a new string appeared in the list of his attributes. Pale as a ghost, Sunny read, Attributes: Fated, Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Marble Shell. And at the very end, a new one, Soul Weave. He sucked in air, stunned. How the hell? Concentrating on the new string, he read the description. Attribute description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your soul has been altered and imbued with stalwart potency. A lonely demon shed tears standing above a forgotten grave. A tree grew from the ground where the demon's tears fell, and from it grew a wondrous fruit. Sunny stared at the runes for a while, then dismissed them and concentrated on his soul. It felt reinforced somehow. His essence felt much more potent, and the rate at which it replenished itself was much faster. The soul itself seemed more robust and durable, capable of withstanding a terrible amount of damage and maintaining its integrity even if large swaths of it were entirely destroyed. Briefly diving into the soul sea, Sunny glanced at his 6 lightless cores. They did not look very different at the surface, apart from the fact that the dark flames burning within them seemed even darker now, and more fierce. However, once he peered into the depths of his cores, was he seeing things? Or had he glimpsed a weave of ethereal golden strings creating a graceful pattern within the 6 black suns? Sunny left the soul sea, both elated and perplexed. So, I inherited another part of Weaver's lineage. Soul Weave, that's great. It was indeed a remarkable boon. But what the hell was it doing here? It was already shocking enough to find Oblivion's grave. But why was a fragment of Weaver's lineage left there? If anything, it should have been Oblivion's lineage. Apart from the fact that no demon except for the demon of fate had created one. It was as though Weaver lost a part of her soul at the grave of Oblivion for some reason. But why? How had the two of them been connected? And did it have something to do with the strange incongruity in the number of demons that had participated in the Doom War? Sunny did not know. But all of it was highly suspicious, and it wasn't even the most pressing question. Yes, it's great that my soul has grown stronger. But where was his promised freedom? How was Soul Weave supposed to break the shackles of fate? Sunny pursed his lips, unsure of what exactly was happening. Had Cassie been wrong? Had she? But then, something distracted him from these thoughts. From the corner of his eye, Sunny noticed an ominous detail. Looking down, he stared at the guiding light, which had rolled away from him when he fell down, and was now laying to the side of the stone sarcophagus. The crystal at the top of the sacred staff was still shining. However, It wasn't pointing at the sarcophagus. Instead, it was pointing into the darkness behind it. Sonny slowly looked up. At that moment, it felt as though a ripple spread through the world. His surroundings suddenly felt less substantial, as if reality itself was slowly dissipating. His eyes widened. The nightmare. It's starting to collapse. Somewhere far away, Nephis must have delivered a fatal blow to the first seeker. But Sonny could not concentrate on that thought for too long. Because just then, he noticed something moving in the darkness, a hunched, towering shape that filled him with indescribable horror. How did I not notice? Before. A giant creature had been hiding in the darkness of the vast cavern, hidden completely from his sight, his nose, and even his shadow sense, despite being the size of a hill. It had a hunched back, a disheveled mantle of messy black feathers, a terrifying beak, and mighty wings that were vast even when folded, hiding its gaunt body. And a vile soul filled with more corruption than he had ever seen, spreading outward from 6 grotesquely giant nodes. A cursed terror. Horrified, Sonny took an involuntary step back, and just as he did, a pair of round, utterly insane eyes pierced him with a demented look. A terrible pressure crashed into him, making it hard to breathe. The cursed terror that had been hiding behind Oblivion's grave was a giant, mad, and unmistakably vile bird. Damnation! Sonny took a step back, but at the moment, the vile bird lunged forward, its demented eyes igniting with avarice and greed. Before he could even react, he was drowned by its loathsome shadow. And then, its talons plunged into his chest. Sonny gasped. However, the talons did not rip his flesh apart. Instead, they dove much deeper, finding their way into his very soul. If he had time to enter the soul sea at that moment, he would have seen the shapeless form of the vile thieving bird's spawn being snatched by the crooked talons. And yet, they did not stop there. Passing through Sonny's soul, the talons dug even deeper, into the depths of his being he had not even known existed. And there they grabbed onto something else, onto countless strings that were wrapped around him tightly, surrounding him like a chrysalis, or like the strings that held up a marionette. Straining itself, the vile bird struggled for a few moments, and snatched those strings too, somehow ripping them away from his existence. Sonny opened his mouth, trying to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. There was another sound, though. The voice of the spell, whispering into his ear as the nightmare collapsed around him. Your nightmare is. Your nightmare is. It never finished speaking. Instead, the familiar voice broke and abruptly grew quiet, leaving him in utter, lonely, and terrifying silence. What the hell is happening? And then, everything disappeared. The heart of the estuary was gone. The beautiful tree and the sarcophagus resting beneath its branches were gone too. The harrowing bird plunging its talons into his chest was nowhere to be seen. Sonny found himself in utter darkness, and then he was expelled from that darkness. Chapter 1, 1581. Shadows and Dust. 1581 Shadows and Dust. The nightmare was over. The illusory world that spell had conjured had collapsed, expelling the surviving challengers. They were supposed to find themselves in the empty void between dream and reality, where countless stars shimmered in the darkness, forming a vast and inconceivable pattern. There, the spell was supposed to appraise their performance and let them go through the process of rising to a new rank in peace. However, that was not what happened to Sonny. He had no time to comprehend the consequences of having his very existence pierced by the talons of the cursed terror when the nightmare collapsed, sending him into a world of darkness. There was no appraisal and no pattern of stars shimmering in the void. Instead, still reeling from the inconceivable and frightening turn of events, he was thrown out of the void, entering another, much smaller but similarly dark space. In fact, he was violently catapulted into that space, crashing into a jagged piece of scorched concrete, shattering it and colliding with a deformed alloy wall behind it. The force of the impact was terrible enough to make the alloy crack and for Sunny to lose consciousness. And that was how he became possibly the first human in history to transcend while passed out. The 6 shadows gathered around his reforged body, perplexed and dumbfounded. After a while, one of them sighed, and then shook its head in utter dejection. The first thing Sunny felt was pain. Not the terrible kind of pain he was sadly used to experiencing from time to time, but a more mundane pain. He was laying on a rough surface, something sharp biting into his back through the fabric of Ananki's mantle. The air was full of dust. The world was silent. He was cold. Groaning, he opened his eyes and sat up, feeling strangely refreshed and revitalized. Looking down, he saw jagged pieces of concrete littering the floor. No wonder he had been uncomfortable. He stretched his hand, wishing to sweep a few of them away. However, he must have misjudged his strength, because the concrete pieces simply turned to dust from his irritated swipe. More than that, the floor cracked under his palm, and the world shook, more dust spilling from somewhere above. Come to think of it, where the hell was he? Sunny shielded his eyes from the dust and looked around, trying to assess his surroundings. It was rather strange. At first he thought that he had found himself in a small cave. It was a few meters in diameter, the ceiling just tall enough for him to stand up. There did not seem to be an entrance to the cave, and therefore no exit. But after a few moments of contemplation, Sunny realized that the dusty pocket of space he had come to his senses in was not a natural cave. It looked more like the result of a cave-in. The walls and the ceiling were a chaotic mess of cracked concrete and torn alloy, as if some building had collapsed on itself, forming a few pockets of empty space in the compressed ruin. Wait, alloy? As Sunny's eyes widened slightly, he concentrated on the details of his surroundings. Alloy and concrete, pieces of broken machinery, a torn piece of a sign written in human language. His heart was beating wildly. I am back in the waking world. Indeed, he was. The nightmare had ended while the horrid bird was tearing his soul with its talons, and the spell must have sent him back. Not to the nightmare desert, but instead back to the point in the waking world where his tether had been placed, which was supposed to be Valor's stronghold in one of the siege capitals of East Antarctica. Sunny observed the scene of devastation around him for a while, his expression somber. Has the siege capital been destroyed? If so, it would explain why he was in a random pocket of empty space inside a ruin instead of his quarters in the comfortably furnished stronghold of a great clan. Then, he was distracted by the feeling of cold air brushing against his chest. Looking down at himself, Sunny blinked a couple of times. What the hell? Why am I naked? He was still covered by the nebulous folds of Ananki's mantle, but the shroud of graceless dusk was gone. Here and there, his pale skin was revealed, covered in dust. Frowning, Sunny summoned the shroud of dusk. However, nothing happened. What? Sunny called upon his memory again, and yet there was no response. It was as if it did not exist anymore. Do I not have enough essence to summon even a single memory? Sunny turned his attention to his soul, planning to assess how much essence he had left, and froze. What the hell? It was only then that he realized how vastly different his soul, his body, and the world itself were. His body was suffused with power, such terrifying power that even Sunny himself felt a chill. It was already scary enough now, while he did not have his 6 shadows wrapped around him. What would happen when he layered 6 consecutive augmentations on top of it? His soul was filled with a cold ocean of essence, and that essence, it had already grown more potent after he had acquired Soul Weave, but now it had become qualitatively different, possessing such depths and density as to appear inexhaustible. The intensity of power contained within it was frightening. That was not the most shocking change, however. The most shocking change was that he could vaguely feel a different kind of energy all around him, cool and flowing, that was similar, but also different from the essence he was familiar with. That ambient essence seemed to belong to the world itself, or rather, to the shadows that surrounded him. And since he was currently in total darkness, it was everywhere. What really amazed him, though, was that the spirit essence flowed freely through him, wisps of it replenishing the missing shadow essence in his 6 cores. It was as if he was able to replenish his reserves of essence by borrowing the power of the world itself, as long as he was in his element. A stronger body, a qualitative change of essence, and an entirely new relationship between myself and the world. Sunny flinched. Wait, have I transcended? I must have. His voice sounded hoarse in the utter silence. Of course he should have. He had conquered a 3rd nightmare after all. Was he a saint now? Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then feverishly summoned the runes. But just like the Shroud of Dusk, the runes did not appear. There was no response at all. The spell was silent. Chapter 1, 1005. 182 banished. 1582 banished. Sunny was paralyzed for a few moments. He tried to summon the runes several more times, but there was no result. The spell did not respond to him, as though he was not one of its carriers at all. A part of him that had long become integral was simply gone. The shock Sunny experienced at that moment was hard to describe. After a while, he tried to calm his wildly beating heart and think things through. Calm down. Calm down. This is not the first time something like that happened. He had been cut off from the spell once before, in the Red Colosseum. Back then, it was the result of Solvain's zealots using Hope's own sorcery to prevent the sacrificial slaves from escaping. But there was no enchanted collar around his neck right now, and he was in the waking world, not inside an ancient theater built by a demon. More than that, the absence of the spell felt much more profound this time, somehow. In fact, as he concentrated on himself, he realized that he felt rather strange. Something else felt absent from the world. The world was subtly unfamiliar. Trying not to panic, Sunny slowly assessed his abilities. His shadow sense was still with him. So were the other facets inherent to his aspect. His abilities, his attributes, those of them the existence of which he could prove without the runes at least. And his aspect legacy did not disappear. His flaw was also present. He had learned that by trying to tell a lie aloud, despite the fact that it hurt like hell. His 6 shadows were observing his actions with varying reactions, all present. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare could also be summoned. However, he could not summon the runes. Neither could he dive into his soul sea to take a look at his memories. And the memories, most of them were gone. After trying to summon every memory in his soul arsenal, Sunny realized that only a few of them remained. They were Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Covetous Coffer, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, and Ananke's Mantle. The Midnight Shard, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Bone Singer, Dying Wish, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Essence Pearl, Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and Crown of Twilight were gone. He felt a chill running down his spine. As a saint, he did not really need to protect himself from the elements with clothes, but it was still uncomfortable not to wear anything underneath his cloak. Sunny manifested the marble mantle and grabbed his head. He quickly realized the pattern in which some of his memories remained while others seemed to have been destroyed. The memories he could still summon were those that had been either personally created or modified by him, as well as his 2 divine memories, Weaver's Mask and Shadow Lantern. The rest of them were gone, which brought him almost physical pain. My My memories. Sunny almost spat blood. The pain of losing most of his soul arsenal. The precious memories he had spent years gathering. Hurt almost as much as receiving soul weave had. Sunny felt as if he had received a terrible blow. After he had some time to come to terms with the unforgiving reality, he leaned on the cracked alloy wall and stared into the darkness with an empty gaze. After a while, Sunny had to admit it. I am banished from the nightmare spell. The damned bird had done something to him, resulting in such an impossible thing happening. Which meant, what? That he was free from the spell's tyranny? It also meant that every tool and assistance it provided to the awakened would not be accessible to him anymore. No more receiving memories and echoes from the slain enemies. No more runes that conveniently described and categorized the world. No more guidance and support in the perilous undertaking of walking the path of ascension, tyrannical as it might have been. No more nightmares, and no more shortcuts to higher ranks. The scale of this tectonic change was too vast to comprehend. His life, for better or worse, would be entirely different from now on. Sunny was sure that he would be discovering the consequences of not being a carrier of the nightmare spell for a long, long time. How the hell did the future me reach further than transcendence? And speaking about not being infected by the spell and transcendence. Without the helpful runes, Sunny did not even know what his transformation ability was. Come to think about it, now that he was a saint, there were more new things he was supposed to be able to do. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept, while masters could do it at any time. They still needed a gateway to come back, though. Saints, however, were akin to miniature gateways themselves. They were supposed to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and could even bring other living beings with them, although that last part was very limited. So, how was he supposed to learn to do so without the spell? Although its help was subtle, it did help awakened learn their innate abilities by making them instinctual. Controlling essence, using memories, placing tethers in the waking world, and many other things. The subconscious knowledge of how to accomplish all of these feats was placed in the heads of the awakened by the spell. Sunny did not have such a luxury anymore. I should still be able to sense how to use my transformation ability at least. He looked around, evaluating the small pocket of dusty space. What would happen if his transcendent form was truly giant? Would he break through the debris, or cause a collapse and bury himself? Most likely it would simply not work if there was not enough space. He was still curious to try, though. Sunny looked at his 6 shadows and asked, "What do you think? Should I?" Surrounding Sunny in a semicircle, they stared at him silently. Happy shrugged without confidence. Sunny chuckled wistfully. "Come on. I am a saint now. Can you believe it? After all the crap I went through to get to this point, it would be a shame not to try." He searched within his soul, hoping to find something new and unfamiliar. It was an extremely strange thing, to explore his own self blindly. However, one's aspect was their own, existing outside of the spell. And so, after some time passed, Sunny did sense it, a new kind of power slumbering deep within him, waiting to be called upon. It was similar to how he sensed his other abilities, but also different. "This is how I transform, I guess." Sunny took a deep breath, and then activated his transformation ability. He had expected his body to balloon and change shape, but nothing happened. There was a considerable pull on his essence, but apart from that, he did not seem to change at all. Sunny frowned. "What the hell?" Somewhat unsettled, he looked at his shadows and said, "Why isn't it?" But then, the words died on his lips. The shadows were gone. Instead, 6 identical versions of him were sitting in a semicircle around him, all clad in fearsome onyx armor, staring at him with confused expressions. Chapter 1. 1,583 Shadow Avatars. 1,583 Shadow Avatars. Sunny found himself surrounded by 6 identical versions of himself, all staring at him with confused expressions. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, eyes that were like glistening onyx. All of them were clad in full suits of fearsome onyx armor as well, its design both intricate and impregnable. He stared at them back. For a moment, Sunny was scared. And who could blame him? He had just managed to rid himself of the sin of solace, avoided being consumed by the Mad Prince, and survived a meeting with his frightening future self, each a version of him. But, no, none of the three was among the 6 copies that were sitting around him in a semicircle. In fact, the 6 imposters looked strangely familiar, and not just because they looked exactly like him. Rather, they were like versions of Sunny that each possessed a distinct personality, which subtly changed how they looked. One was sullen, another was joyful, one was deadpan and unsettling, while the one next to him was arrogant and disdainful. The 5th copy seemed mischievous, while the last one looked like a complete lunatic. They were his shadows. Sunny felt like pinching himself. "Hey, you guys, what are you doing?" 6 identical copies of him glanced at each other, then shrugged in unison. That's not helping. When it became clear that none of them was going to explain himself, Sunny shook his head in bewilderment. So, this was his transformation ability? Come to think of it, it makes sense. Transformation abilities were varied. Some were more unique, while most allowed saints to assume the shape of powerful beasts. Sunny had expected to become a giant beast as well, but then again, wasn't he already capable of that? His mastery of Shadow Shell allowed him to assume the form of all manner of creatures, provided he knew how. Serpents, leopards, and winged horrors. As long as Sunny studied someone for a bit, he could grasp the essence of their being through shadow dance and recreate it through shadow manifestation. Of course, that transformation was purely physical and did not grant him the mystical powers of the beings whose forms he used. In that regard, Shadow Shell was a lesser version of a true transformation ability. But it was still an immensely powerful tool, and much more versatile than almost any such ability could be. It was reasonable, then, that his transformation would have nothing to do with his body. Instead, it had to do with the invaluable helpers that followed him around. His shadows. The new ability transformed them into perfect copies of Sunny, which was different from simply making them tangible through shadow manifestation. If simply made tangible, the shadows were fragile and vulnerable, exposing his soul to lethal damage. These shadow avatars, however, were just as strong and durable as Sunny's own body was. That much was already apparent. He could see the proof himself. That proof was the marble mantle. No, it would be the onyx mantle now, wouldn't it? Its bound trait was supposed to make it as strong as his soul was. Since Sunny was transcendent now, the mantle would have risen to a new rank as well. In any case, the mantle was a manifestation of the onyx shell attribute, and since each of the shadows was clad in the fearsome armor, they seemed to possess the same attribute, which meant that they possessed the rest of his attributes too. Master of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Onyx Shell, and the 3 weaves, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, and Soul Weave. Fated, meanwhile, was up in the air. Sunny was not sure if he even had such an attribute anymore. He took a deep breath. Since the shadow avatars possessed his attributes, they were just as resilient and durable as him. The weaves granted them strength and made their bodies exceedingly tenacious, while the onyx shell granted them protection against all kinds of attacks, as well as a handful of extremely useful traits. So, they were just as robust as him. But were they as powerful? What exactly could they do? Sunny hesitated for a moment, and then decided to find out just that. He could still perceive the world through the shadows. Now that Sunny composed himself, he could give them a few simple commands to see what they were capable of while manifested through his transcendent ability. He concentrated on the gloomy version of himself. Sunny was about to open his mouth to give the command, but at that moment, something strange happened, making him fall silent. As he concentrated on the shadow and its perception, it was as though their connection deepened and changed. Sunny was still looking at the sullen version of himself, and in turn looking at himself through the eyes of the sullen shadow, but it felt entirely different. It was as though he was not just perceiving himself from outside his body, but actually had two bodies. Startled, Sunny flinched back. At the same time, his second body flinched back too, and he felt himself flinching back twice. He opened his mouth. "What the hell? What the hell?" His second body cried out as well, two identical voices breaking the silence of the dusty pocket of space at the same time. Sunny froze, looking at himself, and at the same time his other body also froze, looking at himself. He felt the cracked floor under his hands, and shards of concrete under his other hands. Sunny raised his left hand and waved at himself, simultaneously raising his other left hand to wave at himself. How weird. It was indeed as if there were two of him. He could not only perceive the world through the shadow avatar, but also control it as he would his own body. As his eyes suddenly glistened with burning intensity, Sunny concentrated. In the next moment, his own body waved its left hand again, while the shadow avatar waved its right. Complete independence. Throwing a glance at the other 5 copies of himself, Sunny gritted his teeth. Then, each of the 7 identical young men trapped in the ruins performed a separate action. One rose to his feet, another lowered himself to the floor. One turned his head to the left, while the one next to him turned his head to the right. The 5th closed his eyes. The 6th pressed his hands against his ears. The last one covered his mouth with a hand. 7 stunned gasps resounded at the same time, one of them slightly muffled. The first Sunny, the original Sunny, swayed a little. Controlling 7 bodies at the same time put a lot of pressure on his mind, but it was not nearly as burdensome as almost anyone else would have found it. Sunny was perfectly accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view after all, so although it took some adjustment to exist in 7 places at the same time, he was more than capable of managing it. It was going to take some time to get used to it, but Sunny had no doubt. One day, soon, he would be able to wield his 6 shadow avatars into battle, which meant that, instead of becoming a saint, Sunny had become 7 saints. Chapter 1500 Bet24 Sevenfold 1584 Sevenfold. After calming down a little, Sunny conducted a few simple experiments to figure out what exactly his shadow avatars were capable of. The results left him a bit breathless. The most important thing about his transformation ability was that the manifested shadows were, indeed, no different from himself. They possessed the exact same body and the exact same attributes. More than that, they were just as powerful as Sunny, meaning each of the 6 avatars was as fast, strong, and resilient as a transcendent terror. But that was not all. Not only did they possess the same power as him, they could also use the same abilities as him, meaning that all 6 avatars could independently use shadow control, shadow step, and shadow manifestation. They could also summon his shadows, wield the memories he possessed, and weave strings of shadow essence. Most frighteningly of all, each of them could form their own shadow shells. Even though maintaining several shells at the same time almost made Sunny pass out, he could theoretically turn each of his avatars into a different kind of terrifying creature. There were 2 things Sunny and his shadow avatars shared, though. The first one was rather obvious. It was his mind. The shadow avatars could act independently, following his commands to the best of their ability. But when he took direct control of their bodies, it was not as though he suddenly had several consciousnesses. Rather, his sole consciousness controlled many bodies, and therefore took on the corresponding burden. A weird quirk of that situation was that the shadows refused to speak unless the body was directly controlled by him, despite being physically able to. Whether it was an external limitation or simply not in their nature, he did not know. In any case, that meant that his flaw prohibited him from lying even through the mouths of the avatars. The second thing Sunny shared with his avatars was his soul. That was why they were able to summon his shadows and his memories. That was also why all 7 of them shared the same pool of shadow essence. Maintaining the avatars already cost him a considerable amount of essence. If all of them went around using powerful enchantments and activating their abilities simultaneously, the result would be truly cataclysmic, without a doubt, but also short-lived. If Ascended Sunny possessed this transformation ability, he would have been forced to only use it to deliver short bursts of truly devastating damage or short periods of incredible utility. However, Sunny was not ascended anymore. His transcendent soul was full of frighteningly potent essence now, and could passively replenish it with spirit essence when in the embrace of shadows, to boot. Just as important was the fact that he had Soul Weave. Soul Weave entirely changed the potential of his transformation ability. With it reinforcing his soul, Sunny could summon the full wrath of his avatars for much longer. Beside that, he could also sustain a few of them permanently without losing any essence. The natural rate at which it was expended and replenished now made it so that he did not need to dismiss at least a couple of his avatars at all, which meant that he was one of those exceedingly rare, freakish saints who could maintain their transformation indefinitely. There was another important piece of information in that latest discovery, too. It was that he did not need to transform all of his shadows at the same time. He could make some into avatars while keeping the rest in their natural form. Those shadows that remained in their natural form, then, could augment either him or the manifested avatars. The proportion could be whatever he desired. He could augment himself with all 6 shadows, manifest an avatar and augment it with the remaining 5 shadows, share the augmentation between himself and the avatar, do the same with 2 avatars, and so on. In short, it was a supremely flexible and adaptable ability. Sunny could shift freely between being a single source of overwhelming power or several sources of slightly less unreasonable might. With his shadows added into the mix, the amount of strategies he could come up with grew even more varied. In short, it's ridiculous. The amount of power and flexibility that Sunny now commanded was nothing short of daunting. He was already slightly frightened by his transcendent might. Now that there could be 7 of him, that feeling only grew more intense. Sunny had always held a lot of respect for saints, but now that he was a saint himself, and one of the most powerful saints in existence, no less, he truly understood why each of them was a singular existence among the awakened. Granted, there were some limitations to his newfound power. The burden on his mind and reserves of shadow essence was one of them, obviously. The need to arm each of the avatars with suitable equipment was another. They might all be wearing the Onyx Mantle, but that was simply because it was a manifestation of his attribute. If he summoned a powerful memory weapon, 6 copies of it would not magically appear in the hands of the avatars. There would be only one, which was a moot point for the moment. Sunny did not even have a memory weapon right now, let alone a powerful one. How the mighty have fallen. He spent a moment in bitter silence, shocked at the fact, and by thinking about it, Sunny had to face some other facts. Now that he had conducted the exploration of his new abilities, an initial exploration at least, he had no choice but to turn his mind to other matters, much more frightening matters than his transcendent power was. What had happened at the end of the nightmare? What had that cursed terror, whose identity was rather obvious, done to him? Was his fate really broken, and was he free? What had happened with the other members of the cohort in Verge? Were all of them all right? What had happened to Antarctica after the Battle of the Black Skull? Now that Sunny was back in the waking world, there was no escaping finding the answers to all these questions. He looked at his 6 identical but distinct avatars. After a few moments of silence, Sunny asked, "Shall we go take a look?" Just as expected, he was met with silence. The shadows seemed to be looking at him with expressions of support, though, each in its own way. Sunny took a deep breath and then looked up at the unstable ceiling of the pocket of space inside a ruin that he had found himself in. Let's climb out of this concrete tomb, then. Chapter 1. 1585. Climbing out of a grave. Sunny looked at the ceiling, extending his shadow sense upward. At the same time, he allowed his mind to drift back to the very end of the nightmare. And what a nightmare it had been. Sunny did not know how long he had spent wandering the dreadful currents of the great river, trying to escape the tomb of Ariel. The last cycle had taken, how long was it? Close to a year. And that was only his subjective time. For some people, like Cassie and Mordred, it had lasted for much longer. But that was only the final of the countless cycles. So, he could not even guess how long of a journey it had been. What he did know, however, was that it ended in the very heart of the estuary, past the silent lake where Ariel's heretical testament had been inscribed, near the forgotten grave of the demon of oblivion, where a cursed terror had been waiting for him, hidden in the darkness. That terror, Sunny was more or less sure who it was. The loathsome thieving bird, hated both by the gods and the beings of the void. It was the thieving miscreant who had stolen the weaver's eyes, and whose spawn he had slain on the forgotten shore, thus receiving the drop of ichor and weaver's lineage. That single event had started the chain of falling dominoes that intertwined his fate with the nebulous demon, as well as the rest of the demons and the dead gods. Wasn't it very ironic, then, that the thieving bird would be the one to break that fate? And Sunny was pretty sure that that was exactly what the vile thing had done. The moment the thieving bird's talons plunged into his chest, he felt it taking something from his soul. But then, he vaguely sensed it taking something else, from somewhere that lay even deeper. It was a hard thing to describe. Even now, Sunny felt somehow different, in addition to all the changes caused by the transcendence. It was as though a burden he did not even know he was carrying had been lifted, making him feel both unburdened and scarily untethered. Had the vile thieving bird stolen his fate? That would certainly be one way, an indescribably bewildering and roundabout way, for Cassie's promise that he would gain freedom in the estuary to come true. It would also explain whose true name Torment had delivered to the blind seer at the cost of her life. But what did it mean exactly for his fate to be stolen? Did it even work? Did he lose the fated attribute? Was he really free? What about Shadowbond? He had been banished from the nightmare spell as a result of losing his fate. Would his mystical connection to Nephis be severed as well? Sunny frowned, knowing that he would find out soon. One thing is certain, though. If the nightmare had not ended at just the right moment, he would have certainly been killed. Sunny could justifiably be proud of his power and prowess, but he was a mere ant in front of a cursed terror, and a very special cursed terror at that. If even Weaver had fallen victim to the vile thieving bird, what hope did he have to resist it? What was that thing even doing in the burial chamber? Why did it enter the tomb of Ariel? And how did it get past the guardian of the lake? The last question was the easiest to answer. The vile thing had even been able to steal from the demon of fate, so bypassing a guardian left behind by Ariel would certainly have been easy for it. As for the other two, a piece of Weaver's soul had been left in the heart of Ariel's tomb. Perhaps the thieving bird had become obsessed with the demon of fate. The description of the drop of ichor said that it had been enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes after all. Not to mention that it had gone mad after witnessing the reflection of the void frozen in Weaver's pupil. Had it stolen Sunny's fate because it was connected to the enigmatic demon? If so, it would have probably taken his body and soul as well, given the chance. He had inherited 3 parts of Weaver's lineage after all. Was the nightmare ending just at the right moment simple luck, or the last gift from Fated? Sunny did not know. Nor did he care, really. If he was truly free from that damned attribute, he would rather never remember that it had ever existed at all. Let's go. He had already extended his shadow sense as far as he could, which was much further than before, now that he was a saint. Sadly, all he could feel was a mess of compressed concrete and alloy for dozens of meters above. That was only logical, considering that Valor's stronghold in Antarctica had been largely built underground. He was, more or less, buried alive. Figures. Still, there was no reason to worry. Sunny could not simply use Shadow Step to reach the surface, but he was more than strong enough to burrow through the ruins. Mundane concrete and alloy could not stop a saint. However, there was a simpler method. Sunny lingered for a moment, then dismissed his avatars and wrapped the shadows around his body. Then, he dissolved into the darkness, becoming a shadow himself. The collapsed stronghold was not a monolith. Even after it crumbled, there was plenty of space left between the debris. Perhaps not enough to accommodate a human body, but more than enough for a formless shadow to slip through. Gliding up the wall, Sunny slid into a thin crack between two concrete plates and slithered upward for a few meters, eventually reaching a dead end where the debris was compressed too tightly, leaving no gaps. There, he simply used Shadow Sense to locate another tiny pocket of empty space nearby and teleported to it, still maintaining the form of a shadow. Just like that, he ascended higher and higher, slowly approaching the surface. In the process, Sunny discovered something remarkable. Now that he could absorb the ambient essence while in the embrace of shadows, the rate at which his own essence was being consumed to keep himself intangible was lower than the rate at which it was being replenished. In other words, Sunny could remain in the form of a shadow indefinitely now, for as long as he stayed away from bright light and true darkness. Amazing. Eventually, he reached another large pocket of space and temporarily assumed corporeal form to look around. By some luck, the level of destruction was much lower here, enough so that there were mostly intact pieces of furniture strewn around the floor, covered in dust. Sunny observed the dark, claustrophobic space for a few moments, then took a step forward and bent down, fishing out a small device from under the dust. It was a standard-issue military communicator, its screen cracked. Nevertheless, the communicator was still working. When Sunny picked it up, the broken screen lit up, revealing a fragmented image. The thing seemed to be malfunctioning, but he could still make out what he needed, the time and date. Staring at the blinking screen, Sunny opened his eyes wide. According to the broken communicator. Today was roughly a week since the disastrous Battle of the Black Skull. Considering the time the members of the cohort had spent traversing the harrowing desert, the spell sent them back to the exact moment they had entered the Seed of Nightmare. While they were wandering the dreadful depths of the Tomb of Ariel, time stood still in the waking world. Chapter 1, 1586. Gray Sky. 1586 Gray Sky. Sunny let out a long sigh and tossed the broken communicator away. I see. He felt a strange mix of profound relief and tense apprehension. The reason for being relieved was obvious. Sunny did not know how many cycles it had taken them to conquer the nightmare, but from what he had seen in the estuary, it was at least thousands. Therefore, he had been secretly afraid to return to the waking world, only to find out that humans there had gone extinct thousands of years ago. That Rain, and everyone else he knew, were long gone. Alternatively, the strange nature of the great river could have resulted in them leaving the nightmare in the time corresponding to where they were in relation to the estuary, namely, in the Age of Gods, which would have been terrible in its own right. So the fact that their third nightmare had taken no time at all, from the point of view of the waking world, was one of the best possible outcomes. However, it also meant that Sunny and the other members of the cohort had been sent to a continent where an unknown number of great horrors were currently roaming freely. Now that they were saints, did they stand a chance in a battle against the terrifying creatures that had entered the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull? That was the reason Sunny felt tense. I wonder if we'll meet Skinwalker again. He smiled somberly, and then dissolved into shadows once more. At least I didn't miss years of Rain's life. Encouraging himself like that, Sunny continued slithering through the ruins. After a while, he finally reached the surface. Sunny found himself on the slope of a vast crater under a stormy gray sky. Even though the situation was more than a little ominous, he suddenly felt a strange sense of comfort. It was a privilege many people never thought about, to have a familiar sky above their heads. To be home. Without wasting any time, Sunny scaled the slope and escaped the embrace of shadows at the top of the tall mound formed by the crater. Standing there, he looked around, at what he had expected to be the ruins of an obliterated siege capital. To his surprise, the siege capital did not look particularly obliterated. Sure, there were signs of destruction here and there, with a few buildings having collapsed. But Valor's stronghold seemed to have sustained the worst damage. Most of the city was still intact, and there were crowds of people moving through the streets in an orderly manner, escorted by the soldiers. As Sunny assessed this scene, two details attracted his attention, both shaking him to the very core. The first one was near the center of the city, where a large park sprawled. There, a giant gate pierced the sky, dwarfing the tallest building in the siege capital. It was like a vertical fracture in the fabric of the world, instilling him with terror. Here too? But why? Then, he noticed that there was something strange about the giant gate. It was entirely, utterly wrong. Usually the gates looked like tears in reality, revealing nothing but vile darkness in their depths. But this one was different. Not only did Sunny not feel an instinctive revulsion toward the strange gate, but there was also no darkness within it. Instead, he could see to the other side. There, clearly visible through the fracture of the gate, a beautiful lake sparkled under bright sunlight. And from that lake rose a magnificent castle. It was Bastion. Sunny was still struggling to comprehend that stunning sight when he noticed something else. There was an orderly column of refugees slowly entering the gate. He shuddered. That is impossible. A nightmare gate was not something one could enter. It was a door that only opened one way, from the dream realm into the waking world. Therefore, anyone trying to pass through a gate from that side was destined to fail. More than that, approaching a gate was lethal. Sunny had briefly brushed against one himself, in Falcon Scott, and it was a memory he did not wish to revisit. So how could countless refugees be passing through the strange nightmare gate? Was it even a nightmare gate? Or something else entirely? The answers to these questions were, perhaps, connected to the second detail Sunny had been stunned to see, and that one was far more chilling. Out there, far away from him, the great wall of the siege capital stood, broken and torn. Long spans of it had collapsed, and beyond them, a mountain of black flesh was rolling across the plain, devouring everything in sight. There were no soldiers, no awakened, and no lumbering MWPs on top of the damaged wall. However, there was a single human there, facing the great horror with indifferent resolve. From that distance, Sunny couldn't see who it was exactly. All he could tell was that it was a man. The man was tall, with broad shoulders, his posture as straight and sharp as a steel sword. A long vermilion cloak fluttered in the wind behind his back. The man did not move, but the stormy clouds seemed to follow his will, flowing across the sky. A rustling haze connected the clouds with the crawling mountain of black flesh, as if rain was falling from the sky. That rustle! Sunny looked up at the clouds that obscured the heavens like a gray veil. No, it can't be. It was only then that he understood that they were no clouds at all. Instead, they were countless flying swords, enough of them to form a storm front, all moving with clear and hypnotizing lethal intent. The haze he saw in the distance was not rain, but thousands of swords falling on the colossal abomination like a bombardment of slaying steel, shredding and slicing its profane flesh apart. Sunny paled, forgetting to breathe. He suddenly realized who the man facing the great horror was, what the strange gate was, and why the siege capital had not been destroyed yet. The King of Swords had descended into the waking world, and with him, the harrowing might of a sovereign's domain had descended as well. Chapter 1587, Dreamgate. 1587 Dreamgate. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, staring at the distant figure wearing a bright vermilion cloak. The clouds veiling the sky were not clouds, but a myriad of flying swords. The man standing on the ruined wall of the siege capital was not a mere mortal, but a sovereign. One of the three supreme humans in existence, Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. The sovereign was facing a great titan. Sunny recognized that harrowing creature from the Battle of the Black Skull, where it had decimated the armies of both Valor and Song. The titan was vast and abominable, its power inconceivable. But the King of Swords was no less terrifying. He was more like a force of nature than a human being, a walking cataclysm that tolerated no defiance. Where Anvil stood, his will was the law. Wherever his sword pointed was his kingdom, and within the borders of his kingdom, his authority was absolute. Whoever dared to disobey would be obliterated by a flood of slaying swords. Sunny took a stifled breath. Crazy. It's crazy. That was what Nephis wanted to fight against. He slowly shook his head and forced himself to look away from the awesome visage of the Rain of Swords. If each of them was infused with the power of a supreme being, then Anvil was much more powerful than Sunny had ever imagined. Considering that he was effortlessly controlling enough swords to cover the entire sky, this whole siege capital could be destroyed by the tyrannical sovereign in a matter of seconds. There was no one in the waking world strong enough to stop him. Well, except for the other two, Key Song and Asterion. Are they here in Antarctica as well? Sunny wondered. The Queen of Worms had to have descended too. As for the most mysterious of the sovereigns, who knew? His ways were inscrutable. Finally, his gaze settled on the Titanic Gate, a nightmare gate. No, not quite. A dream gate. Something clicked in his mind and Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Of course, it makes sense. Sunny had been wary of the sovereigns for many years, but he did not really know a lot about them, and about their power. What did it mean exactly to be supreme? He had learned that the sovereigns possessed a unique ability to create, rule, and expand their domains. Even this piece of information was vague and shallow at best. However, that was not what Sunny was currently thinking about. Rather, he was thinking about a more subtle characteristic of those carrying the nightmare spell. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept. Masters could enter it at will and physically, leaving a tether behind. Saints were like miniature gateways, able to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and even carry people with them. What about the sovereigns then? How did this facet of their power evolve when they rose to the supreme rank? Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that theirs would be a continuation of the power that all saints possessed? That they would not only contain a gateway within themselves, but would actually be capable of creating a stable external bridge between the two worlds? The opposite of a nightmare gate. Nightmare gates allowed abominations to leave the dream realm and enter the waking world. A dream gate, then, would allow living beings to enter the dream realm from this side. He is evacuating civilians. Indeed, that was what the King of Swords was doing. The evacuation army had spent close to a year ferrying refugees over the dreadful expanse of the ocean to other quadrants. The process was slow. After all, the seafaring alloy behemoths could accommodate only so many people, and it took them more than a month to make a round trip. Not to mention all the dangers that the naval convoys faced at sea. The government had evacuated as many refugees as they could, and the operation would have probably ended in a semblance of success, if not for the 3 Category 4 gates that had opened during the Battle of the Black Skull. With the great nightmare creatures roaming East Antarctica, there was no hope of anyone surviving. The civilian population, the evacuation army, the small contingents of legacy awakened, all of them were destined to die. East Antarctica would have ended up the same way the Antarctic Center had, with everyone who was not already evacuated perishing in the flood of abominations. And so the two sovereigns must have descended, holding back the great horrors and opening a new, much more efficient path to salvation. The Dream Gates. Perhaps it was because they could not allow their children, Morgan, Seishan, Beastmaster, and Silent Stalker, to die. Perhaps it was because Mordred had been right, and the sovereigns could not abandon humanity that easily. The new world they were building in the Dream Realm had to be populated by someone, after all, and hundreds of millions of refugees with nowhere else to go were the perfect fuel for strengthening their domains and nurturing more awakened. In any case, here it was, Antarctica's salvation. Sunny felt both incredibly relieved and indescribably bitter as he looked at the towering Dream Gate. Relieved because his worst fears had not come true, and his mission, the evacuation army's mission, was not doomed to fail. All the sacrifices that he and his soldiers had made were not in vain. At the same time, he felt incredibly bitter because the unexpected salvation had come from those whom he despised the most, the great clans, whose conceited indifference created this terrible situation in the first place. If only they had moved sooner. If only they had not wasted so much time secretly fighting each other, instead of preventing the chain of nightmares from claiming countless lives. He could already see the mighty propaganda machine spinning its wheels, burying the truth in the clamor of triumphant fanfares. Look at the noble heroes of the legacy clans, who had selflessly come to the rescue of the southern quadrant in its darkest moment. Just like these faithful guardians of humanity always did. Come to think of it, the sovereigns had finally chosen to reveal their existence. That would also be spun into a fitting tale, no doubt. Probably something about the champions of the two great clans rushing to conquer the fourth nightmare in order to assist the people of Antarctica. That would also explain why they had been so late to offer genuine support. They had not been tardy at all, but had instead been risking their lives in a nightmare. A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. Ah, I hate it. But at the same time, he couldn't hate it. As long as people were saved, did the hypocrisy of the sovereigns really matter? Of course, he still had many questions. Would all these refugees be infected by the nightmare spell as soon as they entered the nightmare spell? What were the limitations that made it difficult for the sovereigns to enter the waking world? And how had they bypassed these limitations to appear in Antarctica? How would the world change now that the existence of the Supremes was revealed, and millions of mundane people crossed over to the Dream Realm? And so on. Well, he could take his time finding the answers to all these questions. For now, the situation did not seem critical. With Anvil holding down the fort, the siege capital was not on the verge of being destroyed. Judging by how orderly the soldiers and the civilians were moving, the situation was under control, or at least not critical. Therefore, Sunny's first priority was to find the members of the cohort. Since he had been sent back to where his tether had been placed in the waking world, the rest of them would be too. Which meant that Mordred and Jet had been sent to the siege capital controlled by Song, while Effie and Kai had been sent to the evacuation army headquarters. Nephis and Cassie, though, were supposed to be right here, probably somewhere in the same ruins he had just crawled from. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked around, studying the crater. It was then that he was thrown to the ground, and a massive explosion tore the center of the crater apart. Chapter 1, 1588 Unchained 1588 Unchained. The ground shook, and some parts of the crater's slope collapsed. Sunny, who was standing on the edge of its mound, lost his balance and rolled down, dirt and pieces of debris raining on him from above. Ouch! Coming to a halt much further down the slope than he had been before, he could not see the Dream Gate and the King of Swords anymore. What he could see, however, was a towering pillar of white flame rising from the torn depths of the wide crater. It moved and twisted, as if alive, as though a giant made from pure flame was stretching its shoulders after being trapped underground for a long time. For a moment, Sunny was entranced, thinking that he could make out the shape of a winged being woven from dancing flame, hidden in the depths of the incandescent pillar. Then, The whirlwind of flame collapsed on itself and slowly formed into a humanoid figure. The radiant being looked like a beautiful, pure spirit of immaculate light. Her graceful body contrasted against the dark soil of the deep crater. With wide wings spread behind her like a blinding mantle, she slowly glided down. The moment her feet touched the ground, it started to melt. Slowly, the brilliance of her skin grew dimmer and was then extinguished. Without the blinding light, Sunny could finally see who had just escaped the ruins. Of course, he had already guessed who it was. It was Nephis. She looked just like the last time he had seen her, but also different. Not only because the white metal of the Starlight Legion armor was torn and scorched, breached in half a dozen places, and not only because her presence seemed to illuminate the world, so much stronger and tantalizing than it had been before, and not even because she had grown even more beautiful after undergoing the rebirth of transcendence. No, it was because Nephis had wings. A pair of white wings extended from her back, looking too majestic and pure to be a part of this mortal world. Sunny stared, enthralled. Partial transformation? There were transformation abilities that had several steps to them. From the looks of it, Neph's had at least 3. The winged form, the brilliant spirit of light whose radiant body seemed to contain an ocean of furious flame, and the vast mass of unleashed fire that could seemingly assume any form, or no form at all. At least that was what Sunny surmised after catching a glimpse of Neph's striking arrival. There had to be more to this transformation, of course. Sunny doubted that a divine aspect would be limited to enhancing one's might and granting one the ability to fly. He stared for a few more moments, then sighed. Well, I can ask her later. For now. Sunny had to do something very unpleasant, namely, explain himself. What was one supposed to say after leaving his partner to face the last challenge of a dreadful nightmare alone? Sorry, I had to step out to break fate really quick. He winced, not looking forward to that conversation at all, shaking his head. Sunny stood up and spent a moment evaluating his appearance through the shadows. He would lie if he said that he wasn't apprehensive about his looks at the moment. Becoming transcendent had improved his body once again after all, so he was certain that he was now reasonably attractive. Even though it was a bit childish, he wanted Nephis to see him in the best possible light the first time they met after escaping the tomb of Ariel. Sadly, it did not really matter. No matter how beautiful the transcendence had made him, it was impossible to tell what he looked like right now. Because Sunny was completely covered in dirt, dust, and soot. His face was almost entirely hidden beneath a layer of grime. Ah, curses. He hastily rubbed his face, but only managed to spread the dirt around. God damn it. It was too late, however, because that movement attracted Neph's attention. She turned her head and looked at him, her eyes shining with radiant white light. Sunny smiled nervously, then hesitated and took a step in her direction. He had more than one reason to feel nervous. There were the complicated intricacies of his relationship with Nephis, and the consequences of the choice he had made, yes. But there was also the reason he had made that choice. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone, and his fated attribute was also gone. What about Shadow Bond? As Sunny walked, considering what he would say, Nephis spoke in a calm, even tone. Stop. He took a couple more steps and froze, stunned. First, because she had broken her promise once again and given him an order. And second, because he had not felt compelled to follow that order. It was gone. The connection between him and Nephis was gone. Even though Sunny had stopped, it was of his own volition. When she told him to do so, there was nothing forcing him to stop walking. Nothing had overwritten his personal will. Nothing had violated his freedom and agency. Even though he had received a direct command, there was no reaction at all. Sunny took a shaky breath. It worked. It worked. An involuntary smile found its way onto his face. I'm free. Sunny had been a bit scared to face Nephis after abandoning her at Verge, but he was much more scared that his decision to leave had been for nothing. That would have been a really, really bitter pill to swallow. But luckily, it had not been in vain. Everything had worked just as promised. Fated was gone. The chain of shadow bond wrapped around his neck was gone as well. His wish had come true. His smile widened, refusing to go away, which was a bit awkward considering the nature of the conversation they were about to have. Sunny opened his mouth trying to say something, but Nephis beat him to it. Looking at him coldly, she frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" There was no hint of recognition in her voice. "Identify yourself." Chapter 1, 1589 Untethered. Identify yourself. Sunny's smile froze. His body froze, too. For a moment he was utterly confused, doubting that he had heard Nephis correctly. But there was no doubt. Her voice was very clear. "Identify yourself? What is she doing, giving me the cold shoulder?" He could understand if she was angry at him because of what had happened on the cold shores of Verge. Resentful even. But still, wasn't it too childish to pretend as if she did not know him? Sunny tried to calm down, but at the same time, he knew that he was deceiving himself. Nephis was not the kind of person to lash out by treating him as a stranger. She just genuinely did not recognize him. Huh. How can it be? Well, to be fair, he was indeed covered in dust and dirt from head to bottom. It was easy to mistake him for someone else. No, was it? It might have been for someone else, but not for Nephis. She knew him far too well for that, not to mention that he was wearing a rather unique suit of armor. There was no mistaking the onyx mantle. Sunny hesitated, not knowing what to say, but he had to say something, because the pressure of the flaw was building, forcing him to answer. "It's me, Sunny." His voice sounded strangely lost. Neff's frown deepened slightly. "Your affiliation?" Petrified and feeling his hair stand on end, Sunny answered stiffly. "Evacuation Army, I guess. Army Command, Special Envoy." What was going on? What was happening? As Sunny was balancing on the edge of mental collapse, desperately trying to keep the emotions from showing on his face, Nephis nodded. It seemed that he accepted his explanation easily. She looked around, then opened her mouth to say something, possibly to ask what was going on, what date it was, and what state the southern quadrant was in. But then her expression changed, and she turned slightly, as if listening to a distant sound. "Cassie!" A moment later, Nephis dashed away and plunged her hands into the slope of the crater. Her beautiful white wings spread, and with a barely audible gasp, she pulled a massive alloy plate from under the ground. The plate itself must have weighed many tons, and with the added weight of all the soil and debris piled on top, it should have taken titanic strength to raise it. But that was exactly the kind of strength Nephis possessed. Straining her slender body, she gritted her teeth and tossed the massive plate of torn alloy to the side. It landed a dozen meters away from them, making the whole crater shake and raising a cloud of dust into the air. Then, Nephis jumped down into the ruins below, leaving Sunny alone for a few moments. He gasped for air, suffocating. Fate. The thieving bird stole my fate. But what did it mean, to have his fate stolen? In simple terms, it meant that the loathsome miscreant had taken all the countless strings of fate that bound Sunny and tore them away, leaving Sunny entirely free of their shackles. However, those shackles were also what made Sunny the person he was, and what connected him to all other living beings, as well as to the world itself. He suddenly remembered a thought that had visited him once in the depths of a nightmare. As one went through life, they collected strings and tethers that connected them to others. Everyone's fates were intertwined, and everyone was tied down and bound by those numerous connections, some of them fleeting, some deep and precious. Sunny, too, was tethered to the world that way. Or rather, he had been. By proclaiming that he wanted to break fate, that he wished to be free of its chains. Had he not proclaimed his desire to set himself free from these tethers as well? His mouth was suddenly terribly dry. Taking a step back, Sunny swayed and almost fell down. His face was as pale as that of a ghost. "Be careful of what you wish for." A disbelieving chuckle escaped from his lips. He should have known that there would be a price to pay. No, he had known. Of course he knew. But he stubbornly pressed forward anyway, to gain freedom. Well, now he had gained it. He had liberated himself, not just from fate, but from everything. When the vile thieving bird stole the strings of fate wrapped around him, it also tore his very existence from the tapestry of fate. And so, his existence was erased from the fabric of the world. His fated attribute was gone. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone. And much more importantly, he had lost his true name as well. Because true names were innately tied to one's fate. That was why Nephis could not command him anymore. Everything about his aspect remained intact, including his innate ability, shadow bond. Find a worthy master and let them know your true name. Once they recite it out loud, you will be bound to their will, unable to disobey any command. It is improper for a shadow, let alone a divine one, to walk around without a master. Shadow bond had not disappeared. It was just that Sunny did not have a true name anymore, and therefore, its condition could not be fulfilled. The bond formed between him and Nephis was broken, and no one else was going to be able to enslave him ever again, because a fateless being could not earn a true name. Sunny was truly and utterly free. But at what cost? The memories of his existence had been erased from the world. Be careful of what you wish for. Sunny fell to the ground and looked up, at the gray sky drowning in the flood of rustling swords. After a while, a terrible smile split his face like a jagged chasm. Taking a shallow breath, he laughed bitterly and whispered, "I'm free." Chapter 1, 1005. 190. Epilogue, 1005. 190. Epilogue. Winter had grasped the streets of NQS with frigid fingers, making people on the streets shiver from the chill and hurry to get inside. The sky was distant and cold, full of icy clouds. In one of the more prosperous districts of the city, a splendid-looking young man was sitting on a rusty bench, cradling a cup of luxurious plant-based coffee in his hand. Despite being dressed in light clothes, he didn't seem to be bothered by the cold. In fact, he looked like nothing in this world could bother him. The people rushing past the park couldn't help but throw furtive glances at the young man. His expensive clothes, lithe figure, alabaster skin, gleaming onyx eyes, and lustrous raven-black hair. But most of all, the aura of confidence and subdued power emanating from him made the young man look out of place. It was as if he belonged in a marble palace instead of this small and bleak park. Taking a sip of his coffee, Sunny grimaced and shook his head. Still bitter. Standing up, he tossed the empty cup into a trash bin and crossed the street. There, a convenience store invited potential customers to come inside with a colorful sign. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and did just that. The bell fixed above the door rang melodiously, announcing his arrival to the clerk. Ignoring the clerk, who was staring at him with wide eyes, Sunny looked around the modest store. There were all kinds of food items on the shelves, from cheap synth-paste rations to more extravagant natural snacks. This district was mostly visited by a somewhat affluent crowd, so there was a lot to choose from. That said, Sunny did not really know what to buy. Despite having been an affluent person himself, once he had rarely visited stores like this. Most of his time had been spent in the dream realm anyway, and here in the waking world he would usually either eat at the academy or cook something up back home. Sunny stared at the shelves for a while, then turned to the window, where a small dining surface was arranged for those who wanted to grab a quick bite right here in the store. Currently, there was only one person sitting in front of the window. It was a pretty young woman in a neat school uniform, who was absent-mindedly eating cup ramen while studying the screen of her communicator with a serious expression. She had pale skin and black hair, just like him. In fact, one could even say that the two of them looked quite alike. Sunny cleared his throat and then asked in a neutral tone, "Hey, what's good here?" The girl was distracted from her communicator and turned to him, still engrossed in whatever it was she had been reading. "What?" Then she froze, looking at him with wide eyes. Sunny sighed, already accustomed to such reactions. It had already been a bit bothersome before he transcended, but now that he was a saint, mundane humans were often startled by his appearance. He smiled politely. "I asked what you would recommend. Is that one good?" He pointed to her meal. The girl nodded, acting a little bashful. Yes, sir." "Sir? Well, it's better than brat, I guess." Sunny nodded and went on to purchase himself the same type of cup ramen. Pouring boiling water into the cup, he sat down on the chair next to the young woman. There were only chairs there, to be fair, and looked into the window. He was unperturbed, but she seemed to be feeling awkward. After a few moments of silence, the girl asked in a shy tone, "Can I ask, sir, are you an awakened?" Sunny glanced at her, then opened the steaming cup of ramen and picked up his chopsticks. "Oh, sure." He enjoyed the spicy smell, then slurped a generous portion of noodles and chewed them with visible delight. "Wow, you weren't lying. This one is really good." The girl stared at him strangely, and then suddenly asked in a hesitant tone, "I'm sorry, but do I know you?" Sunny looked at her and remained silent for a few long moments. Then he lightly shook his head. No, I don't think you do. I mean, why would you? I'm quite a memorable person, actually. I doubt someone would easily forget meeting me, in normal circumstances." While she looked away in embarrassment, Sunny shrugged. "Why do you ask?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's just that you look familiar, sir. I must have mistook you for someone." Sunny studied her for a couple more seconds, then turned away. "Don't worry. I won't hold it against you." He returned to his food while the young woman finished hers. They didn't speak again for a while, but then Sunny suddenly asked, "Are you a local here, in NQSC?" The girl looked at him in surprise. Sure? Although I'll be moving soon. My dad, he works for the government. So, with everything that is going on, he is being sent to a new post. We'll be leaving in a few months." Sunny sighed. "Ah, I see. Actually, I'll be leaving on a long journey soon, too." He smiled and put his chopsticks down, then added in a strangely wistful tone, "Because I'm far away from home." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head and stood up. "Well, anyway, thanks for the recommendation. I'll be sure to repay you when we meet again." The young woman looked at him in confusion, and as she did, a dark serpent flowed from her shadow into the young man's shadow, unnoticed. At the same time, the shadow of the young man split in two. One remained glued to him, while the other glided across the floor, hesitated for a moment, and hid in the girl's shadow, replacing the dark serpent. Sunny said a silent goodbye to the happy shadow and smiled. "Stay safe, Rain. I'll see you around." With that, he headed for the door. Startled, Rain rose from her seat and called out, "Wait, sir, how do you know my name?" But the strange awakened was already gone. The bell hanging above the door remained silent, yet the young man was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had never been there at all. All that remained was an empty cup of noodles and lingering feeling of the unexplainable familiarity, and the vivid memory of their odd first meeting. Sunny stepped out of the shadows a few hundred meters away and sighed, looking up. It was time to leave. White snow was falling slowly from the lonesome gray sky. End of Part 3, Well of Wishes. End of Volume 7, The Tomb of Ariel. Chapter 1. 1,591 years later. 1,591 years later. There was a rustle, and a gentle breeze caressed Sunny's face. He awoke slowly, allowing himself to enjoy the sweet moments of comfort and peace that dwelled on the edge between dream and wakefulness. His bed was soft, warm, and cozy. Today it was especially hard to abandon its familiar embrace. After a while he sighed and opened his eyes. The sun was yet to rise, but the sky outside his window had already started to brighten. The wind blowing from the lake made the curtains flutter, filling the modest bedroom with the delightful smell of freshness. Even after all these years, Sunny was still sometimes startled at how clean and pure the air of the dream realm was. He took a few deep breaths, rubbed his face, and rose from the bed. His room was not very large and not very luxurious. However, it was very cozy. There was a bed, a nightstand, a case with various books crowding the shelves, a writing desk, and a simple dresser. The furniture was made out of natural wood, crafted with affection and care. There were a few decorations added here and there, as well as plenty of signs of the room being well lived in. Well, of course it was. He had been spending his nights here for a long time, after all. Putting on simple clothes and summoning the nebulous mantle, Sunny yawned, tied his hair back, and left the bedroom. He splashed some water in his face, then went to the kitchen and brewed himself a large cup of strong, fragrant coffee. Finally, holding the steaming mug, he left the house and sat down on the porch, intending to enjoy his coffee while watching the sun rise. It was rather hard to get his hands on coffee beans in the dream realm, but today, Sunny wanted to pamper himself. It was his birthday after all. He was turning 26. Of course, no one in the world knew that. Taking the first sip of his coffee, Sunny smiled slightly and looked up. A few of the brightest stars could still be seen, shining in the pale lavender expanse of the morning sky. Just at that moment, the gentle sun finally crested the dark line of the distant horizon, imbuing the sky with a beautiful golden radiance. The soft twilight of dawn was imbued with a hint of bright daylight. He watched the sunrise while enjoying his coffee. Despite the beautiful sight, Sunny felt a bit of melancholy. He looked down with a wistful smile. I am older than Mom was when she passed now. It was a strange feeling. When Sunny was a child, his mother was the definition of an adult to him, and adults were magical creatures who possessed wondrous and incredible powers. But now he was an adult himself, which was why he was able to realize that his mother had been a kid herself. She was gone, but both her children were alive and doing well. There was precious solace and consolation in that fact, so Sunny did not feel too sad. Well, alive was a given, but he wasn't too sure about doing well. During these last 4 years, he had gone through a long, rough patch, and had even done a few very stupid things. Still, it was looking better now. This peaceful morning he was able to enjoy was proof. Sipping on coffee, Sunny watched as sunlight finally reached the lake and reflected on its clear surface. The lake was vast and picturesque, so calm that its surface was like a mirror. A grandiose, magnificent white castle rose from the lake, with vermilion flags fluttering on its many towers. It almost seemed too beautiful to be real, like something from a fairy tale. But of course, it was truly there. The beautiful castle of white stone was Bastion, the great citadel of Clan Valor, where the King of Swords held his court. It was also the heart of a populous city that had grown around the lake in the last 4 years. After the sovereigns had revealed themselves, most of the remaining civilian population of the southern quadrant, around 200 million people, was evacuated directly to the Dream Realm, divided between Bastion and Ravenheart, and gradually funneled into lesser citadels. Later, the Dream Gates were opened in the other quadrants, and even more mundane people received a chance to relocate into the Dream Realm. Even if few understood the true meaning of these events, the gradual exodus of humanity from the waking world had already begun. For now, most of those who left were from the fringes of society. People who did not possess citizenship and therefore did not receive their share of the scarce resources needed to live a proper life on the dying earth. But Sunny knew more than most. He had no doubt that, sooner or later, everyone would leave, if they were given enough time. As the years passed, the situation in the waking world would gradually turn worse and worse. There would be more nightmare gates, more powerful nightmare creatures, and less space for humans to exist, until the entire world was swallowed by the dream realm. Granted, humanity was growing stronger too. The chain of nightmares had been like a turning point in history. Before, the number of awakened in the world was relatively limited. There were 100,000 awakened or so, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. After Antarctica, these numbers changed. By now, there must have been no less than 1 million awakened out there, with several thousands of masters and more than 100 saints guiding them all to fight against the nightmare creatures. The balance of power that had been maintained for decades was finally broken, and humanity set out on the path of no return. There were hundreds of millions of mundane humans residing in the dream realm, too. Many lived in the sprawling cities surrounding the 3 great citadels, but most had settled across the lesser citadels scattered around the human-controlled regions of this dangerous world. Dozens of towns had popped up here and there, all developing swiftly. Of course, life in the dream realm was not easy, and people had to go through a period of adjustment before becoming accustomed to this new, harsh reality. But since most of them were either refugees or from the outskirts of the overcrowded siege capitals, they were no strangers to discomfort. Instead, the lives of many had only improved after leaving the waking world behind. They could not return anyway. Or rather, they could not return without risking their lives. The moment a mundane human entered the dream realm, a seed of nightmare was planted into their soul. However, that seed would not bloom, summoning them into the first nightmare, unless one of 2 conditions had been met. One of the conditions was stepping back into the waking world. The other was leaving the territory of the domain to which they had pledged their loyalty. As long as the sovereigns willed it, their mundane subjects were protected from the ravages of the nightmare spell. This was another reason why the number of awakened had increased so much in the last 4 years. Those who wished to challenge the first nightmare could simply request it from the great clans instead of waiting to be infected by the spell. Many of them even survived. Sunny took another sip of coffee and turned his head, looking at the lively city that had grown around the beautiful, calm lake. Of course, it could not be compared to a vast human hive like NQSC. However, there was still a startling amount of people here, at least 12 million of them or so. Another 1 million or 2 lived in the castle itself. Building a city like that in a short amount of time was a great undertaking, but with thousands of awakened participating in the construction, all possessing inhuman strength and powerful aspects, it happened surprisingly quickly. Now, the city looked neat and tidy, with 2- or 3-storied houses lined along lovely streets. The houses were built from white stone, their roofs covered by colorful red tiles. There was plenty of trees and greenery as well, with parks, gardens, and water features placed harmoniously here and there. Modern technology might have been hard to use in the dream realm, but nothing prevented the city planners and architects from using the vast accumulated knowledge of humanity and all the processing power of the waking world to do all the preparatory work in advance. In short, Bastion looked very pretty and picturesque. It was also usually quite lively. This early in the morning, however, most people were still asleep, which was why Sunny was able to enjoy his coffee surrounded by peaceful silence. Oh, he owned a house in Bastion as well. More than that, it was a house many would be jealous of. Although not as prestigious as being able to live in the castle itself, his property was on the very shore of the lake, with its back windows opening straight to the water. It was an elegant 1-story cottage which was seemingly built from brown bricks, with a sloping tiled roof and a tall chimney. There was a small garden in the back and a neat lawn in front of it, with herbs and flowers growing in ceramic pots. Since it was situated at the end of the street, few people ever passed by. If they did pass by, however, they would have seen a modest sign hanging above the door of the cottage. It read, Sunny's Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique, Chapter 1592, Humble Shopkeeper, 1592, Humble Shopkeeper. As the city was slowly waking up, Sunny finished his coffee and leaned back, enjoying his last moments of peace. He did not have a lot of regular customers, but there were some. They were probably going to start arriving soon, which meant that he would be busy for the next few hours. Before that, however, he glanced at his shadow, his gaze becoming distant for a moment. Then a familiar voice whispered into his ear, "You have slain a great demon. Your shadow grows stronger." It was his own voice. Sunny brushed his fingers across the black bracelet on his left wrist and slowly exhaled. The bracelet was a memory he had created a while back. It was a crude knockoff of the spell, replacing some of its simplest functions. Announcing his kills was one of them. He shifted slightly. That went better than expected. He had just killed a great demon. Well, technically, it was his other self that had done it. His avatars were not beholden to the maximum range of shadow control, so there was a vast distance between them. Currently, Sunny was simultaneously in 3 separate locations. His original body was here in Bastion, enjoying a peaceful life in the company of the gloomy shadow. He had kept that guy so that people had no reason to ask why he was walking around without a shadow at all. His second self was incarnated by the happy shadow, keeping an eye on Rain. His last avatar was far away, in one of the most dangerous regions of the dream realm, incarnated by the haughty shadow. Haughty, naughty, creepy, and crazy were together. Saint, fiend, serpent, and nightmare were with them as well. Unlike the first two, the third Sunny knew no peace. He wielded the most power of the 3 and spent his days in eternal darkness, often clashing with dreadful abominations. Of course, the 3 of them were actually one person, so Sunny had been enjoying a peaceful morning in Bastion, accompanying Rain, and battling the great demon at the same time, all along. But he had grown good at compartmentalizing over the years, allowing him to at least pretend to live 3 separate lives. So that thing is finally dead, huh? It had taken him almost a month of meticulous preparations to finally attack the abomination in its lair. Sunny had expected to sustain heavy injuries, but the battle ended well. With the demon's death, there was no one left to challenge him in the immediate vicinity of the temple. Sunny lingered for a moment, then summoned the runes. A field of familiar symbols appeared in front of him. The runes themselves might have been the same, but they looked a bit differently. He had designed this whole thing himself, after all, tying the enchantment to his memory, perception, and the black bracelet. So Sunny had taken liberties to change the look and feel of the field of runes to his taste. The runes read, Name, Sunless, True Name, Rank, Transcendent, Class, Terror, Shadow Cores, 6/7, Shadow Fragments, 1,591/6,000. His true name had been lost in the tomb of Ariel, and he could not earn another while banished from fate. As for his shadow fragments, seeing the measly number, which had been very slow to increase in the past 4 years, made Sunny a bit disheartened. But there was nothing he could do about it. He had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures after becoming a saint. Their blood would have been enough to fill the lake surrounding Bastion. The problem was, his soul only grew stronger when he killed corrupted and great abominations, which were not that easy to find, and harder still to survive. So he had only managed to slay a mere 1,000 of those or so. Of course, if anyone heard Sunny being disappointed about only killing 1,000 corrupted and great nightmare creatures, they would have slapped him across the face. But for him, it was a sign that he would not be able to become a titan anytime soon, unless he found some shadow creatures to hunt at least. Sadly, Sunny had not discovered any in all these years. It seemed that shadow creatures had gone entirely extinct during or soon after the Doom War. Come to think of it, Discounting fiend, he had never encountered a corrupted shadow creature. Were there none, or had they remained somewhere far away, in a place that he wasn't able to find yet? Shaking his head, he glanced back at the runes. Memories. Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud. Extraordinary Rock. Endless Spring. Weaver's Mask. Shadow Lantern. Shadow Chair. Overpriced Saddle. Weaver's Needle. Nebulous Mantle. Handy Bracelet. Quintessence Pearl. There was no surprise there. Sunny made his living by creating memories. But strangely enough, he was not in a hurry to create many memories for himself. He did not need to seek power in them, because he himself possessed tremendous power. With Onyx Mantle and Soul Serpent, most of his needs were met. Which was not to say that Sunny did not plan to forge himself new equipment in the future. It was just that what he wanted to create was too ambitious to be crafted in a hurry, and he had only opened up his shop a year ago. For now, the only memories he crafted for himself was the Quintessence Pearl, which was basically an improved version of the destroyed Essence Pearl, and the Handy Bracelet, the poor replacement for the spell. He also modified Ananke's mantle a bit, renaming it the Nebulous Mantle in the process. The Quintessence Pearl and the Handy Bracelet were simply for convenience, but the last one was of vital importance for him. After all, it was the Nebulous Mantle that allowed him to live in Bastion, pretending to be a mere master. If people found out that the humble shopkeeper was a saint, things would become complicated. Sunny turned back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic. The Marvelous Mimic was what Sunny had called the latest of his shadows, which was created from the modified Covetous Coffer and the shadow of the Mordant Mimic. It was the only shadow that he kept with himself in Bastion, instead of sending it to his third avatar. The reason was that he needed it. It was next to him right now, actually. The unassuming brick cottage where his shop was located was, in fact, not a cottage. It was the Marvelous Mimic, who had taken the shape of a picturesque house. Its interior existed in a separate dimension, which allowed Sunny to hide a lot of things below ground. His house could also walk, swim, shapeshift, devour intruders, and produce soul coins, among other things. Sunny had lost his home in NQSC after his existence was erased from the tapestry of fate, so he made sure that his new home would be able to follow him wherever he went. Smiling faintly, he glanced back at the runes. They read, Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Soul Weave, Onyx Shell, Fateless. The Master of Shadows had evolved into the Lord of Shadows during his transcendence. Its description was succinct. Shadows recognize you as their ruler. With it, all his abilities had been strengthened and enhanced. The range of his shadow control was now north of 40 kilometers, and he could extend his shadow sense just as far. He could remain the form of an incorporeal shadow indefinitely, and cover great distances with each shadow step. The depths and intricacy of what he could manifest wild shadows into had also increased tremendously. In short, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Sunny a demigod, or rather, to call his third avatar a demigod. This version of Sunny was just a modest master with a utility aspect who ran a cafe and sold memories from time to time. All people could call him was harmless. Speaking of running a cafe, the customers would be arriving soon. Sunny smiled and took a last look at the runes. Spect Shadow Slave, Aspect Rank Divine. Innate Ability, Shadow Bond. Master, Aspect Abilities, Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, Shadow Incarnation, Aspect Legacy, Shadow Dance, Flaw, Clear Conscience. There was another string at the very end of the field as well. It read, Citadel, Nameless Temple. Those words did not mean that Sunny was anchored in a citadel called the Nameless Temple. They meant that he owned it. It was his citadel, which he had personally conquered and claimed. That was where his third avatar was, and that was the reason he had to kill that great demon. After becoming the lord of a citadel, Sunny also became rather territorial. No nightmare creature was allowed to exist in the vicinity of his temple, because there was already an apex predator living there, preparing for the moment when the death zone turned into… well, anyway. That was for his third avatar to worry about. This Sunny had nothing to do with it. Dismissing the runes, he stood up and stretched. It was time to open the shop. Chapter 1. 1593 Pleasant Morning, 1593 Pleasant Morning. Before Sunny went inside, he lingered for a few moments and glanced at the magnificent castle one last time. Then, he slowly looked up. Out there, high above the tallest tower of Bastion and slightly to the side, a beautiful island was hovering in the sky, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A great pagoda of pristine white stone rose from it, just as majestic as the colossal ancient fortress, the Ivory Tower. The wandering citadel looked harmonious, drifting above Bastion like a satellite. In recent years, its lady and her warriors had been sent to defend remote human enclaves on countless occasions, their fame and renown growing with each improbable victory. The image of the immaculate white tower was slowly becoming a symbol of hope for those besieged by nightmare creatures in the sword domain, which was more than a little bit fitting. Sunny looked at the ivory tower for a few moments, his expression remaining perfectly neutral. Then, he averted his eyes and sighed. She has been in Bastion for almost a month now. That is unusual. I thought Anvil would send her to some other god-forsaken battlefield by now. With that, he went to enter the cottage. Before he could, however, there was a sound of unhurried steps approaching from further down the street. Turning his head, Sunny saw a petite young woman with short dark hair walking over. She looked sleepy, covering a yawn with a small palm. Unlike most awakened, the young woman stubbornly clung to wearing modern clothes. Her black slacks and white blouse, admittedly, did not stand out in the eclectic fashion of Bastion. Here, one was just as likely to meet a person wearing a stylish business suit as a person clad in enchanted armor. The former was even more in vogue, considering that it took some effort to transport material possessions from the other side. The young woman stopped and stared at him sullenly. "Hey, boss," Sunny smiled. "Hey, Aiko. It's a wonderful morning, isn't it?" Her expression did not change, but her gaze turned even darker. A moment later, Aiko looked away and sighed bitterly. "I still don't understand why you insist on opening so early. The sun is not even up yet, for the love of gods." Chuckling, Sunny opened the door. He had found Aiko shortly after returning to civilization, which happened about a year ago. Back then, the young woman was barely making ends meet. According to her, her memory shop went out of business because the main inventory supplier disappeared somewhere in Antarctica. It was a curious thing. Aiko seemed to remember that she had had a partner, and even that her partner had been responsible for providing the memories for the shop. However, her memories were vague at best, and her attention seemed to wander away every time she tried to concentrate on who that partner had been. Exactly. She would even forget trying to recollect the details, switching to thinking about something else. That was how the world covered the glaring hole in existence where Sunny used to be. No one remembered that he had existed, and for events that were too important to be entirely forgotten, a vague and abstract substitute took his place. Just some guy, an inconsequential stranger, a fleeting acquaintance, a comrade who had perished long ago, their face and voice erased from memory by the passage of time. People vaguely recognized that someone had been there, side by side with them. But as soon as they concentrated on these memories, their minds naturally wandered to other matters. The same went for the material traces he had left in the world. There was that famous movie, for example, The Devil of Antarctica. It had been inspired by his actions during the Southern Campaign. People knew that the main character was based on a real person, but were incapable of thinking deeply about who that person was. So they just assumed that the main character was a representation of the collective heroism of countless soldiers who had perished in Antarctica. Oh, Sunny was dead. Officially. Not that anyone knew or remembered. Therefore, his citizenship status had been revoked, his accounts frozen, and his house in NQSC resold. In short, not only had everyone forgotten him, but they were even incapable of becoming aware of having forgotten him. His smile turned brittle. In any case, Aiko had been reluctant to pledge her allegiance to the legacy clans or the government. She had lost her job as Kai's manager when he enlisted, and the brilliant emporium was on the verge of going bankrupt. That was when Sunny found her and purchased the ownership of his own business back from her. After all, although the countless nightmare creatures he had slaughtered while aimlessly wandering the dream realm had not given him a lot of shadow fragments, they had provided him with numerous soul shards. He was secretly an extremely wealthy person. Since Sunny needed a capable manager to help him run the emporium, he hired Aiko once again. Now, she was playing the role of his assistant, as well as, begrudgingly, assistant cook. Come on, the early risers will be here soon. The two of them went to the spacious kitchen and started preparing for the day. Sunny was preparing the ingredients while Aiko went over the books with a frown on her face. Boss, we are running low on most ingredients. You need to make a trip to the waking world soon. Boss, we are not making enough money. We only sold one memory in the last 2 months. What even is the point of calling ourselves a memory boutique? Give me some funds for a marketing campaign, I'm begging you. Boss, there will be a delivery from the beast farm later today. I still have bruises from dealing with them the last time. You do the honors. Listening to Aiko nagging, Sunny let out a sigh. Running a business wasn't easy, especially while dealing with crafted memories and desperately trying to not attract Clan Valor's attention. As he was almost done with the preparatory work, the first customer finally arrived. It was a familiar face. Chapter 1. 1594 Familiar Faces. It was still very early in the morning, so the streets of Bastion were mostly empty. However, someone had already come to the brilliant emporium. As the door opened, a melodious sound spread through the interior of the marvelous mimic. There was a beautiful silver bell affixed above the door, its soft and pleasing ringing welcoming the entering customers. Of course, it was the sonorous silver bell. Sunny looked up from what he was doing, then wiped his hands on his apron and left the kitchen. There was an elderly gentleman standing at the door, dressed in a patchy, enchanted robe. He had messy gray hair, absent-minded eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. Sunny suppressed a smile. Awakened Julius. You are here early. The old man looked at him and smiled politely. Ah, Master Sunless, well, I am a night owl. Plus, you know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. Wait, I am mixing metaphors. He hesitated for a moment, then coughed. Sorry, I seem to remember that you dislike birds. In any case, it is nice to see you on this pleasant morning. Sunny nodded. Likewise. The usual? As the old man assumed his favorite spot near the window, Sunny returned to the kitchen. There, he went about making coffee for his former teacher, while at the same time preparing a light breakfast. We are running low on coffee beans indeed. I'll have to visit NQSC this week, won't I? While brilliant emporium could not contend with more prestigious restaurants in Bastion, hot beverages like coffee, tea, and hot chocolate were Sunny's selling point. That was because he exclusively used the pure water from the endless spring to brew them, which made each cup especially invigorating. He ground the beans, poured the fragrant powder and a little sugar into a copper szévé, then sent a wisp of essence into the stove and placed the szévé on the fire. The stove had been created by him by reversing the enchantment of a long-destroyed charm of his, memory of fire, which made kitchen work much easier. When the ground coffee heated a little, he took the endless spring off the shelf, poured water into the szévé, and placed it back on the fire. Ideally, he should have been using a pan of heated sand instead of open fire, but oh well. There were limits to how fancy Sunny was willing to be. While the coffee was brewing, he ignited a second flame and put a pan on it. Then, Sonny opened the icebox and took out a few eggs, butter, and a jar of milk. The icebox had also been created and enchanted by him, in the best attempt to imitate the luxurious refrigerator he had greatly enjoyed owning in the past. In fact, it was more of a large cabinet than a box, made out of natural wood instead of synth wood, so, in a sense, it was even more luxurious. There was no ice inside either. Instead, the enchantment was the reverse of another charm he had lost. Memory of ice. There was a luminous enchantment, too, activated when the door of the cabinet was open. A third enchantment created a dedicated reserve of essence that powered the first two, so Sonny just had to replenish it once every few months. Breaking the eggs with one hand and putting butter on the pan with the other, Sonny mixed the eggs while slowly blending milk in and poured the resulting mass into the melted butter. He waited for the omelet to set, then effortlessly flipped and folded it, finally adding some mushrooms, vegetables, and ham. Well, monster ham, to be precise. Soon, a perfectly cooked omelet and a cup of fragrant coffee were ready. Putting them on a tray, Sonny glanced at Aiko, who was still going over the books, and left the kitchen once more. Placing the plate and the cup in front of Teacher Julius, he curiously glanced at the book the old man was reading. Its cover was hidden by a leather jacket, but he knew the title from a glance. It was The Exploration Report on the Tomb of Ariel by Nobody. Sonny was the nobody in question, of course. Even though he had lost credit for his previous academic papers, it seemed like a shame to just leave all the knowledge he had accumulated in the third nightmare go to waste. So, even knowing that it would cause some problems, he published a research paper anonymously. He kept the existence of the plagues and everything he discovered in the estuary to himself, though concentrating on the unique culture of the river civilization, and especially on the stories of weave he had heard from Ananke instead. Not only because there were some things that were better left unsaid, but also because some knowledge was simply too dangerous to share. There were very few people in the world who could withstand a mere mention of the forgotten god anyway, while many could be harmed by being exposed to it. However, even with these redacted parts, his report had caused a furor in academic circles. It had caused a furor in some other circles as well, namely, among the great clans. There were supposed to only be 6 people who had ventured into the nightmare of the Tomb of Ariel after all. And since none of them was the author of the report, then who the hell was, and how did that person know so much about the Great River? Needless to say, the existence of the exploration report, written by nobody, was under a lot of scrutiny. Which was why even a respected professor like Teacher Julius chose to hide its cover under a jacket and read it in the dream realm, as opposed to on his communicator in the waking world. When the old man smelled the delicious fragrance of coffee, he got distracted from his book and looked up. That smell. Ah, I've been looking forward to it all week. Sonny smiled and pointed to the exploration report. Are you reading that report again? Awakened Julius. The old man looked around and pressed a finger against his lips. I am, but shh. You know this amazing work is supposed to be banned, Master Sunless. He picked up a fork and sighed dejectedly. Such a travesty. The depth of knowledge and wisdom the author of this remarkable work possesses is truly astounding. Their discoveries and insights have truly overturned our understanding of the history of the dream realm, especially its later stages, not to mention the incredible revelations about the origins of the nightmare spell they documented. Such a person should be lauded and celebrated, not hunted. Those legacies are really out of line this time. Sonny smiled politely. Who do you think the author is? Teacher Julius looked thoughtful for a moment. A person of utter brilliance and integrity, no doubt. Well, they should be an old fossil like me, most likely. Probably one of the first-generation saints. Otherwise, I don't see how they could have survived the harrowing depths of the great river, let alone avoid being found out by those who are trying to find them. He sighed. Well, a young man like you won't understand, Master Sunless. Being an explorer is a noble calling, you see. Not that there's anything wrong with making an honest living like you do. Gods know I would have been lost without your excellent cooking skills. Please excuse my outburst. This old man was being impolite. Sunny chuckled. No, you are right. Please enjoy your breakfast. With that, he bowed slightly and took a step back. The silver bell rang again, announcing the arrival of the next customer. Chapter 1595. Builders of Things. 1595 Builders of Things. The new customer was a young woman wearing a sharp but somewhat wrinkled formal suit. Her white blouse was buttoned up all the way despite the warm weather, and her dark hair was gathered in a bun. There were dark circles under her deeply intelligent but tired eyes. Unlike Teacher Julius, who visited Bastian in his sleep, she was a mundane human residing here permanently. It also seemed like she was visiting the brilliant emporium after burning the midnight oil and working through the night, instead of doing so first thing in the morning. The young woman glanced at Sunny, frowned slightly, then gave him a curt nod. Master Sunless. He hid behind a polite smile. Miss Beth. Ah, Chief Bethany, you've made it. Forgetting about Sunny's existence, Beth turned to where Julius was sitting and smiled brightly. Professor Julius. Of course I have. Sunny received her order and retreated back into the kitchen. As he started preparing a cup of hot chocolate for the tireless scientist, he sighed and shook his head. She doesn't change. Aiko, who had just finished running some calculations on a wooden abacus, gave him a curious glance. Oh? Do you know Chief Bethany, boss? He lingered for a few moments, then shrugged stiffly. We had a few brushes in Antarctica. I doubt she remembers, though. Then he looked around and added, Can you pass me salt? Aiko continued to abuse the abacus, but the salt shaker floated from the shelf into Sunny's hand. That was her dormant ability, a weak form of telekinesis, which really put her integrity in doubt, considering that she used to run a gambling den in the Bright Castle. But who was Sunny to judge? Shaking his head, he finished making the hot chocolate, poured it into a ceramic cup with care, and walked out of the kitchen. As he was placing the cup on the table, he caught a part of the conversation between Teacher Julius and Beth. The old man was saying, So, how are you and your team doing? Beth let out a long sigh and picked up her hot chocolate, warming her hands on the cup. We are drowning in work. There are rumors that our colleagues in Ravenheart had a breakthrough recently, but you know how it is. Both sides are hoarding information instead of sharing it. The guys from Valor are also tightening up security, as if they are wary of spies. Madness. It's pure madness. They do understand that we could have achieved results twice as fast if there were fewer roadblocks for proper cooperation. She grimaced and shook her head. In any case, developing the infrastructure of Bastion has been a titanic undertaking. Thousands of engineers have given it their best, but with how strange the dream realm is, there are countless challenges. That is where we, the scientists, are supposed to step up. A distant expression appeared on Beth's face for a moment. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and savored it for a bit. Her gaze cleared a little. But even with all the data we gathered during the chain of nightmares, shielding technology remains simply ineffective. Actually, the entire approach is flawed, but the bigwigs are too myopic to realize that we should not be concentrating on developing better insulation to begin with. So, that was why I went and became a bigwig myself. Now we are on the right track, at least. A subtle smile appeared on her face. Actually, there is progress. We are very close to creating a working model of a power station. There is no reason for electrical power not to work in the dream realm, right? And yet, it doesn't. For now. But mark my words. I'll have the streets of Bastion illuminated by electric lights before the end of the year, and from there, all manner of things will become possible. Teacher Julius raised his hands and applauded her silently. Electricity, huh? Wonderful, simply wonderful. What are you using to generate the current? Soul essence, I presume. Beth shrugged. I mean, it's not that complicated. Most electricity in the waking world is still produced by steam-powered turbines. It's just the method of producing heat, and therefore steam, that differs. So, we are using heat. Granted, finding a way to produce heat from soul essence is the ultimate goal, a truly sustainable source of energy. After that, Beth's explanation became too technical for Sunny to understand. He had long retreated to the reception desk, of course, but his hearing was greatly enhanced when compared to that of mundane humans. He was a saint, after all. If Sunny wanted, he could eavesdrop on the conversations between the residents of the surrounding houses, let alone those of his own customers. Not that he was in the habit of doing such things. In any case, it seemed that what Beth was talking about was beyond Teacher Julius as well. After a while, he coughed in embarrassment and said in a hesitant tone, "Well, that sewage system you guys built is already remarkable enough. I mean it, truly. A thing like that can make or break a city." Beth rolled her eyes. "Oh, gods, don't remind me. The earth here is still full of the roots left behind by that titan. Any kind of subterranean construction is a nightmare." Sunny sighed and turned away. The shadow chair, which stood behind the reception desk, creaked quietly as he shifted his weight. She is living well, at least. When hundreds of millions of people entered the dream realm, there was an instant crisis having to do with how and where to settle them, of course. That crisis was not too terrible, though, because the great clans had been secretly preparing for an event like that for a long time. As a result, many of the best specialists in all things having to do with building a robust infrastructure had been either found among the refugees or recruited from the waking world. The prospering city around Bastion had not just appeared on its own. Countless engineers, architects, scientists, craftsmen, and professionals of all kinds had worked incredibly hard to make it a reality, awakened and mundane alike. Beth was one of these pioneers, and of a high rank at that. Of course, being a champion of civilization on the wild and hostile magical frontier was not an easy job, especially considering that the dream realm operated on a set of laws subtly different from the waking world, making most modern technology useless here. But human intelligence prevailed. Electricity before the end of the year? Sunny blinked a couple of times, trying to imagine what Bastion and other human cities in the dream realm would look like if something like that truly happened. What would they look like in 10 years? He wasn't sure he could guess. Well, if anyone could fulfill such a promise, it was Beth. Professor Obel's last disciple. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1, 1596. Wind of Change. 1596 Wind of Change. The sun had risen above the horizon, bathing Bastion in warm radiance. The morning was already in full swing, and so Teacher Julius finally had to go. Goodness gracious, look at the time. He coughed, then looked at Beth with a smile. I am sorry, young lady, but this old man has to leave. I promised to meet a former colleague of mine, Master Rock. Now that he left the academy to pick up his mace, it's tough for us to cross paths. If I miss him today. Beth shook her head. Don't worry, Professor. I'm meeting someone else as well. Soon the elderly awakened left. Beth continued to sip her hot chocolate, her weary gaze fixed on the beautiful white castle in the distance. Sunny, meanwhile, remained behind the reception desk, idly studying the latest issue of the Monster Almanac, an annual publication containing information about all the nightmare creatures humans had encountered in the last year. His interest in these abominations was not at all theoretical. Powerful memories demanded exceptional materials to be created, after all, and most of those materials came from the carcasses of slain abominations. Granted, a nobody like him rarely received an opportunity to trade for truly valuable trophies that Awakened brought back, especially here in Bastion, where the enchanters of valor kept the best materials for their own use. Still, if he knew where to search, he could hunt the suitable nightmare creatures himself. Instructor Rock, huh? Sonny couldn't remember when he last saw the giant man. It was strange to know that one of his first instructors had not only returned to the battlefield, but also ascended at some point in time. The news of the sovereigns having conquered the fourth nightmare and the existence of the dream gates had truly invigorated humanity. With a vast and perilous frontier to conquer and make safe for the settlers, countless people had found new motivation to fight. Many of those less powerful were also burning with passion, wishing to help out however they could. Some simply dreamed of forging a better life for themselves in the new world. In any case, winds of change were blowing both over the dying waking world and over the dream realm, which was killing it. I wish him luck. At that time, the silver bell rang again, and new customers entered the emporium. Sonny rose from his seat to welcome them. It was a young couple, both dressed in the kind of clothes awakened usually wore outside of battle. Armor-type memories often had layers, and those layers could usually be summoned and dismissed independently. So, many awakened simply dismissed the heavier elements of their armor and walked around in the base layer, which could look like anything. In fact, it often ended up looking peculiar at best, and bizarre at worst. Strangely enough, the latest trend in the fashion world was to imitate this unconventional style, which was why many idols and public figures were sporting strange combinations of bespoke gambeson jackets, linen trousers, asami tunics, bodysuits, and kimonos these days. However, the couple was not trying to be fashionable. Both the young woman and the young man were seasoned, awakened warriors, which anyone who knew anything about the world could see at first glance. There were a lot of people like them after Antarctica, all easily recognizable by the hint of icy coldness left forever in the depths of their eyes. The young woman was petite, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her gaze, however, was calm and confident. The young man had unruly hair and mischievous eyes, a light smile never leaving his lips. The quiet seriousness of the woman did not fit well with the carefree attitude of the man, and yet, they looked oddly harmonious together. The young man looked at Sonny and seemed disappointed for a moment. "Oh, it's you, Senior. Where's that cute little assistant of yours?" Sonny tilted his head a little. "She's in the kitchen." At the same time, the young woman glanced at her companion. "Why are you asking?" The young man laughed. "No reason, no reason. Gods, Kim, give your husband some credit. I was just surprised to see Master Sunless welcoming us personally, that's all." The couple were, of course, Kim and Luster, Sonny's former subordinates. The government had taken good care of the veterans of the evacuation army, so Luster was now as good as new despite having been gruesomely injured in Falcon Scott. Kim was doing well too. Due to her unique aspect, the unassuming young woman was in high demand, being treated as a precious asset by the government. The two of them had married not long after the Southern campaign was over. Sonny was still bewildered by that fact, but also happy for them. "Kim, Luster!" Beth waved at the young couple, and they joined her at the table. Sonny walked over to receive their order, then retreated into the kitchen. What a strange combination. Kim had ordered waffles, while Luster had ordered pancakes. Beth, who seemed to have worked up an appetite, joined Kim in deciding on the waffles as well. The odd thing, though, was that they requested a bottle of hard liquor, too. Shaking his head, Sonny looked at Aiko and said, "Aiko, get the good stuff from the top shelf." She put the abacus away and looked at him darkly. His assistant was of very small stature, so it might have seemed like Sonny was bullying her by demanding the petite girl to get something from all the way on the tompost shelf. However, after glaring at him for a moment, Aiko simply floated to the ceiling, got the bottle of the expensive whiskey, and presented it to Sonny. That was her aspect. The dormant ability allowed Aiko to move objects, while the awakened ability allowed her to move herself. "Thank you kindly." Taking the bottle, Sonny picked up 3 glasses and went to deliver the whiskey to the esteemed guests. Chapter 1, 1597. Tragedy of Imperfection. 1597. Tragedy of Imperfection, pancakes and waffles. The two were almost identical, but also infinitely different. like two sides of the same coin. Just like both the gods and the chaos creatures were born from the everlasting void, both pancakes and waffles were made from the same ingredients. However, the end result was not the same. Perhaps there was a deep philosophical lesson to be learned from how two things made from the same ingredients could end up so vastly different, but Sunny did not particularly care. He did, however, care about waffles and pancakes. It wasn't hard to make either, but there was endless depth in the deceiving simplicity of these staple breakfast foods. Making pancakes was both an art and a kind of science. Waffles were even more elusive. Even with Sunny's potent transcendent mind and perfect physical coordination, it took him a long time to master the challenging art of making them. Still, his ultimate goal, a perfect pancake and a perfect waffle, were still out of reach, and doomed to stay forever out of reach, because imperfection was one of the governing laws of existence. It was tragic. Perfection might not exist, but I've gotten damn close to it. Every cook had their own approach, but as far as Sunny was concerned, the secret of a near-perfect waffle was letting the batter rest in the icebox for exactly one night, which was why he had prepared it in advance yesterday. For pancakes, though, he preferred to use fresh batter. Not wishing to make the guests wait, he manifested his shadow as an avatar and went about preparing both at the same time. While his avatar was busy with the waffles, Sunny used his original body to make the pancakes. The process was both simple and intricately complex. First, he broke and separated the eggs, then poured the yolks and the whites into separate bowls. He then carefully blended milk and melted butter into the yolks while whisking the whole thing. At the same time, Sunny manifested a pair of shadow hands to whisk the whites, using a bit of his transcendent strength and speed to hasten the process. Finally, he combined baking soda with vinegar and mixed that with flour, sugar, and salt. Baking powder would have worked as well, but it was currently in short supply in Bastion. So, soda and vinegar were going to have to do. Aiko glanced at him. Both of him, with all his 6 arms, shook her head and returned to her work. Now came the most important part. As soon as the whites were beaten to have stiff peaks, Sunny carefully combined the flour mix, the yolk mix, and the whipped whites together, creating batter. This was where most wars were fought among the pancake enthusiasts. Some swore on lumpy batter, some considered anything except a perfectly smooth blend heretical. There were various factions in between the two extremist camps, too. Sunny himself was a moderate, standing by a precise and immaculate balance between smoothness and lumpiness, which he had painstakingly discovered after countless attempts. Most things worked best in moderation, after all. When the batter was ready, he put a pan on the fire and waited for it to grow hot, while simultaneously letting the batter rest a bit. Then he used a large spoon to pour a portion of the batter into the pan, watching with satisfaction as it formed into a neat circle. The rest was just a matter of skill. Sunny waited until bubbles broke on the surface of the pancake, then flipped it with one smooth, precise motion. Years of sword practice helped him perform the flip in the most efficient and spectacular manner. One serving of transcendent pancakes coming right up. Soon, both the pancakes and the waffles were ready. For the final step, Sunny places a scoop of vanilla ice cream on each serving of the waffles, adding freshly cut strawberries on top. As for the pancakes, Sunny took a deep breath. Ancient texts mentioned that pancakes were ritually served with something called maple syrup. However, such a thing did not exist in the world anymore, and the ancient tradition could not be maintained. There were a few substitutes, sure, especially here in Bastion, which was famous for its forests. But the most popular one... He grimaced. Shaking his head, Sunny put butter on the pancakes, then retrieved a glass jar from the cupboard with a shaking hand. Finally, he poured some honey on top. Disgusting. Gods, I just don't understand people. Hiding his discomfort behind a polite expression, he picked up all 3 plates, dismissed the avatar, and went to serve breakfast to the guests. Aiko, make 2 coffees. Beth, Kim, and Luster grew lively at the sight of the pancakes and waffles he had cooked up. Sonny took a step back and secretly watched them take their first bites. He made an effort to hide his pride. Kim's eyes widened a little. These waffles have no vulnerabilities. He smirked subtly. Of course they don't. These waffles were made by a saint. Soon, Aiko came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. She placed them in front of Luster and Kim and walked away. At that point, Sonny noticed that the bottle of whiskey he had brought out earlier was still untouched. As he contemplated why the 3 survivors of the Antarctic Center ordered hard liquor early in the morning, Beth turned and waved at him. "Oh, can we get 2 more glasses, actually? We are waiting for someone." Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to walk to the kitchen. As he did, he noticed that Aiko was still loitering near the entrance for some reason. "What are you doing?" The petite girl flinched, then glanced at him and touched her hair nervously. What? Nothing." Just then the silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in from the street, bringing with him the smell of verdant leaves. It was a gallant man wearing a suit of enchanted armor. His reserved but pleasant smile possessed a hint of warmth to it, which made his already handsome face even more attractive. The man was followed by an echo that resembled a monstrous hound, its fur as black as night. Aiko suddenly straightened and met the new customer with a bright smile. "Master Quentin, welcome. The weather is very fine this morning, isn't it?" Chapter 1, 1598. Present problems. 1598. Present problems. Indeed, the gallant man was none other than Quentin, the healer and melee specialist of Sonny's old cohort of irregulars. Quentin's soul had been swallowed by the call when he lost consciousness during the siege of Falcon Scott. As a result, he was pronounced missing in action by Army Command. But no one had any illusions. Everyone, including Sonny, had thought him dead. However, the gallant healer proved everyone wrong. Somehow, he had not only managed to reach a suitable seed of nightmare in the hellish white desert without succumbing to its many perils, but also conquered that nightmare alone. There were a few people among the members of the evacuation army who had managed a similar feat, but still, Quentin's return could only be described with one word: a miracle. Sonny did not like that word too much, though. It detracted from Quentin's own effort, resolve, and incredible determination to survive. He was a man who had once clawed his way out of a cocoon made by an abominable spider, after all, while being digested alive. So, perhaps Sonny should have given him more credit. In any case, Quentin had survived. His physical body had long been destroyed by the time he ascended, so the spell created a new one for him, sending it to the citadel where he was anchored at that time. Sonny had only learned about it a few years after becoming a saint. Knowing that the gallant healer was alive brought him a bit of solace. Before, he was under the impression that most of his soldiers had perished. Now, he knew that only a half of them had. Which was better. Somewhat. Maintaining a facade of polite indifference, Sonny silently pushed Aiko into the kitchen and showed Quentin to the table where Beth, Kim, and Luster were waiting. They met the healer warmly. "Master Quentin, good morning." "Hey." "Quentin." "Well, if it isn't Mr. Big Shot Ascended." Quentin smiled in embarrassment and took a seat. Sonny followed Aiko into the kitchen, ignored her glare, and retrieved the additional glasses. Strange. He had opened his shop in Bastion because that was where most of the people he knew were. There were not that many good restaurants here yet, and certainly very few run by a master. Not to mention the memory side of the business. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into an old acquaintance or two sooner or later. Since his services were top-notch, the brilliant emporium gained many customers through word of mouth. Those old acquaintances recommended the new place to people in their circle, so it wasn't that odd to meet someone Sonny had known, on occasion. Plus, many of the people he had known were also people Aiko knew. Still, it was strange for an impromptu meeting between the survivors of the Antarctic Center to happen in his cafe all of a sudden. If it had happened before, Sunny would have thought that Fated was pulling the strings of fate behind the curtains. But he was free of such concerns now. Coincidences were nothing more than coincidences, and they did happen. Free. Sunny smiled neutrally as he placed the glass in front of Quentin. "Would you like something to eat?" The healer made an order, and Sunny left. As he was walking away, he saw Kim pouring the whiskey into the glasses. The sound of laughter disappeared, and the smiles disappeared as well. The four of them remained silent for a few moments, their faces solemn. Then they gulped the bitter liquor down. The fifth glass of whiskey remained standing on the table, untouched. Sunny had an idea of what his customers were going to talk about, so he dove into the kitchen, not wanting to listen. Aiko was there, waiting for him with a dismayed expression. She whispered angrily, "Why did you push me away? Boss, listen, I can serve that dreamy, serve Master Quentin and his friends myself. You just rest." Then she noticed something on his face and grew silent. A couple moments later, Aiko sighed. "You are being strange again." Sunny glanced at her impassively, then said with a shrug, "Those guys are from the 1st Evacuation Army, and they are here for a reason. Leave them be." She coughed awkwardly. "Oh, I keep forgetting that you were in Antarctica as well. Sorry." Sunny did not make a secret of the fact that he had gone through the Southern Campaign. Without going into details, of course. That was because the situation there had been extremely chaotic, and many people ended up being forced to challenge nightmares with no warning. Few managed to survive them alone, like Quentin, though. Still, it was easy to explain where an absolutely unknown master had popped out from by simply saying something like, "Oh, I sort of stumbled into a nightmare in Antarctica." That was also a perfect conversation killer, dissuading people from asking further questions. In short, it was very convenient. Sunny patted Aiko on the shoulder and went to cook Quentin's order. "Get ready. The breakfast crowd will arrive soon." He cooked another omelet, brewed some coffee, and delivered both to the gallant healer. Retreating to the reception desk, Sunny picked up the monster almanac and continued to read. He could not help but catch bits and pieces of the conversation his former soldiers were having. After the initial solemn atmosphere, the mood at their table gradually turned lighter. They joked, laughed, and shared news about themselves. Listening to the sound of their laughter, Sunny remained silent. At some point, though, his expression changed slightly. Quentin was talking at the moment, his pleasant voice tinged with a complicated emotion. "Oh, I heard something strange a few days ago, by the way." Luster raised an eyebrow. "Good strange or bad strange?" The healer shrugged hesitantly. "I'm not sure. You see, that thing, the winter beast. Apparently it's gone." Kim and Beth looked at him sharply, their eyes turning colder. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Quentin shook his head. "It seemed like someone, or rather something, killed it. You know how hard it is to catch glimpses of the southern quadrant. But apparently, the evidence suggests that it was killed years ago. We just didn't know." A long silence settled over the table. Then Kim poured the remaining whiskey into their glasses and raised hers. A pale smile appeared on her face. "Good. That's good, then." Turning the page, Sunny sighed subtly. Of course, he knew that the winter beast was gone. He was the one who had killed it after all, ripping the wretched thing apart with his own 2 hands. Well, it was in the past now. Right now, he was running low on coffee beans and a bunch of other ingredients. Worse than that, his memory business was not doing that well. This was the kind of problem Sunny was facing in the present. Chapter 1599 Delivery. 1599 Delivery. The 4 survivors of the Antarctic Center finished their meal. As a good host, Sunny saw them off, then remained on the porch for a few moments, looking as they walked away. However, he did not have time to waste. By then, there were several other customers waiting to be served, so he sent Aiko to the dining hall and hid himself in the kitchen. Manifesting a second body, Sunny concentrated on preparing food. Mornings were a busy time in the brilliant emporium, but the two of them were managing fine. Sunny had two bodies and could manifest as many hands as he needed, while Aiko was a perfect waitress, simply floating the dishes to the tables with her telekinesis. After an hour or two, the breakfast crowd dwindled and gradually cleared out, leaving the interior of the marvelous mimic empty once again. Sunny washed his hands and leaned back on the shadow chair, while Aiko was counting the money they made. With the increase in human population of the sword domain, it was not convenient to simply use soul shards as currency anymore. Credits, meanwhile, were a purely digital currency. So, the great clans had recently started minting their own coins. Each coin contained a small amount of essence, and their value was supported by the shard treasuries each clan possessed. Sunny did not really care about the matters of economy, but Aiko was all about it, constantly pestering him to think about converting the brilliant emporium into a bank and making his money make money by lending it out to less affluent people in Bastion. The possibility of capitalizing on the first-mover advantage in a new world almost made her drool. That said, the petite girl was not really serious about these fanciful dreams, since she understood that growing too big would land them in the steel embrace of valor as well. In any case, Sunny spun a heavy silver coin between his fingers, studying it with a distant expression. One side of the coin had a number on it, while the other was embossed with the image of a sword piercing an anvil. He could feel a minuscule amount of soul essence contained in the silver, ensuring its authenticity. This essence could also be directly absorbed, which was why many awakened carried a few coins with them at all times, just in case they found themselves in dire straits. The coins my mimic makes are much more valuable. Granted, the marvelous mimic had few opportunities to consume someone here in Bastion, so there were not a lot of these coins around. And speaking of the marvelous mimic, Sunny shifted when he felt the brilliant emporium tremble slightly. It was as if the shape-shifting shadow was shivering in fright. "Ah, boss, boss, they're here." Aiko hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen and hid behind the door, peeking from behind it with a concerned expression. Sunny sighed, then stood up and headed toward the door. It's time then. Walking outside, he mentally prepared himself. Out there, on the front lawn of the brilliant emporium, an adorable wolf pup was sitting, staring at him with shining eyes and wagging his tail excitedly. The little wolf was undeniably cute. However, the problem was that he was also the size of a bull. Sunny looked at the lawn, which had been torn by the wolf pup's claws, and grimaced. "Little Ling, we talked about it. Human form, remember?" The puppy tilted his head in confusion, his ears flopping side to side. Then his body shimmered subtly. Sunny averted his eyes. In the next moment, there was the sound of rushing air, and a man's voice resounded from a bit further down the street. "Ling Ling, summon your clothes." A childish voice answered a moment later. "Bo, Daddy, right now." Sunny waited for a bit, then looked down. The wolf pup was gone, and there was an equally adorable 4-year-old boy standing in front of him, dressed in a simple tunic. Further down the street, a good-looking young man was pushing a sizable cart toward the emporium, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He gave Sunny a friendly smile. "Master Sunless, sorry if we are a bit late." Sunny wanted to answer, but at that moment, the little boy smiled brightly and shouted, "Uncle!" With that, he pounced at Sunny and hugged him. Sunny gasped, turning a bit pale, and was pushed back a couple steps. His bones groaned. "Ah, ouch." The strange pair were from the Beast Farm, which was where Sunny purchased most of the fresh ingredients used in the brilliant emporium. They were making a delivery. Of course, they were also Effie's husband and child. The huntress swore that she named her son Ling in honor of the leader of her first cohort. But Sunny had his doubts. In any case, little Ling was a unique existence. He had been born in the void at the heart of Ariel's tomb, and therefore treated as a challenger when the nightmare was conquered. So little Ling had become a transcendent as an infant. The child saint was now a darling of humanity, famous across both worlds. The good-looking young man, meanwhile, was the nameless awakened. Sunny had once welcomed back from the first nightmare. That guy was not exactly famous, but definitely infamous. Many people treated him with a peculiar mix of envy, admiration, and fearful sympathy. After all, being married to one saint and a father to another was not for the faint of heart, especially considering the fact that his wife was none other than raised by wolves, and that it had taken little Ling a while to start learning how to control his transcendent strength. Depending on one's point of view, that guy could either be called the luckiest or the unluckiest person in the world. Poor bastard. Little Ling was indeed getting better at controlling his strength, but that did not mean that he was good at it. Suppressing a groan of pain, Sunny struggled to inhale and cautiously patted the adorable boy on the head. Little Ling, dear, Uncle can't breathe. Chapter 1, 1600 Beast Farm. 1600 Beast Farm. Sunny had experienced a lot of bizarre things in his life, but the nameless guy really took the cake. It must have been one hell of a conversation when Effie came back from a routine mission as a saint, with a baby in tow despite only being in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, saying that the baby was somehow also a saint. Sunny did not even want to imagine. In any case, Effie and the nameless guy seemed to have worked things out in the end. In fact, their relationship was strangely picturesque and idyllic. Their son was growing up happily too, bathed in endless care and affection. His mom was now one of the 5 transcendent powerhouses of the government, as well as one of the most well-known and beloved protectors of humanity. His dad, meanwhile, had gone into the dream realm on the winter solstice, a month after the cohort returned from the tomb of Ariel, and became an awakened. He possessed a utility aspect having to do with mending, restoration, and cultivation, as well as golden hands. Now, the nameless guy was managing a large farm that he and Effie had established on the beautiful meadow contained within her supreme memory. That farm was the source of many ingredients Sunny used in the brilliant emporium, so he received visits from the nameless farmer often. Which was why the marvelous mimic was afraid of little Ling. The cure boy possessed an endless amount of enthusiasm, like all children did, and the power of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was nothing short of a walking disaster for furniture, appliances, and even buildings. Sunny did not know how Effie's house was still standing, but the mimic had suffered greatly despite being a powerful demon. Sunny had suffered greatly too. As he extricated himself from little Ling's embrace, thanking Boneweave for keeping his ribs intact, Sunny shook his head in dejection. Well, it's my own fault. He just couldn't resist the adorable brat. So every time they visited, Sunny treated him to something tasty like hot chocolate, waffles, or ice cream. Who knew that a child's fondness could be bought that easily? Therefore, Sunny didn't have anyone but himself to blame for being the target of little Ling's affection. As soon as the little boy let go, he looked at Sunny with huge eyes and smiled bashfully. Auntie Aiko? Sorry, Aiko. Sunny smiled and pointed behind himself. Oh, she's in the kitchen. His only saving grace was that Aiko seemed to be the energetic puppy's favorite, so he heartlessly hid behind the petite girl every time the duo arrived. Yay! Little Ling disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the marvelous mimic seemed to shake a little. The nameless guy had brought his large cart over, by that point. Sunny looked at him and nodded politely. Nice to see you, Ling's dad. How is it today? Ling's dad panted for a few moments, then grinned. Great. We were finally able to cultivate a strip of raspberries, in addition to what we already grow in the garden. The fields are taking well to the new fertilizer, too. Oh, and we are thinking of procuring more cattle, considering how high the demand for fresh milk has been lately. He pointed to the cart. Plus, with all the enchanted items you made for us, my life has become much easier. So this time, I was able to bring everything on the list. Milk, eggs, tomatoes, flour. He listed all the things in the cart, leaving Sunny to contemplate for a few moments. That's good. I won't have to search for many substitutes in the waking world. Still, Bastion is still far away from being self-sufficient, so there is no choice but to go. Indeed, although humanity's presence in the dream realm had expanded dramatically, they were still dependent on the waking world for countless things. As far as Sunny was concerned, things like coffee beans, chocolate, salt, and a bunch of other commodities could only be procured on the other side. Which was a bit of a pain, considering that he had to act as a master. So, every time Sunny wanted to go to the waking world, he had to enter the castle and pretend to use the gateway there. At least he didn't need to come back through the dream gate. That would force him to interact with people from Below way more often, and way more closely than he wished to. He nodded at Ling's dad and offered him a hand. "Let me help you unload everything." As they were unloading the cart, he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, how is your wife doing, by the way?" Ling dad smiled, a glint appearing in his eyes. "Effie? She is doing great. Soul Reaper and she have just returned from suppressing a minor gate crisis in the Eastern Quadrant. The casualties were minimal, so everyone is celebrating." Sunny sighed. As much as the situation in the dream realm had improved for humans, the situation in the waking world was slowly getting worse. There were more gates, and those gates were more powerful. Even with resource shortages being greatly relieved by the mass migration to the other world, the infrastructure was still reeling from losing Antarctica. So the government was busier than ever. Not only were they working to establish a firmer foothold in the rapidly changing dream realm, but they were also working hard to contain the growing menace of the nightmare spell. Luckily, it was not only the legacy clans that had become much stronger after the chain of nightmares. Although the government did not have many saints, their awakened forces had grown tremendously in recent years, mostly due to many veterans of the evacuation army choosing to remain in service. And the few saints the government did have were up there with the mightiest champions of the great clans, Soul Reaper Jet, Raised by Wolves, and Nightingale. The three of them were worth a dozen less powerful Transcendent, if not more. Ling's dad straightened, wiped his brow, then almost blinded Sunny with a smile. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to mention. She'll be coming by in a short while." Sunny blinked a couple times. "She... Transcendent Athena? She'll be coming by?" The nameless guy nodded happily. "Yes, she had a meeting to attend in the castle, so I just told her to meet us here." Sunny froze. Chapter 1601 Esteemed Guest. 1601 Esteemed Guest. Sunny froze for a moment, then smiled politely. "Ah, in that case it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon." His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So, the brilliant Emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sunny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often, and definitely not in any kind of meaningful way. Which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire, perhaps. After all, the very reason Sunny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, there was another reason as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the Irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful. Which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sunny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won. In any case, calm down. You brought this on yourself anyway. Not only was the brilliant Emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Aiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the firekeepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales. As the elite battle force led by Nephis, they not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Valor could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and Efu were among Aiko's friends, too. That was how Sunny had established the partnership with the Beast Farm, in the first place. He sighed and beckoned Little Ling's dad. "Please come in. I'll pour you something cold and refreshing while you wait." The two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen, witnessing a peculiar scene. Little Ling was giggling as he jumped around like a rabbit, reaching his small hands toward Aiko. The petite girl, meanwhile, had sought refuge at high altitude and was floating near the ceiling with a distressed expression on her face. "Auntie, Auntie, come down." She threw a resentful glance at Sunny, sighed, and glided to the floor. Catching the little boy, Aiko nimbly spun him around and then patted him on the head. Here, I'm down. How about we get you some ice cream, Wolfie? Just be a good boy." The rascal immediately put on a subdued expression and looked at her with his huge eyes. His entire being expressed nothing but well-behaved obedience. "Little Ling is a good boy." At the sound of his solemn voice, Aiko couldn't help but smile. "All right, then let's go." Soon the little boy was sitting at one of the tables and happily swinging his legs in the air. In front of him was a bowl of ice cream, adorned with freshly cut strawberries. The ice cream was disappearing with a frightening speed. His dad, meanwhile, was drinking a glass of cold lemonade as he watched the street through the window. Sunny was looking at the contents of his icebox, wondering if there would be anything left for other customers after Effie was done plundering his cafe. Soon he heard the sound of the silver bell ringing and an excited yelp. "Mommy!" Then, there was a sound akin to a torpedo hitting the hull of a warship, and the entire marvelous mimic shook. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Letting out a sigh, Sunny turned around and left the kitchen. Effie was perhaps the only person who could withstand the full force of Little Ling's excited pounce without being pushed back or reeling. She had easily caught the brat and raised him into a tight hug, laughing. The boy was hanging from his mom's tall body like a monkey. "Hey there, dumpling. Missed me?" "I'm not a dumpling, I'm a boy." All right, but why are you so tasty?" "Moo me." As Effie pretended to bite Little Ling, he giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sunny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sunny had met in the dark city. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle, but palpable presence about her, too. Perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint Raised by Wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying Little Ling, she walked over to where the nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand, and kissed him on the cheek. Then she looked at Aiko and grinned. "Hey there, shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier? I really can't. Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up." The petite girl frowned. "There will be no more squeezing happening today, thank you very much." Effie laughed. "That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours as well. Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up. Or, undressing him would be fine, too." Aiko's eyes widened while Little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. "Oh, He's standing right behind me, isn't he? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 16:02. Short, dark, and handsome, 16:02. Short, dark, and handsome. Effie slowly turned around, just in time to notice the unreasonably gorgeous proprietor of the brilliant emporium falling. 3 cups of coffee that he had been carrying on a tray were flying into the air in slow motion. It seemed that he had tripped. Without missing a bit, the enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then, the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. "Saint Athena, welcome." Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. Damn, so cool. At the same time, Sunny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sunny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the nameless guy was used to his wife's antics. Well, it made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sunny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone, "Oh, Master Sunless, you were here." It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname like she did with her close friends stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung too. Even not being openly teased by her caused a dull ache in his heart. But at the same time, seeing her healthy and well made him happy. Being around her felt familiar and nice, too, even though he was nothing but a dull, unassuming merchant in her eyes. A passing acquaintance not deserving of a second thought, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Someone not worthy of her time, let alone attention. In fact, it was strange for her to even remember his name, but that was the best Sunny could hope for. For now. He nodded politely. "Indeed. I took the liberty of making some coffee for you to enjoy while the food is being prepared. Aiko, you take a break and keep our esteemed guest company." Effie was being uncharacteristically taciturn, probably because she felt uncomfortable around a stranger. She was also looking at him strangely. If Sunny did not know better, he could have even imagined that she was feeling shy, but surely that was impossible. Bowing again, Sunny turned around and fled into the kitchen. Of course, he made sure to make his retreat seem calm and dignified. As he was walking away, though, he couldn't help but hear little Ling giggling. "Heh heh heh. Clothes are itchy. Can Mommy undress Ling Ling too?" Feeling his ears burning, Sunny dove behind a door. Damnation! Right. He had to concentrate on cooking. Knowing Effie's appetite, nothing less than a veritable feast would do. Sunny did just that, manifesting an avatar and several pairs of shadow hands. Slicing, dicing, washing, roasting, boiling, simmering, stirring. He had to do a lot of things at the same time just to distract himself from thinking too much. Thankfully, his other 2 avatars were busy at the moment as well, increasing the load on his consciousness. An idle mind was a restless mind. So Sunny preferred being busy. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversation happening in the dining hall. "Shorty, is your boss single? I have someone in mind to set him up with." "Single? Actually, he's double. I mean, there's 2 of him." "Huh? In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC. I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally." "Ah. Are you still angry at Kai?" "Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you." Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him. Heh heh. Bastard. Bastard. Ling Ling, don't say that word. Sunny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Aiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The two of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, sure. But back there, Aiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlaug. Aiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So, when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Aiko seemed to be holding a grudge, which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sunny and the rest of the cohort into the second nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Aiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlaug's pathfinders, the bastard whom Nephis had eventually killed. So Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Aiko, and Aiko herself, ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sunny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web. And yet, his situation was just as messed up. He chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1. 1603. He's a rumor. 1603. He's a rumor. It was not every day that a famous saint visited the brilliant emporium, so Sunny went all out with cooking up a feast. And Effie was, without a doubt, very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen transcendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling, like living legends. Today, though, there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite, an exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard, of those seasoned veterans that had reached transcendence before the chain of nightmares. Saints like Skytide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3 as well. They were Mordred, Seishan, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Valor possessed 2. They were Nephis and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie. The other one was Sunny. And that was pretty much it. So, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a very famous saint was currently visiting the brilliant emporium, saying that she finally understood what the female firekeepers had been talking about when they mentioned the Eye Candy Cafe. Sunny frowned subtly. Eye Candy Cafe? I haven't heard of it. Do I have a new competitor? New shops and restaurants were popping up in Bastion almost every day, so he was not very diligent about keeping up with the competition. Whatever. All the more reason to make sure that Effie is satisfied with her experience in the brilliant emporium. Then, she can tell the firekeepers to stay loyal to it, her own soldiers as well. Although the government awakened have fewer coins to spend, there are a lot of them. Eventually, he used one of his bodies to start serving the dishes. Various side dishes, a mountain of dumplings, tender barbecued meat, black bean noodles, steamed buns, spring rolls, red rice cakes, and perfectly cooked rice. He had really outdone himself this time. Panting, Sunny wiped his hands on the apron and smiled pridefully. Back in the dining hall, Effie had already demolished half of what he had cooked and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, this is great. Then she gave his avatar thumbs up and added, "Can I get another one of everything?" Sunny's smile wavered. After Effie was done with her meal, she stayed for a while, catching up with Aiko. They had invited Sunny to join them, but he politely refused and returned to the reception desk, pretending to read the monster almanac. Therefore, he accidentally heard Effie sharing some information about the meeting she had attended in the castle. It's about the winter solstice, of course, which is today. By tomorrow, many sleepers from the waking world would be sent into the dream realm, scattered all across its territory. With how many humans are here now, most will find their way to the nearest settlement without much problem. The rest will be picked up by the patrols we've jointly established. Well, apart from those who are unlucky. She grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone, "Of course, there very well may be poor bastards like us too. Since not all regions of the dream realm have human presence, they can be lost. No one wants the Forgotten Shore to be repeated, so this time, there is an initiative to widen the search area. Valor is even sending a team into a death zone." Aiko frowned. "Let me guess who is going to draw the short straw. They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they?" Effie sighed. "Yeah, my poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course, it's all a ruse. The real reason they are sending her there," she lowered her voice, "is the Lord of Shadows." Sunny turned the page of the monster almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Aiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. "Lord of Shadows? Who is that?" Effie gently caressed Little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. "He's just a rumor." "Ah, but since Valor is taking action, I guess he's not after all. In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain not too long ago. If he really exists, and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance." She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly, "Or if that is not possible, to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephis to test the waters." Shaking his head, Effie remained silent for a few moments, and then laughed. "Can you imagine? I mean, has Anvil lost it or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess. But really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator." Sunny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephis was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 1. 1604. Brave New World. 1604. Brave New World. So they are finally starting to move. Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica. But many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different, for example. Sunny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity, so for the longest time he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families, Valor, Song, and Night, only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born. And now, the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans, in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the masters of the Storm Sea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened masters and saints the other two great clans now commanded either. In short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Valor and Song. The role of the government was not the same either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves, and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade, or even several decades, but their days were numbered. Unless the government changed, that was. And so, it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm. Strangely enough, despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army as well. So the government had actually shortened the gap and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the dream realm, though. And those kingdoms, Sword Domain and Song Domain, had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border. Yet. But in fact, the territories of Song and Valor were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sunny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region, and where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. His thinking was simple. He had to put himself in an advantageous position for when the war inevitably started, because after 3 years of wandering the dream realm alone and slowly losing his mind, he realized that he didn't want to observe the end of the world and the birth of a new one from the sidelines. He wanted to be right in the middle of everything, shaping the outcome to fit his will and achieving his goals in the process. Well, anyway, that was the 3rd avatar's problem. The 2nd avatar was keeping an eye on Rain and cautiously exploring the hidden side of Ravenheart. This Sunny, meanwhile, was simply running a shop and occasionally feeding gluttonous saints. "Hey there, Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny looked away from his book and turned to Effie. "You certainly can, Saint Athena." Effie hesitated for a moment, then smiled mischievously. "Is Sunless really your name? You know, I'm not saying that it sounds like something an 8th grader would call himself, but I'm also not saying that." He stared at her with a polite expression. "Didn't you name your son Dumpling?" Effie flinched. What? "No, Ling, his name is Ling. It's the name that belonged to a dear friend of mine." Sunny smiled and turned back to his book. "My mom, you see, had a poetic soul." He hesitated for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Also, I never attended school, so I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself." Effie, Little Ling, and Little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were, he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means. So, Sunny kept to himself. Soon, the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen, cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared as well, leaving the brilliant emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday as well. But she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously. He was almost never bored. So, Nephis is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the nameless temple? Knowing Neph, 2 weeks at most. So, he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then, a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1. 1605. Memory Boutique. 1605. Memory Boutique. The silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in. Sunny was idly wondering what they would order when he noticed who it was. A moment later, his eyes glistened with professional interest. It was a young woman, wearing light armor and a white cape, and awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important because she was one of his clients, and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy, which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the brilliant emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. "Awakened Tele, welcome." The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. "Master Sunless, I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart." He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. "It is good that you decided to pay the brilliant emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you." Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, for the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. For most, it seemed like he simply possessed a network of connections that allowed him to find and purchase suitable memories in a timely fashion. Sunny signaled Aiko to hold down the fort and invited awakened Tele to follow him downstairs. Passing through an ornate wooden door, they descended a set of stairs and entered the spacious basement of the marvelous mimic. There, a large chamber was illuminated by the soft light of enchanted lanterns. The furnishing was luxurious but tasteful, exuding elegance and class. Various memories were displayed in glass cases that were attached to the walls, sharp steel glinting on dark velvet. No sound from the upper floor reached this silent place, creating a solemn atmosphere. In short, Sunny had nothing to do with designing how the memory boutique looked. It was all Aiko's work. The petite girl possessed much more knowledge on how to actually sell memories, both because she had been close to Stev, the caretaker of the Bright Castle's arsenal, and because she had run the actual operation of Sunny's brilliant emporium in the past. Plus, she was generally savvy when it came to business. Aiko had explained her rationale well to make Sunny sign off on all these expensive furnishings. There were much more awakened now, but good memories were still quite expensive. In that sense, they were much closer to luxury goods than to common tools. Therefore, a memory shop had to cater to a luxurious clientele in order to seem reputable. The classier it looked, the more inclined affluent clients would feel about spending their coins here. Although Aiko had complained that the brilliant emporium had only sold one memory in the last 2 months, it was actually not that bad of a result. In fact, Sunny only had to sell a memory once in a while to keep the business afloat. Selling one every month, meanwhile, would be more than enough to turn a large profit. Right now, the main problem he faced was not weaving memories, but actually crafting them. Since Sunny did not want to reveal his secrets, he was reluctant to partner up with external specialists. Therefore, he did everything alone, playing the role of a blacksmith, jeweler, tanner, tailor, carpenter, and so on himself. He was surprisingly good at it. Well, actually, it was not very surprising. Sunny had learned the basics of craftsmanship a long time ago. Every awakened knew how to survive in the wilderness, which included maintaining their equipment, constructing shelter, sewing up wounds, and many other things. Additionally, he deepened his knowledge of all kinds of crafting while learning to weave memories. That knowledge was then put to the test when he lost access to the nightmare spell and had to survive in the remote regions of the dream realm alone for 3 years. Most importantly, though, Sunny was a weaver. His ability to craft weaves of essence strings made all other forms of craftsmanship seem accessible. He also had a golden touch due to consuming weaver's phalanx. Lastly, he was a transcendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled. His senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed forge masters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship, although he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Telly could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials, mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl, placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life, or any kind of life, really, even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean. Even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem. But that was beside the point. Sunny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon, or better yet, ever. Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sunny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then, he opened the lid and smiled at awakened Telly politely. "Please, take a look." Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606 Belated Apology 1606 Belated Apology. Inside the lacquered box, an intricately engraved vambrace was laying on black silk. It was forged from a light silvery metal and decorated with a pattern resembling interlaid feathers. The vambrace emanated a feeling of restrained power, and just from a passing glance one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Awakened Telly, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sunny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. "Master Sunless, from what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor." He smiled. "Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned. This vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wish to purchase. The process only takes a second, and consumes very little essence. While such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack, it also makes this memory uniquely adaptable." Telly's eyes gleamed. "I assume that it can be used by a saint?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed. It can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion." He continued to smile, but really, Sunny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the brilliant emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission. Which meant that Sunny had not suffered a loss. But he could have sold all that transcendent steel instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sunny had to remind himself why he had put in extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Telly finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone, "You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course. What are they? Oh, and what is its name?" Sunny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. "My lady, this transcendent memory of the fourth tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the third enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather." Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory. "That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs." Sunny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness, "Oh? And how is Saint Roan doing?" Indeed, the young woman in front of him was Lady Telly of the White Feather clan. She was the daughter of Saint Tyrus and Master Roan, although the latter was also a transcendent now. Sunny had bumped into her a few times in the sanctuary of Noctis, and later in Falcon Scott. To his shame, though, he had never known that the standoffish girl was actually the daughter of his benefactors, mostly because of how young her parents looked. Determining the age of Awakened was a messy affair. It was only after coming to Bastion that Sunny realized his mistake. Telly smiled a little. "He's doing well, apart from lacking a good transcendent armor, and still being in the doghouse because of having challenged the third nightmare against Mother's wishes." She fell silent abruptly. Wait, why am I telling you this?" The young woman looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Then, strangely enough, she blushed a little and looked away. "Well, in any case, both of my parents are fine. They are awfully busy, of course." Sunny was a bit perplexed by her reactions, but just shrugged mentally. Unsurprising. There were very few legacy clans being led by 2 saints. The White Feather's prominence had risen greatly since their exile to Antarctica, and therefore so had their duties. No one could discard them anymore. Sunny smiled and lowered his head with respect. That is good to hear. I wish them all the best. Young Lady Tele of White Feather ended up purchasing the belated apology and leaving the brilliant emporium in good spirits. Aiko was happily counting the money as well, and since Sunny knew that the memory he had painstakingly created would serve St. Rowan well, he was in a good mood too. Not long after that, evening came. More customers visited the brilliant emporium to enjoy tea and snacks after a long day of work. The evening crowd receded and the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Moonlight and darkness enveloped the streets of Bastion, and the city slowly grew quieter. Aiko left, leaving Sunny in the empty cottage. He cleaned up the dining hall, and then went to the porch to breathe some fresh air. Looking at the thriving city surrounding him, full of countless people, Sunny felt painfully alone. Especially today, he couldn't help but feel it sharply. Sunny remained on the porch for a while, watching the pale moon slowly move across the starlit sky. Then he sighed and went inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, then go to bed. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. This day had been strangely eventful. He was busy washing the kitchen utensils when the silver bell suddenly rang again. Surprised at the appearance of a late customer, Sunny raised an eyebrow and walked into the dining hall. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. The words died on his lips. Out there, in front of him, stood a delicate young woman in a sea-wave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sunny's voice. Oh, I am sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late then. Sunny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No, it's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly, My name is... He interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I am Master Sunless, the owner of the brilliant emporium. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually she said, I heard that you can procure rare memories or make them. Sunny froze for a moment. Ah. One of the firekeepers must have recommended him to her, and knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the brilliant emporium did not just sell memories, but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Valor were at her disposal. Sunny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? She nodded again. In a way, he smiled. Now he was in familiar territory. Great. I am sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned White Feather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality. She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone, Oh, and by the way, her smile wavered a little. Happy birthday, Chapter 1607. Godgrave 1607 Godgrave. A vast white plain was shining under blinding sunlight. It seemed deceptively endless, devoid of any features. No living thing was moving across its surface, and none would dare to. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the Sword of Valor, was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful gray eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady N. Ephis, The wind, staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. "I know. Stay strong." There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. "I don't know how much longer I can endure." Nephis answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. "Stop talking unless you want to die." She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words, there was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephis, and yet no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous gray clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky. Not that Nephis could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephis watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless. Her heart, however, started beating faster. Finally, the stormy veil repaired itself, and the sky became completely hidden behind it. The blade of Neph's sword was extinguished, reflecting nothing but a swirling expanse of gray clouds now. The clouds were glowing brightly with diffused and scattered light. She let out a quiet sigh. Behind her, bodies hit the ground in a clatter of metal, and pained groans tore apart the silence. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her sword and slowly stood up. This one was long. Turning around, she looked at the 6 masters that were sprawled on the ground, panting as they tried to recover from 3 days of torturous stillness. Shim, Kaor, Shakti, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urlas. They were the firekeepers that had followed her into the death zone on this mission. The rest were in less dangerous regions of the dream realm, searching for young sleepers, far away. There had been a time when Bastion, located in the heartland of the dream realm, was separated from Ravenheart by an immeasurable distance. Ravenheart was situated far northwest, after all, on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. But Awakened had conquered a lot of territory in the last few decades. Led by the great clans, humans had greatly expanded their area of influence in the dream realm. The 2 enclaves had swallowed many regions, and yet they still did not share a border. In the south, both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain bordered the Storm Sea, which was ruled by the House of Night. In the north, the Hollow Mountains stood like an impregnable wall in the path of human expansion. The 2 domains were separated by a death zone, or rather several of them, stretching from the Hollow Mountains all the way to the Storm Sea. This deadly territory widened in the south, but was comparatively narrow in the north, which meant that if the 2 enclaves were to be connected by land, the narrowest and northernmost region separating them had to be conquered. And that was where Nephis and the Firekeepers had been sent. To the death zone far in the north. This place, which had taken the lives of many powerful Awakened, had no official name. However, people often called it the God Grave. The reason for it was rather simple. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked north. Out there, far in the distance, a titanic skull was laying on the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, staring back at her with one colossal, empty eye socket. Deep darkness nestled in its gaping chasm, still and foreboding. The other eye socket, as well as the forehead and the entire left side of the titanic skull, had been entirely shattered by some unimaginable blow. The bone splinters, which had rained down thousands of years ago, created mountain peaks of their own. The skull was connected to a white spine, which stretched south from the Hollow Mountains. In fact, it was connected to an entire skeleton of inconceivable proportions. From the top of the skull to the right knee joint, which was the southernmost intact point of the skeleton, it was at least 5,000 kilometers in length. The skeleton and the ground below it was the death zone. It was called Godgrave because Awakened, shocked and frightened by the terrifying size of the ancient remains, had speculated that it was the corpse of a god. Of course, Nephis did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the song domain, while the left hand lay in the sword domain. By climbing the skeletal arms, one could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse. If they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephi stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the fire keepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collarbone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow, because they could not fly the chainbreaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed, and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave, and for that reason, they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones. Here, there were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful, but that was for a reason as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So, that was why Nephis and the fire keepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again. And now that the gray veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission. To find the mysterious saint who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. The man known as the Lord of Shadows, 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1, 1608, Death Zone, 1608 Death Zone. Nephis studied the immaculately white bone plain in front of her for a few moments, then turned around and looked at the fire keepers. They were gracelessly sprawled on the ground, with pained expressions on their faces. Even with their powerful ascended bodies, it had not been easy to remain completely still for 3 long days. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The fire keepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The fire keepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened masters and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the fire keepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such, could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation. All generations, perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership, their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The ivory tower, the chain breaker, the crest of the fire keepers, and her own name, Changing Star, had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The fire keepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right. Still, some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cassie's own cohort, and therefore, they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephis had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erlas, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Even Nephis had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. Looking at the firekeepers, she said evenly, "We have 5 minutes to recover. 5 more to drink water and eat. Then we continue south." Such a short span of time was not enough for them to rest their weary bodies, but it was better to relieve the fatigue on the move. The sky was not the only danger in this desolate bone expanse after all. "Yes, Lady Nephis." The firekeepers groaned as they started to move. Storage memories were summoned, water and field rations were hastily consumed. Shim, the leader of the cohort, used his healing powers to help the less resilient members recover faster. They were seasoned veterans and did not need her to tell them what to do. Nephis used the short rest to quench her thirst as well. By the time the 10 minutes she had given her subordinates ran out, the bone plane was already starting to move. "Ready your weapons. Forward!" As she started to walk, the firekeepers followed her. Although the sun-bleached bones of the dead god, or whatever the ancient skeleton had been, once, seemed like a continuous surface of solid white, in truth, they were littered with cracks and fissures. The deepest of those cracks led to the great hollows within the titanic bones and the inner hell hidden in their horrid expanse. Merely 10 minutes after the veil of clouds had been mended, those cracks exploded with life. Tendrils of vibrant red moss and vermilion grass spread from them, devouring the flawlessly white surface of the ancient bones. Swarms of tiny nightmare creatures were instantly born, hunting each other as they moved between the stalks of grass. That was only the beginning. Since everything that moved under the merciless gaze of the white sky was instantly incinerated, the abominable life thriving in Godgrave had adapted to its whims. There was no way to predict when the veil of clouds would be torn, and how long it would take for the stormy barrier to repair itself. Therefore, everything here lived at incredible speed. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born. All of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or two, it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then, the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephis and the firekeepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone. Watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment, Nephis silently raised her sword. "Prepare." As she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Neff's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the firekeepers. Then, it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 1. 1609. Reclusive. Saint 1609. Reclusive Saint white flames danced across the bone plain, incinerating the vermilion grass and the swarms of tiny abominations that had just been born moments ago. Unbearable heat assaulted the cohort of the firekeepers, and the air was suddenly full of swirling ash. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like two cold stars. "Mounts!" A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait. Most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the firekeepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephis was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Valor. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. "Forward!" The 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephis rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The firekeepers were ready for battle too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard. And for a good reason. Sum, Shakti, and Urlas, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephis sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The firekeepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean. So, it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the firekeepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephis had time to think without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently. Cassie. A few moments later, Cassie's voice resounded in her head, as if the blind seer was there by her side, whispering into her ear. Yes. Cassie's powers had changed and grown after transcendence as well. Her dormant ability now allowed the blind girl to learn more about the people and creatures she perceived. Her awakened ability allowed her to sense longer into the future. Her ascended ability not only allowed her to perceive the world through other people's senses, but also to communicate with those she had marked. So, Cassie was like a spider waiting at the heart of a vast web. Even Nephis did not know how many people throughout the 2 worlds were serving as her eyes and ears, just that there were many scattered around both the waking world and the dream realm. Some of the spies in the blind seer's network were willing agents, while others did not even know that they had been marked. The latter consumed more of Cassie's soul essence, sadly. Regardless, her ability to gather information was an incredible boon to them. It was just that. Nephis frowned slightly. The nature of her friend's power had changed subtly after the 3rd nightmare. From what Cassie had shared, it seemed like her ability to receive visions of the future was compromised somehow, making them strange and chaotic. Cassie herself had begun to act strangely, sometimes as well. Nephis was concerned. Turning her steel steed slightly to avoid a large crack in the white bone, she thought, "Tell me about this Lord of Shadows again." The man she had been sent to negotiate with was more than a little mysterious. There were many more saints in the world now, true. However, it was still strange for an independent transcendent to exist out there, especially one whose origin and background were entirely unknown. Not to mention one powerful enough to not only survive in the Godgrave, but also make it his home. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then her voice resounded once again, whispering into Neph's ear. Not much is known about him, really. What we do now comes from a dozen sleepers who were unfortunate enough to be sent to Godgrave last year. They were all rescued by a mysterious saint and brought to a citadel under his control. The saint did not speak with them much and was rather aloof. In fact, some of them even describe him as sinister and frightening. Nephis had already heard all of this, of course. However, there was no harm in going over what they knew once more, just in case there was some hint she had missed. After a momentary pause, Cassie continued. He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located. The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him. Nephis frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song? Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Valor and Song have their eyes on Godgrave. Considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war, how can they not? So, understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Valor is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Neff's gaze darkened. Is it true that they sent? Cassie's answer came swiftly. Indeed, they sent Mordred. Well, one of his bodies at least. However, he failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephis would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible. Cassie's voice changed slightly. That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed. Nephis took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. After Samantha, so Nephis knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing. Neph's calm gray eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 1, 1610. Land of Shadows 1610. Land of Shadows. They crossed most of the remaining distance to the edge of the breastbone plain that day. Night never graced Godgrave with its presence, but anywhere else the sun would have already been rolling toward the horizon. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The gray sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was colored here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass. Or rather, it was never supposed to be dark. Nephis slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. What is that? Out there, far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon, they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the land of shadows. Nephis frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the firekeepers. Advance slowly. As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller, until they disappeared entirely. Soon, they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Neph's eyes shining in it like small stars. Stop. She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly, Dismount. The firekeepers jumped down from their echoes, dismissing them into a rain of sparks. Their surroundings were illuminated for a few moments, and by the time the sparks dissipated into nothingness, they had already summoned enchanted lanterns. A flood of stark white light flooded the dark land. However, it seemed weak and faltering, barely able to force the deep, dark shadows to recede a little. Nevertheless, Nephis did see something now that the luminous memories pushed the darkness back. A few meters away from them, a massive carcass was laying on the ground, its grotesque bones towering above the plain. The creature must have been enormous once, but now it was broken and dead. What killed it? Nephis walked over to the carcass and studied it for a few moments, spending a bit more time looking at the clean cut where the monster's head had been severed. "Lady Nephis, what do you think?" She lingered for a while, then shook her head. The head was severed by a sword, but something had gnawed on the bones. There are teeth marks everywhere, and by the look of it, the creature's flesh was devoured by something large. Most importantly, her expression grew a little somber. "Considering where we are, this carcass must belong to a great nightmare creature. Had it been killed by the Lord of Shadows? If so, the rumors of his power might not be exaggerated. Many saints were capable of slaying great beasts, but very few could finish such a powerful abomination with one strike." Nephis was about to say something else, but at that moment, a terrifying roar tore apart the silence. Something was rushing toward them from the darkness. The firekeepers instantly assumed a battle formation. Shim and Sid moved forward, raising their shields. Gantry and Gorn took positions a step behind and to the side of them, while Shakti and Erlas hid behind the melee fighters while summoning their arrows. Lastly, Kaor moved to the rear of the cohort, ready to defend his comrades in case of an unexpected attack. Nephis remained where she stood, calmly looking into the darkness. Her lance had changed form once again, turning back into a longsword. "Be ready!" They heard the sound of massive claws scraping against bone as the nightmare creature approached at high speed. Judging by that speed, the abomination was powerful. It was going to reach the firekeepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar, gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike. Nephis looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There, two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then, something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the firekeepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The demonic statue towered above Nephis and the firekeepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature either. She was more like a transcendent echo, a saint. However, Nephis had never met an echo, or a saint really, who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephis was not here, and the strange creature decided to attack the firekeepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them, or not? As Nephis looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes, the beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 1, 1611. Keplis Temple. Nephis and the firekeepers followed the onyx devil across the land of shadows. Their taciturn guide walked without looking back, her beautiful armor gleaming as it reflected the white light of their lanterns. The living statue's steps were neither slow nor hurried, her measured pace full of indifferent confidence. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephis would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of the mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The firekeepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. "What is going on?" Nephis was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them. It was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. "Cassie?" There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. "It is strange." Nephis glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. "She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint. However, she is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is." Nephis nodded calmly. "That is all right. I do." Indeed, it would have been strange if she had not recognized that fearsome stone-like armor, that cold presence, and those jewel eyes. The Onyx Devil was one of Nether's children, after all. They were what she looked up to in the depths of the second nightmare, drowning in despair as the darkness of the underworld crushed and suffocated her. The prideful beings who ruled the great caverns of the Hollow Mountains while she struggled to survive far below, at the edge of the abyss. In fact, the body she had inhabited was one of the countless flawed vessels that Nether had callously discarded before successfully creating the first of the Stone Saints. So, in a sense, the Onyx Devil was a more perfect version of what Nephis used to be. But what was she doing here? Had some of Nether's children succumbed to corruption and survived until this day? Had the Lord of Shadows killed one of them? Nephis tilted her head slightly. The Stone Saints had been known to command true darkness, each inheriting a spark of divinity from their creator as well. But why did this one possess an affinity to shadows? That was not in their nature. Did it have something to do with the aspect of the Lord of Shadows, and this lightless expanse around them? Had he somehow conjured it as well? Was it something that a mere transcendent could do? Her curiosity grew a little. Meanwhile, the beautiful Onyx Devil led them deeper and deeper into the darkness. Considering how difficult it must have been to chase away the deadly sunlight of Godgrave, Nephis had not expected for this shadowy region to be expansive. But to her surprise, the land of shadows stretched for many kilometers in all directions, without a hint of ending. Odd. The further they went, the more eerie their surroundings became. Because sunlight never reached here, there was nothing to incinerate the bones of slain nightmare creatures. Therefore, remains of powerful abominations appeared in sight from time to time, all devoid of flesh. At first, there were few of them, but the deeper into the land of shadows the firekeepers ventured, the more and more skeletal remains they saw. Some of the abominations had been slain by sharp steel, some shattered and broken by brute force, some killed by strange means that she couldn't even guess. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Eventually, it was as if they were walking across a terrible battlefield. The magnitude of slaughter that had transpired in this ominous place was nothing short of chilling. Even if all these powerful nightmare creatures had not been slain at the same time, what kind of person was capable of eviscerating this many dreadful abominations in the depths of a death zone? It seemed that there was a seed of truth in the ominous rumors about the dire power of the Lord of Shadows. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there, in front of Nephis, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right in the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though, illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephis felt oppressed by its solemn majesty nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from beyond the marble columns, and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. "Is this a citadel?" One of the firekeepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily, "It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place?" Nephis remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his onyx devil, and other secrets the mysterious saint could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least. Glancing at their beautiful demonic guide, Nephis smiled slightly and nodded. "Lead the way." The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephis and the firekeepers followed. Soon they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 1, 1612. An Audience with the Lord. The interior of the dark temple was drowning in deep shadows, and the enchanted lanterns of the firekeepers seemed even weaker in their cold embrace. The light emanating from the luminous memories flickered, barely able to illuminate a narrow circle around them. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Neph's eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker. Strong. While Nephis was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the onyx devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a four-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The firekeepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephis remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear, It is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire." Bothersome. Killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore. Of course, there were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the onyx devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly, as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephis passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The firekeepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lantern simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephis sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides, like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble. It was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephis know what she faced. A transcendent terror. Nephis frowned. How many powerful servants does the master of this temple have? She was amused. Was the Lord of Shadows really independent? How come he had more powerful summons than she had then? Wasn't it a bit ridiculous? Granted, the great clan Valor did not treat its adopted daughter with nearly as much sincerity as it did Morgan. But still, it was not the quantity of these monsters that mattered. It was just that Nephis could sense that each of them was far more ferocious and dangerous than any echo she had seen. Suddenly she felt something very unexpected, a hint of sympathy for the Prince of Nothing. What about the Lord of Shadows himself? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. I don't sense anyone else. There is nobody there. But just as she said that, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the darkness, enveloping the firekeepers like a death knell. Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. Sitting on a tall throne cut from black marble, Sunny looked down on Nephis and her warriors. His face, hidden behind the polished black wood of Weaver's mask, was impassive. However, a storm of emotions was raging in his heart. Here in his territory, where the nameless temple now stood, he was almost omniscient. That was because the Shadow Realm fragment enveloped a vast area around the citadel, allowing Sunny to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once. So he had been watching Saint Guide Nephis and the firekeepers to the doors of the temple all along. Sunny had thought that he would be ready to face her, but he had been wrong. Seeing her face, her lustrous silver hair, her beautiful gray eyes, the familiar, stubborn resolve shining in their calm depths. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephis from the darkness, Sunny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing. I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephis, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sunny took a deep breath, and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions, Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way. Or would you prefer I call you something else? Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he answered evenly. I would not. But you can call me Shadow. I would not. But you can call me Shadow. The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion. And yet, there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephis frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet, she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephis had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me? Nephis hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephis had to re-evaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful. No, he was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephis had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the dark temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephis could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures, so they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet, Nephis had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally, Asterion was the sole inheritor of Heart God. One last lineage remained unclaimed. No one had been able to find and inherit the blood of Shadow God. So, this man, a saint of immense power that had come out of nowhere, wielding authority over shadows. Was he the proof that the last divine lineage had finally revealed itself? If so, why now? What did it mean? One thing was certain. Nephis had to change her approach, since her preconceived notions had been proven wrong. In this dark temple, her power and exalted status didn't mean much, because the man she wanted to persuade possessed the same power and could claim the same status, should he wish to do so. She had to treat the Lord of Shadows as an equal. Nephis smiled slightly. Then, Lord Shadow, I won't be coy. You asked me what I want? It's simple. She paused for a moment, then added in her usual impassive tone. I want you. She could hear the firekeepers shift behind her. One of them even seemed to choke, coughing loudly in the dead silence of the dark temple. His coughing somewhat spoiled the solemn atmosphere of her serious proposal. The Lord of Shadow did not respond immediately either. Well, of course. He must be carefully considering the benefits and disadvantages of pledging his allegiance to the sword domain. I wouldn't expect anything else. However, the silence stretched for longer than she had expected. I see. He must be contemplating very deeply. Nephis was nothing if not patient, so she waited patiently, giving the enigmatic saint time to seriously consider his decision. After a while, the Lord of Shadows spoke again, his elusive voice sounding a little flat. What exactly do you mean? Nephis was slightly taken aback, but masterfully hid her confusion. Had she not been clear? Allow me to clarify, then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the alliance of transcendent warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the dream realm as one of his champions. She lingered for a moment and then added, I trust I do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards. Nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the dream realm alone, after all. There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. "Ah, thank you for the clarification." Nephis tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephis frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more. And yet, they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The firekeepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. "Oh? So you want me to join forces with the great clan Valor for the benefit of humanity? I see. You must be sincere then. Surely it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And surely you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield." The master of the Dark Temple chuckled again, and that said, his sinister voice growing even colder. "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star?" At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Chapter 1, 1614. Sunny felt glad that his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask and shrouded in impenetrable darkness. That was because he might not have controlled his expression very well in the last few minutes. One of his other two avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys. Luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. "Damn it, Neph." The echo of his last words was still traveling across the nameless temple when Nephis frowned slightly. Sunny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neph's face, and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble." Sunny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. "Shameless. She's completely shameless." Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. "Since you already know that the war is inevitable and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the two domains. So, unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have." Sunny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, he had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of Valor to take the bait. But Nephis had no way of guessing that. Sunny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions, "Have I?" Nephis nodded. "You must have. After all, you have already refused the emissary of Clan Song. Since you have shown no desire to join the other side, only one choice remains. It's us." Sunny remained silent for a while. Then, grabbing the armrests of his throne, he leaned forward and asked, his voice suffused with an insidious undertone. "Says who?" She stared into the darkness with a hint of confusion on her beautiful alabaster face. "What?" Sunny smiled. "Who said that I refused the emissary of Clan Song? I did not." Which was, of course, a lie. He could not say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, and this avatar of his almost never took it off. The Lord of Shadows was meant to attract the attention of those with great power after all the while keeping Sunny's secrets safe. This time, however, it had worked to his advantage. Neph's expression remained the same, but he could feel the pressure she exerted growing sharper. Right now, she was probably considering whether the nameless temple was a death trap. With Saint and Fiend behind her, the path to escape was cut off. In front of her were Sunny and the Soul Serpent. Nightmare and the shapeless guardian of the temple were close as well. Nevertheless, Nephis maintained her composure. Facing the wall of impenetrable darkness in front of her, she asked calmly, "You didn't?" Sunny sighed quietly and leaned back. From here onward, he had to sell himself to Nephis while making her think that she was the one insisting on making the purchase. People did not value that which came into their possession too easily, after all. If Sunny wanted to be treated as a precious ally instead of a cheap tool, he had to make Clan Valor think that they had been extremely lucky to gain his support. He remained silent for a moment. I did not refuse the generous offer of the illustrious clan song. However, perhaps I didn't accept it either. Instead, I gave the emissary Kai Song sent a chance to win my allegiance. I despise the idea of fighting side by side with those weaker than me, you see. Sunny smiled. So, I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you, emissaries of valor, manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say? Nephis did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually she asked, "A duel? Which one of us do you want to fight?" He chuckled. "Any of you. All of you. It doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill." A corner of Neph's mouth twisted upward. "Arrogant." Sunny laughed, noticing the firekeepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. "Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary, I am being modest." He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was that Sunny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating. But the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The firekeepers, though, Sunny knew these people well. Each of them was a brilliant fighter. Even though they were mere masters, if he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephis herself, a genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, Broken Sword, and elevated it to new heights. His former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sunny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephis stared into the darkness for a few moments, and then nodded decisively. "All right, I accept." Chapter 1, 1615. There was movement in the darkness. Nephis could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The firekeepers behind her tensed, looking up with somber expressions. Thud. A heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness, as if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephis, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes. As if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephis could not say how tall the man was exactly, but it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephis studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. "Cassie?" the blind seer answered after a moment of silence. "I can see him through your eyes, but I still can't sense him. It's like there's nothing but emptiness where a man should be." Nephis felt a bit dejected. It seemed that she had grown too used to enjoying the amazing boon of having Cassie serve as her eyes and ears. The great advantage of information superiority had spoiled her. This time, though, she would not be able to know what her opponent's attributes, abilities, and hidden cards were in advance. Well, it was for the best then that Shadow had offered to duel her and the Firekeepers. She would learn what he was capable of firsthand. Showing no emotion, she looked at the fearsome saint and took several unhurried steps back. At the same time, the Firekeepers moved forward, facing him. The Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. "What? You're not going to fight, Changing Star?" His cold voice sounded almost disappointed. Nephis shook her head. "You've challenged all of us, haven't you? But I don't draw my sword for just anyone. Prove yourself first, Lord Shadow." The unnerving black mask stared at her for a few moments, and then the elusive voice resounded once again, full of cold indifference. "No matter. You, there, come all at once." As he said these words, the Lord of Shadows raised a hand. The darkness flowed from the floor, assuming a long and sinister shape. A few moments later, a great odachi formed from the shadows, its curving blade so black that it seemed to devour light. Disturbed, the Firekeepers moved forward. 7 Firekeepers. Sunny remained calm, but he also felt a little tense. Of course, there was no question that he could crush a cohort of masters without breaking a sweat, no matter how seasoned and talented they were. But how could he put it? He might have allowed himself to be carried away. A little, while acting out the role of the cold and mysterious Lord of Shadows. Not only had he promised to avoid using his aspect, but he also set a ridiculous condition for his loss. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephis, and now he had to deal with the Firekeepers first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him. Shim, Shakti, Kayor, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urla. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders, an elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Gantry, and Urlas had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use 2 greatswords in battle. Gantry usually fought with a heavy battle axe, and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Urlas was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shakti and Kayor. Both had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shakti's had to do with plants, while Kayor's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All 7 were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. "This is going to be fun." Sunny had never stopped fighting. sharpening his mastery of combat to a sublime level. He had already been one of the most seasoned warriors of humanity 4 years ago, mostly because very few had it as rough as he had it on the Forgotten Shore and in the Antarctic Center. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So now he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter, he was a bit rusty. As the firekeepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed one additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms, but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Gantry seemed to have augmented his body somehow, making it more durable, more nimble, or simply more powerful. He was going to find out shortly. Erlis, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before. What about now? Sid was bound to do something unpredictable as well. Shim, Shakti, and Kaor all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the firekeepers wielded to consider as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself, but still, he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. "What are you waiting for?" Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear, the firekeepers attacked. The 2 archers opened the battle, instantly letting 2 arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too. Since it was a friendly duel, his opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sunny did not augment himself with any of his 3 shadows. Being a transcendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the black Odachi's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinate their attacks seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork. Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Gantry, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage, since space was limited and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously. But by using this simple formation, the firekeepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sunny to block and deflect 4 attacks that came from different directions with a single sword, so he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Gantry's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sunny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the firekeepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Then, he lashed out with a probing attack. Sharp steel sang in the dark expanse of the nameless temple. Interesting. Sunny's smile widened under Weaver's mask. The firekeepers had not wasted these 4 years either. He had known that Valor had used Nephiz and her personal battle force like a sledgehammer, endlessly sending them to put out one fire after another. It was almost as if they were being repeatedly sent to death, but stubbornly refused to die. As a result, their lethality reached chilling levels. Of course, he could have crushed them easily if he wished to. The gap between saints and masters was already vast, and Sunny was a singular existence even among saints to boot. But with the limitations he had put on himself, the firekeepers were a challenging adversary, especially because he could not allow himself to be hit even once. Plus, he had chosen to only use a single battle style against them, Morgan's own battle style to be precise. The sharp, deadly, and ruthless technique she used was representative of how warriors of valor fought, not even becoming one with their weapons, but instead treating themselves as weapons. So it wasn't easy. It was exhilarating, though. Damnation. More! There were a few tense moments when the unexpected facets of the ascended abilities of his enemies revealed themselves. There were several interesting enchantments their memories possessed as well. But Sunny still managed to evade, block, or deflect all their attacks in the most efficient and economical manner. He didn't make any big moves, using the least amount of motion possible in every situation, and all the while he was studying how the firekeepers fought, solving their battle styles and their teamwork like a puzzle. And when that puzzle was solved, the dynamic of the battle changed abruptly. The Lord of Shadows was indeed like a shadow. Swift, elusive, and insidious, he moved across the black marble of the great hall with stunning speed and flawless precision, effortlessly deflecting the rain of blows that the firekeepers unleashed upon him. His black odachi seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like a stream of darkness. A weapon of that length was supposed to be, if not unwieldy, then at least less maneuverable than a shorter blade. And yet, the odachi was always exactly where it needed to be, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier of steel around its cold-hearted master. It was not because of his speed, strength, or mystical power. Instead, it was pure foresight and pure skill, both sharpened and tempered until they became a lethal weapon. Nephis observed the movements of the Lord of Shadows silently. The firekeepers, who had gone through countless battles by her side, fought well. They fought bravely. They fought with great skill and cunning, proving that their glorious fame was well earned. And yet, she had guessed the result of the duel almost as soon as it started. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the firekeepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Gantry was struck by the pommel of the odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the two archers. Crap! Kaor, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shakti and Erlis attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the firekeepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look, I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Neph's eyes. Beautiful. The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie and devoid of any emotion. The firekeepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. "Is that all?" His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nephis smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her swords. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well, Nephis thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask, if there was anything behind it at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nephis took a step forward. That mask. Why did it look so familiar? Chapter 1, 1617, Duel of the Saints. Sunny held his odachi lightly as he watched Nephis take unhurried steps in his direction. The familiar white flames were dancing in her eyes. But what was this? As he walked, the same sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 firekeepers. A moment later, their bodies shone with a soft white radiance, and the bruises and contusions left on them by his restrained blows disappeared without a trace. Expressions of gratitude and relief appeared on their faces, and at the same time, Neff's own face grew colder. Since when can she heal others from a distance? Before he could consider the implications of that unexpected turn of events, her sword left the enchanted scabbard with a quiet murmur. Its mirror-like blade was as black as the night sky, the light of the magical lanterns reflecting in it like distant stars. He knew that sword well, or rather, he had known it once. The silver blade was a transcendent memory of the seventh tier. Nephis had received after slaying Soul Stealer. It was a mighty weapon, and had been made mightier still by Sunny himself. He had transplanted a supreme soul shard as one of its nodes, augmenting the fundamental enchantment of the silver blade. But now, it was different. Sunny frowned behind the mask when he noticed a familiar symbol branded into the mystical steel just above the crossguard. An anvil pierced through by a sword. Had one of the forge masters of the clan Valor deemed themselves competent enough to improve on his own work? No, they wouldn't have been able to. That left only one person then, the King of Swords himself. That bastard, who gave him the right to taint the gift I gave her with his dirty hands. Suddenly, Sunny felt displeased, and since he did, the shadows drowning the great hall of the nameless temple moved, overcome by the same displeasure. The firekeepers, who had been retreating to give the two saints space to fight, suddenly paled. Nephis sensed the change in the atmosphere too. "What is the matter, Lord Shadow? Do you not wish to fight me?" Sunny smiled darkly. "I am a peaceful man. I hate fighting." As he said that, he lunged forward without any warning and thrust his odachi at Neff's throat. His sudden attack was violent and ruthless, aimed at slicing open her arteries and severing her spine. Of course, Nephis deflected the black odachi easily, taking a sidestep in the opposite direction at the same time. Her movements flowed like a placid river, and yet Sunny instantly felt that he was in mortal danger. The silver sword had pushed the blade of the odachi down just a split second ago, but was already flying forward. It was moving at a speed that could not be perceived by the firekeepers, and even Sunny struggled to sense its passing. Ligged, novel world come. Unable to pull his own sword back in time, he had no choice but to jump back. The tip of the silver sword missed his chest by mere centimeters. After that first exchange, Sunny and Nephis circled each other for a few moments. She suddenly spoke. "The battle style you used. Only those trained by valor are masters of it." Tilting his head a little, Sunny responded coldly, "My esteemed guests have been sent by the King of Swords. It only seemed polite to greet them by using the battle style of his knights." The corner of Neff's mouth twitched subtly. "Then what style would you have used if we were sent by Song?" Sunny raised his odachi and took a step forward. "Something like this." A moment later, they were upon each other once more, their swords weaving a complicated web of attacks and deflections in the air. Both were moving with astonishing speed, exchanging dozens of blows in a second. The clangor of steel fused into a continuous wail that echoes in the darkness of the solemn hall, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. A shockwave spread from the spot where the Lord of Shadows and the radiant Star of Ruin clashed, sending a cloud of dust rushing outward like an opaque sphere. The firekeepers reeled and staggered back. "This is it. This is it." Straining his transcendent body to its limit, Sunny was momentarily overcome by the exhilaration of combat. He had missed having someone to spar with, and dueling the firekeepers had not satisfied his thirst. Of course, the clash between him and Nephis was much more furious and destructive than the previous fight. After all, he was a transcendent terror, and she was a transcendent titan. Neither was using their aspect to augment themselves, but their power was still terrible enough to devastate their surroundings. Luckily, the nameless temple was very hard to destroy. It would not have remained standing from the dawn of the Age of Gods to this day otherwise. Granted, Sunny had found it in a rather sorry state and had to perform plenty of repairs to make this ancient citadel presentable. In any case, he wasn't worried that it would be seriously damaged, not unless either Nephis or him decided to unleash their full power. Now, how do I lose without having Nephis realize that I threw the fight? There were two problems. First, Nephis was too good of a swordsman, so weaving any kind of pretense in front of her was not easy. And secondly, Sunny was having too much fun. He didn't want their fight to end so quickly. Shall we make it more interesting then? Grinning behind the mask, Sunny suddenly shifted his weight and switched to an entirely new technique. The battle style of clan valor was sharp, domineering, and fatal. But this new technique, it was flowing, unpredictable, and supremely adaptable. It was the battle style taught to Nephis by her family, and then by Nephis to him. There, finally. The mask of indifference that she wore finally cracked a little, and he could feel her blade waver for a split second. That split second was all that Sunny needed. Breaking through Neff's defense, he delivered a swift strike. And yet, no matter how swift his attack was, she still managed to compose herself and evaded by disengaging. Nephis took a step back, and the tip of the black odachi hissed angrily past her breastplate, separated from the polished white steel by no more than a centimeter. She lingered for a moment. "Who taught you that style?" Her voice was even, but Sunny knew Nephis well enough to recognize a somber undertone within it. He pulled his odachi back and answered in an even tone, "Nobody." With that, Sunny lunged forward, once again. Chapter 1, 1618, Transcendent Battle Art. What was a battle style? Depending on the practitioner, the answer varied. At the lowest level, a battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasize strength and strive to overpower the opponent. Some emphasize speed and precision. Some emphasize solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy. The school of thought and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sunny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them, a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him. Because there was a third layer above the body and the mind, available only to a few chosen existences. It was soul. She has changed. While clashing with Nephis in a ferocious dance of steel, Sunny couldn't help but feel amazed. She had always been a true genius of the sword, and since he knew her better than anyone, he had expected this fight to be a tough one. After all, just like him, Nephis had 4 long years to perfect her technique. As the vanguard champion of valor, she had gone through countless battles. She had also come into her transcendent power, learning to wield it as naturally as she breathed. A saint was a different kind of beast, and the difference between them and their lessers was not only a question of raw power. Sunny had already glimpsed that chasm when he and Nephis fought Dire Fang, but only now that he was a transcendent himself did he truly understand the reason it existed. The further a human walked on the path of ascension, the more intricate their control of soul essence became. Masters were already very proficient in using it to deliberately and efficiently augment their bodies in combat, but saints were capable of elevating these rudimentary essence techniques to a completely new level. Therefore, a comprehensive essence technique was an integral part of a truly transcendent battle art, and since each transcendent warrior possessed a unique aspect, each essence technique had to be tailor-made for a single user. The difference that mastering such a technique could make was truly striking, and therefore, that alone made saints vastly more deadly on the battlefield. But that was not the end of it. Since each transcendent battle art was unique and tailored to a single user, there was an additional step to be taken, and that was to seamlessly incorporate each aspect ability into the combat technique, making it truly complete. A transcendent battle art demanded the complete integration of body, mind, and soul into a combat technique. Losing his true name made it much harder for Sunny to advance in mastering Shadow Dance, so he had been concentrating on developing such a personal transcendent battle art for himself in the past 4 years. He had already formulated its principles, and was now tempering these principles in battles against powerful opponents. And, in the process of it, he thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves, as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them, while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world, as long as they were in their element. For Sunny, that element was shadow. For someone like Saint Tyrus, it was the sky, or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephis, he couldn't guess. It might have been light or flame, or something more esoteric, like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore, he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sunny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other transcendent warriors, to learn from them, and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy, which was why fighting Nephis was a boon to him. So, he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephis constructed for him on the fly, Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon, he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Sliding across the marble floor as he was being pushed back by a merciless onslaught of unhurried but lethal attacks, Sunny was carefully observing Neff's movements. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephis easily partied it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another eye, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange. Nephis was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed. After years of training together and fighting side by side, he knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, It should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it. And indeed, Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephis could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through shadow dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body, but not the mind. Nephis evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephis impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows or simply because Neph was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. That was a part of the problem. A transcendent battle art was tailored to a single user, seamlessly incorporating their unique traits and abilities. So, since Nephis was not using any of her aspect abilities, what Sunny was witnessing was not the true extent of her battle style, but rather a partial version of it. Of course, he had hoped to extrapolate the missing pieces by experiencing the foundational technique, but it was not going well. Should I try to deduce what's missing? Sunny had plenty of experience constructing his own battle art, so it was not impossible for him to guess what Nephis would have created. Let's see. The basic principle of elevating a battle style to a transcendent battle art was universal. At least it was supposed to be. Sunny had not consulted any saints on how they built their personal techniques, so he did not know if everyone followed what he perceived to be common sense. The first step was to create a comprehensive essence technique. By infusing one's body with essence, one was capable of greatly enhancing their physical prowess. Awakened could not control essence with finesse, so their way of going about things was crude and rudimentary, mostly consisting of flooding the entirety of their bodies with essence. Masters were much more skilled in that regard. Their control of essence was rather intricate, as was their understanding of the human body. By selectively infusing various areas, muscle groups, and organs with essence at just the right time, they were able to not only increase its efficacy, but also drastically reduce its consumption, thus raising efficiency. But saints could control soul essence as naturally as they were breathing, and with truly incredible finesse. They could more or less selectively enhance each muscle fiber, nerve cluster, or tendon in their body. Not only that, but due to better control, the range and manner of these enhancements were broader than those of a master, and could be consciously altered. In short, saints could explosively increase their already stunningly formidable strength, speed, agility, and resilience if they were smart about using their essence, and had trained themselves to do it instinctively. Like Sunny had in the past 4 years. Each time he took a step or delivered a strike, the complex machine of his body performed numerous actions. His heart pumped blood through his veins. Electrical impulses traveled along his nerves. Various muscles relaxed or contracted, and so on. To perform a proper strike, a warrior had to possess great control of his body and know how to use it well. Of course, no one consciously willed all these minute processes to happen. If trained properly, the body itself would remember how to act to the best of its ability. An essence technique, therefore, was like an additional layer on top of physical training, designed to augment every motion in the most effective and efficient way, as well as tailored to the unique personal battle style of the individual. Designing such a technique demanded immense insight into the functions of the body, the laws of combat, and one's own self. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration at that. But by now, it was like an instinct to Sunny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon, so mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the soul serpent and soul weave to assist him as well. Similarly, Nephis had designed an essence technique of her own. Sunny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neph's swordsmanship had a different personality than his, or because she had spent more time to thoroughly comprehend the science behind the biology of her body and the physics of her sword? After all, Sunny had mostly taught himself through practical experience and intuition, spending less time on theory. In any case, this shallow layer of Neph's battle art was not a mystery. Sunny had enough ability to perceive it, enough insight to dismantle it, and enough experience to reassemble it. Even emulating it was not a problem, given enough time. But that was what an essence technique represented, the most shallow and basic layer of a battle art. The true essence hid much deeper, having to do with aspect and attributes. That was what Sunny had to deduce in order to remove the strange interference that prevented him from comprehending Neph's elevated battle style. There was another sonic boom, and the two of them were momentarily thrown away from each other. Sunny increased the weight of his body and slid several meters back, swiftly coming to a halt. Nephis pivoted on one leg and performed an effortless pirouette, regaining her balance almost immediately. The firekeepers scrambled to get even further back, seemingly stunned by how long the duel was lasting. Sunny smirked behind the mask and rushed forward. "Lef, I compare our aspects." Chapter 1, 1620. Deeper Layer. A transcendent battle art was meant to incorporate the user's aspect into their combat technique. What did it mean for Sunny? The first element he had to consciously and comprehensively integrate into his battle style was the easiest. It was his ability to perceive the movement through shadows, as well as see what was happening behind his back. That did not sound like much compared to his other abilities, but was actually a drastic change. Almost every battle style he had learned in the past was meant to be practiced by humans after all, and humans only had two eyes. That naturally dictated how they fought, and how the masters who taught young warriors to wield weapons constructed their styles. However, Sunny was not beholden to these standards. Therefore, he had spent plenty of time relearning the very basics of combat, building his technique in a way that allowed him to fully utilize that subtle but confounding advantage. The second element was even more fundamental, since it concerned movement. Movement lay at the base of every battle style. Footwork was just as indispensable as striking and defending, if not more so. Not only did it dictate the balance and strength available to a fighter, but it also controlled space. Advancing and retreating, evading and pressing the opponent. Both offense and defense relied on controlling space. Sunny was not beholden to space either, because he was supremely mobile due to shadow step. That was perhaps his greatest advantage in a battle, and therefore, he meticulously altered his way of thinking about space in accordance with this advantage, practically rebuilding his battle style around it. The third element was group battle. It was a strange matter, considering that Sunny was both an individual and possessed multiple bodies. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he and Nephis had been able to slay carapace scavengers by acting together. One served as bait, another delivered a fatal blow from behind. That simple manner of teamwork illustrated perfectly why the boon of fighting in a group was not additive, but instead multiplicative. The sum was greater than its parts, and Sunny alone had 7 parts. So he had trained himself relentlessly to fight while controlling many bodies at the same time, learning how to efficiently use group tactics without anyone's help. The fourth element had to do with blood weave and bone weave. Most living things were hard to kill unless you aimed at their vital points, and due to these two attributes, Sunny lacked several vulnerabilities that most humans possessed. He wouldn't bleed to death even if his artery was sliced open, and his bones were immensely resilient, to the point that breaking them was almost impossible. Therefore, he had to teach himself how to make use of these traits. It was the simplest, but also the hardest mindset alteration he had to absorb, because it went against his most powerful instinct, the instinct of self-preservation. Nevertheless, Sunny had succeeded in changing his behavior in a manner that allowed him to strategically sacrifice non-vital parts of himself. The fifth element was about another attribute of his, the onyx shell. Among other things, it allowed Sunny to freely change his weight. Or was it mass? He could never tell the difference. In any case, such an ability opened up a vast ocean of possibilities for a skilled warrior. From increasing the impact of his blows to greatly augmenting his speed, solidifying his balance, and even performing actions that would otherwise be impossible without toppling like a cut tree. Sunny had incorporated the effects of the feather of truth trait of the onyx shell into his battle style a while ago. But since he had had nothing but time in the last 4 years, he took this opportunity to fully reconsider it, learning how to use it not only comprehensively, but also instinctually. Now, he did not even have to think about utilizing that adaptable trait to enhance his every move. The sixth element was the most broad and concerned shadow manifestation. Sunny had the ability to manifest endless variations of tangible shadows, roughly divided into 2 methods. The first was to summon external implements like shadow hands or chains. This method was destructive, but lost too much of its potency in battles against truly powerful opponents. As such, it was best used against large groups of weaker foes or for pure utility. The second method was to alter the shape of his body with manifested shadows, from summoning additional limbs to building towering shadow shells. The shape of the shells Sunny could create was, theoretically, endless, so it was hard to pinpoint exactly how he was supposed to incorporate this method into his battle art. However, in practice, his repertoire of shells was currently limited. Since Sunny did not possess a true name anymore, there was nothing to anchor himself, and therefore, assuming the shapes of alien creatures was extremely dangerous, unless he wished to lose himself entirely. So, he only used a handful of shells. In exchange, these shells had been perfected by him to a stellar degree. Currently, he was slowly translating his battle art to each of these shells. And finally, there was the seventh element, or rather there wasn't. Sunny did not know what the last element of his transcendent battle art would be, but suspected that once he mastered it, his technique would become a supreme battle art. Wishful thinking. Sunny and Nephis clashed in another exchange, the silver sword and the black odachi howling as they repeatedly attracted and repelled each other. A few seconds later, the two saints disengaged and spent a moment to realign themselves. He frowned behind the mask. The odachi he had manifested from a wild shadow was infused with his transcendent essence, which in turn was made more potent by soul weave. So it was akin to a transcendent weapon, and a powerful one at that. The odachi had held up well against Neph's quasi-supreme longsword, but just then he had felt a crack forming along the length of its blade. Tile odachi was not going to last much longer. Sunny could easily repair it, of course, but doing so would mean breaking his promise to abstain from using his aspect. More than that, he would be cheating. It wasn't a coincidence that his weapon was failing after all. Instead, it was the result of Nephis consciously targeting the same spot on the dark blade over and over again, without him noticing. How devious. Sunny couldn't help but smile. Nephis might have forgotten her teacher, but it seemed like she remembered the lessons. This duel of theirs would have to come to an end shortly. It was a shame. He didn't attack this time, waiting for her to come to him. Can I understand what is wrong before the duel is over? If Sunny remembered his own considerations when elevating his battle style to a transcendent art, he could try to imagine what Nephis had done. What elements did her battle art consist of apart from the essence technique? Her aspect was much more straightforward than his. Sunny had a wide array of traits and abilities that made him a jack of all trades, skirting the line between combat prowess and utility, but leaning slightly more toward the latter. Of the other two divine aspects he knew of, Mordred's was pure utility with hardly any battle application. Neff's, on the contrary, was all about combat prowess and destructiveness. So how would she have altered her battle style after becoming a saint? Longing was not applicable in combat, so it shouldn't have affected anything. The ability to control fire was probably similar to the first method of using shadow manifestation, mostly needed when facing swarms of weak abominations, or maybe enemy fortifications. The most obvious change would, of course, have to do with her transformation ability. She must have developed a robust technique for aerial combat, where there was no ground to stand upon, and therefore no footwork, with a completely different relationship between mass, force, counterforce, and impact. She would have also paid more attention to archery, using it against enemies on the ground. Sunny was less knowledgeable about the two forms Nephis could assume apart from the winged one, so he couldn't even start to guess what her combat approach would be in those states. The most important change, however, had to be about her very first ability, the wondrous ability to heal herself. Just like Sunny had to rethink his relationship with physical harm due to blood weave and bone weave, Nephis would have forced herself to change the way she fought in accordance with her own inconceivable vitality. Sunny had seen her destroy the vessel of the Skinwalker after having her neck broken. In Twilight, Soul Stealer had delivered her 1,000 fatal wounds. And yet, that wasn't enough to stop her. Scarily enough, if one thought about it. Nephis was nearly undying. He did not know what it would take to fully destroy her, and hoped that he would never find out. However, ever since the battle in Twilight, it felt as though Nephis had come to terms with her chilling power. If she had incorporated it into her battle art, what would it feel like to fight against a nearly indestructible enemy? Someone who would continue to fight despite being pierced by your weapon, could sacrifice a limb to wound you and then immediately restore it, could not be slowed down even by the most gruesome injuries, was too accustomed to harrowing pain to care about it, would not bleed to death, and simply would not die before killing you. He shivered slightly. Not unsolvable, but definitely frightening. Yes, she had to have rebuilt her battle style around that dreadful ability of hers, disregarding the torturous curse of her flaw. There was another element Sunny had to consider, though. Neph's aspect legacy. The tree with 7 branches, each bearing fruits of knowledge. She had mastered one, knowledge of fire, in Twilight. Had she mastered others after that? Was there a way to incorporate the sorcery of names into a battle art? He defended against her increasingly violent assault, contemplating. But even after coming up with all these guesses, Sunny simply couldn't comprehend her battle art. It was just too strange, making no sense, as if something was interfering with his ability to understand it. Stumped, he remembered the first time he had tried to shadow Nephis, long before he even knew what it meant to shadow someone. It had happened on the Forgotten Shore, when they were traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Back then, Nephis and Castor were sparring with each other, and Sunny sent his shadow to observe her. That was how he had received a revelation that resulted in Shadow Dance to begin with. Ironically, Nephis had not even used her most precious battle style in the spar against Castor. Since she knew that he had been sent to kill her, she guarded her true skill against him, showing a different and less lethal technique instead. Sunny eyes suddenly widened slightly behind the mask. No way. But at that moment, he finally understood why he was having so much trouble. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious why he couldn't peer into the secrets of Neph's transcendent battle art. It was because she wasn't showing it to begin with. Instead, she was deceiving everyone with a lesser, fabricated version of it. Was it for his benefit? No, not likely. She was probably footing the entirety of valor with this splendid performance. After all, despite being one of the most renowned champions of the great clan Valor, she was ultimately its most insidious enemy. Sunny suppressed a grin. As expected. Ah, my curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. Nephis was not using her aspect, and on top of that she had created a whole fake transcendent battle art to deceive her enemies. Therefore, trying to learn its secrets was of no real benefit to Sunny. He felt his odachi slowly coming undone and sighed. Shall we end this duel then?